Chapter 872, Looking Down on Immortal Gods in Front of the World Gate. Tai, immortal monarch, and the 72 immortals of the Golden Cave felt a sense of relief upon hearing Gu An's words, although a look of confusion crossed Tai, immortal monarch's eyes. Why doesn't the Marshal of Heaven resolve them? Is it because he underestimates their combat power, is blindly arrogant, or is there another reason? Tai, immortal monarch, couldn't ponder much, for he saw a multicolored light quickly sweeping toward them from the depths of the cosmos, originating from the celestial spirit great world. It's here. Wuxia, the primordial ancestor. Tai, immortal monarch, felt a surge of excitement as he watched, believing he had made the right bet when Wuxia, the primordial ancestor, addressed the Marshal of Heaven. Now, he wanted to see how the arrogant Marshal of Heaven would react when faced with Wuxia, the primordial ancestor. All immortal gods looked toward the multicolored light, including the beings from the celestial spirit great world, who gazed with eyes full of anticipation and excitement, unlike the immortal gods. Wuxia, the primordial ancestor, was making another move, and this time against the army of immortal gods. It was destined to be a battle that would shake ancient history. Ji Xiaoyu hovered in the air, her eyes full of curiosity. She did not doubt Gu An's strength, but from the words of the Marshal of Heaven, it was clear that Guan was the primary target of these immortal gods. Once conflict broke out, grievances would become endless. The celestial court does not consist of just these immortal gods. Once the heavenly spirit Tao Alliance's first prodigy crowned heaven, you also watched the multicolored light. Since being defeated by Emperor Xian, he had devoted himself to cultivation, wishing to retrace the path of the undefeated. Yet facing these immortal gods, he still felt small and knew he was not their match. The appearance of Guan ignited excitement within him. He equally revered Wuxia, the primordial ancestor, hoping Wuxia could maintain that invincible stance of myth and legend while also feeling grateful for Wuxi's protection of the celestial spirit great world. The universe was silent, whether immortal gods or beings, all intensely focused on that quickly extending multicolored light. The multicolored light headed toward the heavenly ascension stairs, at whose end they saw a figure clad in black, with a treasure sword at his waist, pacing forward. This figure was far from the grandeur of the immortal gods, appearing more like a mere mortal. He seemed to stroll leisurely, and while his aura was not strong, everyone, both immortals and beings, felt an indescribable sense of unease. His aura is unexpectedly weak, a star monarch standing on the heavenly ascension stairs remarked, frowning deeply. He did not need to personally join the battle, but gazing from afar, the tiny figure inexplicably filled him with unease. His most outstanding ability was perception, and instinct told him that this person was unlike any enemy they had encountered before, even those ancient great powers of the Nine Extremes great world. In the human world. Before the heavenly suppressing heroic peak. Son of Heaven Jia Yan and Bai Gu continued to meditate at the foot of the mountain, with a man in a white robe standing before them. They were gazing up at the celestial vault, observing the impending earth-shattering battle in outer heaven. The white-robed man's face was filled with curiosity. Stroking his chin with one hand, he pondered, is this Wuxia, the primordial ancestor? This great thousand worlds certainly couldn't nurture such an entity. Son of Heaven Jia Yan, once suppressed by Wuxia, the primordial ancestor, knew well the terrifying power of Wuxia. Since the immortal gods began sweeping across the 3,000 great worlds, the news spread like wildfire. He heard it as well and thought things weren't so simple. Seeing the Marshal of Heaven personally lead the immortal army made him feel heavy-hearted. Even he could not clearly articulate his emotions, he found himself worried for Wuxia, the primordial ancestor. Beside him, Bai Gu curiously asked, is he going to face all those immortal gods alone? Son of Heaven Jia Yan did not answer, but a smile of excitement appeared on the white-robed man's face, lost in thought. Meanwhile, one after another, celestial armies had already formed battle formations, charging toward the multicolored light. They would not allow mortals to approach the heavenly ascension stairs. Terrifying auras erupted from within them. The leading celestial army converged their destiny into a war god Dharma image larger than the stars, formed by the united destiny of 100,000 heavenly soldiers, soaring with murderous intent. This war god Dharma image raised a gigantic axe, striking angrily toward Guan, who was walking on the multicolored light. The axe strike drew all eyes, illuminating every realm in the universe. As the axe cleaved down, Tao's spiritual chi surged within the cosmos, and axe chi, imbued with terrifying heavenly Tao divine power, tore the void, slicing across. The hearts of all beings stopped, their wide eyes and dilated pupils could not grasp this attack. However, as swiftly as the axe chi advanced, it vanished. Those with profound cultivation saw that the axe chi dispersed abruptly as it neared Wuxia, the primordial ancestor. This scene caused immortal gods and countless heavenly soldiers to frown. S.E.A. The novel, F. Iyer. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Guan continued to advance, not quickening his pace, just like the Marshal of Heaven who had descended the heavenly ascension stairs earlier. Now, with roles reversed, Guan intended for the immortal gods to experience fear and struggle. Seeing the attack by the war god Dharma image achieve nothing, those celestial gods hurriedly commanded, and one war god Dharma image after another emerged above each celestial army. Though their forms varied, they all exuded an imposing aura of invincibility, gazing disdainfully over all living beings. More than 1,000 war god Dharma images wielded their divine weapons, suddenly unleashing various divine skills, attacking Guan from all directions on the multicolored light, illuminating the entire universe. The terrifying impact stirred the Tao's spiritual chi, forming a gale that rushed towards Ji Xiaoyu, blowing her hair. She squinted her eyes, staring intently in the direction of Guan. Even though she could no longer see his figure, she was not worried about Guan inside the Taoist field of the beginningless. A light screen appeared within the towering 10,000 realms gate, reflecting a multicolored glow. Seeing the ancestor master overwhelmed by the immortal god's army's divine skills, all the living beings on the 9-spirit continent tensed up, as did the Wushiji disciples. Only the second-generation disciples and Nzazai were filled with anticipation, confident in Guan. When the strong light dissipated, Gu An's figure appeared, unaffected, as if the previous onslaught of divine skills was mere illusion. Guan, moving forward, raised his right hand and gripped the sword hilt at his waist. The beings from the celestial spirit great world, seeing he was unharmed, were all invigorated, some even gasping in low exclamations. Ancestor Master Wuxia is so strong. The attack of the immortal gods couldn't harm him at all. Meanwhile, upon seeing Guan grasp his sword, the immortal gods, whose ranks exceeded those of the celestial gods, couldn't remain seated. They vaulted up, wielding their magical treasures, some waving banners, others throwing treasure towers, some playing zither. The cosmic space stirred, and the beings watching from the void felt as if they were suddenly in a dim and eerie void, with dark red clouds billowing in the distance, like a chaotic demon god approaching. Celestial gods, surpassing the heaven-balancing golden immortal, appeared above Guan, their divine weapons gathering immense heavenly might, as if all were wielding the heavenly constitution, ready to slay demons. Their forms were colossal, like giant mountains surrounding an ant. Suddenly, Guan drew his sword with extreme speed, unseen by any immortal or mortal eye. The sword light flashed, instantly turning dozens of celestial gods above into flying ash. Guan then took a step forward, his form flickered, traversing millions of miles, his pace unchanged, yet each step swiftly relocating. Even in the vast cosmic void, his relocation speed was overwhelmingly forceful. Seeing dozens of powerful celestial gods annihilated in an instant, the immortal gods couldn't hold back. Regardless of their immortal position, they all charged towards Guan. Endless immortal gods rushed towards Guan, a magnificent sight, each immortal god shining with heavenly Tao's strong light. This scene shocked the powerful from various sects and clans from the celestial spirit great world. Ancestor Master Wuxia didn't use any grand, majestic divine skills, but his advancing posture was so powerful that they finally understood what invincibility meant. With each step and flicker, Guan swung his sword again, the sword light flashed, and his figure suddenly disappeared. All the immortal gods charging at him paused, frozen as if about to unleash their divine skills or spells, some with twisted faces, some with frowned brows, others with excited expressions. Time and space seemed to have halted. The spectators couldn't help but widen their eyes, thinking they might be under some illusion if not for the perception that they could move. Seeing those imposing immortal gods all stop, all living beings held their breath, not daring to breathe audibly. Standing on the heavenly ascension stairs, the Marshal of Heaven seemed to sense something, instinctively turned and looked up, his pupils suddenly constricted. He saw, high on the golden mountain at the top of the heavenly ascension stairs, Guan was looking down at him, his sword already sheathed, one hand pressing the hilt. For the Marshal of Heaven's mighty body, looking up, Guan seemed to stand right above his head, very close. Yet, so near, it gave the Marshal of Heaven an unattainable sense of awe. What's going on? His momentum clearly, the Marshal of Heaven could no longer maintain his composure. Earlier, when Guan swung his sword, he felt danger. When Guan appeared above him, he felt as if he was being trampled, his mana coagulating. At this moment, the countless immortal gods and heavenly soldiers rushing towards the multicolored glow suddenly exploded with sword light. Their immortal bodies seemed to crack, and as the sword light erupted from within, they quickly turned into light stars and scattered. In less than 3 breaths, the shivering immortal god army was entirely annihilated, leaving only the Marshal of Heaven alive on the heavenly ascension stairs. Below the heavenly ascension stairs, Tai immortal monarch, celestial spirit god, and the 72 immortals of Jin Dong were all invigorated by the scene. Even the calmest celestial spirit god showed a gleeful expression. Then they seemed to sense something, all looking up, and upon seeing Guan towering above, their blood boiled with excitement. Witnessing the disappearance of the immortal god army, the spectators from the celestial spirit great world instinctively looked towards the heavenly ascension stairs, for the Marshal of Heaven was the strongest, and they wanted to see his reaction. Consequently, they saw the Marshal of Heaven standing on the heavenly ascension stairs, half-turned, gazing upward, and following his gaze, they captured Ancestor Master Wushi's figure. Ancestor Master Wushi's figure was so minuscule, even standing on a layer of the heavenly ascension stairs' golden mountain, appearing negligible. Without their high cultivation level, they might have overlooked Ancestor Master Wushi's figure. Yet, as their gaze locked on Ancestor Master Wushi, their eyes couldn't move away. A kind of indescribable fervor surged in their hearts. Such a posture, overlooking the immortal gods, made their hearts yearn. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 873, The Immortal Gods Are Defeated. The Marshal of Heaven could no longer be concerned with the gazes of the beings from the celestial spirit great world. In his eyes, only Guan remained. At this moment, not only was his mana frozen, but even his divine sense and senses were restricted. Guan appeared ever more gigantic in his eyes. He even had the feeling that he might be obliterated at any moment. It seems your heart is struggling as well. Even knowing this is wrong, you cannot resist the momentum, and this causes you pain, doesn't it? Guan looked down at the Marshal of Heaven and said indifferently. He had observed the Marshal of Heaven. Most of the time, when the Marshal invaded the Great Thousand World, he would directly order a massacre. If he encountered a Great Thousand World with deep foundations, he would wait first, force out the strongest, and only after subduing them would he issue the cleansing command. Before eliminating the strongest, he did not allow the immortal gods to act rashly. Just like now, even though the Tai immortal monarch, the celestial spirit god, and the 72 immortals of Jin Dong had all already stood up and slapped him in the face, yet he still placed them aside, wanting to first force out Guan. This head of the heavenly gods seemed bewildered by his own actions. But even if he was bewildered inside, those deeds were already done, and Guan would not show mercy. Hearing Guan's words, the Marshal of Heaven felt the oppressive force around him slightly ease. He gritted his teeth and said, "Do you know what it means to defy the celestial court? Today, you've exterminated so many immortal gods. Even if they can be resurrected, your feud with the celestial court will be irreconcilable." His words echoed throughout the universe, causing the observers from the celestial spirit great world to feel uneasy once more. Indeed. How mighty is the celestial court, ruling over the 3,000 great worlds. No one knows just how many immortal gods the celestial court has, but myths throughout the ages tell them the celestial court is unassailable. They couldn't help but look nervously towards Guan, awaiting his decision. Would Ancestor Master Wushi compromise before the might of the celestial court, or continue to protect them? They could only empathize with Ancestor Master Wushi's grace by putting themselves in his shoes. With Ancestor Master Wushi's capabilities, escaping unscathed wouldn't be difficult at all. If it were them, how many would stay? The Tai Immortal Monarch, Celestial Spirit God, and the 72 Immortals of Jin Dong also wanted to know what Ancestor Master Wuxia intended, why he would shelter this great thousand world and dare to stand against the Celestial Court. They believed that any choice Ancestor Master Wuxia made was the result of deep consideration. Staring down at the Marshal of Heaven, Gu An's expression remained unchanged, but the Marshal could not discern his true emotions. Under the Marshal's gaze, Guan raised his right hand and extended it towards him, revealing 5 figures in his palm. The Marshal's face drastically changed upon seeing these 5 figures. These 5 figures were all great powers of the Celestial Court, highly ranked, and were the 5 Dao Extreme Daluo Immortals who secretly assisted him. Sar the Nelfer. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Impossible. When? The Marshal widened his eyes, his whole body trembling, unable to maintain his composure as fear and unease engulfed his heart. He couldn't understand how Guan did it. He had never seen anyone who could directly subdue 5 Dao Extreme Daluo Immortals, and he could see those 5 Dao Extreme Daluo Immortals were equally frightened. Could it be that these 5 elders were only just subdued? As soon as this thought arose, the Marshal felt even more horrified. At this moment, he had forgotten right and wrong, forgotten his duties as an immortal. He was more anxious about someone like Guan residing here, perhaps harboring a grand conspiracy against the Celestial Court. As a Heavenly Court immortal god, his greatest concern was naturally the foundation of the Celestial Court's Daoist lineage. Within Gu An's palm, the 5 Dao Extreme Daluo Immortals looked up at him, their expressions extremely unsightly. Their attire and bearing were extraordinarily outstanding. One glance and it seemed they were beings of high status within the Celestial Court, each clad in armor and crowns, or in phoenix robes, radiating their respective heavenly Dao lights. One noble female immortal, resembling the mother of all things, asked, "What kind of divine being are you, and why do you interfere in the internal affairs of the Celestial Court?" The other 4 Dao Extreme Daluo Immortals were equally tense and confused. They had been secretly observing the battle, even marveling at Gu An's power. Yet in a blink of an eye, they were captured by Guan. They couldn't even react, let alone break free. They felt their Celestial Court's destiny being frozen, making it impossible to remain composed. Immortal gods facing an absolute crisis might even long for destruction rather than fear being spared by their enemy. And Gu An's ability to confine their destiny led them to even more profound and terrifying speculation. Internal affairs? Wantonly slaughtering all living beings, is it that you do not allow them to resist? Gu An's voice echoed as numerous immortal gods emerged within the golden light above the heavenly ascension stairs, all rushing towards him to attack. These were the immortal god army he had previously eradicated. These immortal gods did not notice the 5 Dao Extreme Daluo Immortals in Gu An's hand. Seeing the Marshal of Heaven still there, they didn't think much about it and rushed headlong at Guan, vowing to regain their honor. At that moment, Guan moved his right foot to the side, and a terrifying, domineering pressure exploded, instantly shattering the scattered immortal gods throughout the universe, leaving all living beings with a momentary heart palpitation. The reason it was only momentary was because Guan withdrew the pressure just as quickly. Having heard Gu An's words and witnessed the display of pressure a moment ago, the 5 Dao Extreme Daluo Immortals were struck with fear and unable to retort. Likewise, the Marshal of Heaven was frightened, staring blankly at Guan, devoid of any demeanor befitting the head of the heavenly gods. The Celestial Spirit Great World is not a place where you can create chaos. Henceforth, besides normal exchanges, if any Celestial Court immortal gods dare to make trouble again, I will crush your destiny along with it. Guan looked down at the Marshal indifferently and then, under the Marshal's gaze, he directly crushed the 5 Dao Extreme Daluo Immortals in his hand. Those at the pinnacle of the immortal Dao, within his grasp, had no means of resistance, utterly annihilated in form and spirit. The Marshal could feel the destinies of those 5 elders dissipating, confirming that he had not been caught in some illusion divine power. Before he could think further, Guan, standing above, rotated his right hand downwards, opening his palm and pressed down. Boom! The marshal of heaven exploded directly, transforming into surging golden aura that spread into the universe, causing the robes and hair of the celestial spirit god and other immortal gods below to flutter in the wind. They looked up at Guan with fervent admiration, their emotions incredibly stirred. They had indeed witnessed the existence of those 5 Dao extreme Daluo immortals. Especially the Tai immortal monarch, who had seen one of those Dao extreme Daluo immortals before. Of course, he wasn't aware of that immortal's cultivation level, only knowing that within the celestial court, they were a mythic figure rarely encountered. He had managed to see them thanks to a recommendation by his master for a discourse. Such unattainable figures were crushed with a single hand by the ancestor. It was truly unbelievable. Guan glanced at the Tai immortal monarch and the 72 immortals of Jin Dong, nodding slightly, which made the immortal gods and immortals even more excited, feeling assured of their choice. Then, Guan disappeared from the heavenly ascension stairs, as if he had never been there. The universe fell silent, and the watchers from the celestial spirit great world gazed at the golden starlight left by the marshal's form, filled with unparalleled shock. Soon, they regained their clarity. The immortal gods were defeated. An emotion akin to a flash flood burst forth in the universe's void, throwing it into an uproar. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 874, The Vanishing Supreme. When Guan returned to the Taoist field of the beginningless, the entire 9-spirit continent remained silent. The creatures of the continent gazed at the light curtain inside the 10,000 realms gate, nervously waiting, fearing the celestial army would return in strength. Guan stepped into the courtyard, and the second-generation disciples, who were watching the battle, all turned around, their eyes full of surprise and admiration. Master, won't the immortal gods come back? The blood prison great saint asked first. He was not afraid but rather eager. The previous battle was too quick, and even though he had achieved the level of an innate golden immortal, he couldn't see the details clearly and felt unsatisfied. He even hoped that Guan would lead the Wuxia to attack the celestial court and turn the heavens upside down. Even the blood prison great saint, who acted recklessly, felt that the celestial court was overbearing and cruel, so much so that he couldn't stand it. If the master had the ability to overthrow the celestial court, it would be a blessing for all living beings. If heaven does not pity all living beings, why should living beings respect heaven? Guan replied, they won't come back for a short time, but some troubles will still appear. However, you don't have to worry, I'll handle it. In this battle, he was not afraid of the consequences. Because the action of the immortal gods was not arranged by the celestial emperor, but by the heavenly emperor, he was wary of the celestial emperor, but not to the point of fear. As for the heavenly emperor, he paid him even less heed. The cultivation level of the Supreme Emperor of ultimate merging Tao and perfection is enough to give him confidence in protecting a part of the Great Thousand World. Even if truly forced out the Celestial Emperor, it would be no big deal to have the Celestial Spirit Great World strip away the heavenly Tao. Guan already had the ability to help the Celestial Spirit Great World replace its destiny and be reborn, but he didn't want to do so. If possible, he didn't want to bear so much responsibility. He hoped more that the environment of the heavenly Tao would improve, and that the celestial spirit great world could follow its own rules of heaven and earth to last forever. Hearing Guan's words, the disciples breathed a sigh of relief, and they began to express their emotions excitedly. Guan did not linger, returning to his room alone, letting them discuss freely. Meanwhile, on the other side of the world, before the heavenly suppressing heroic peak, the son of heaven Ji Yen looked up, eyes full of shock. He knew that the ancestor Master Wuxia was strong and had learned from him before, but seeing the ancestor Master Wuxia suppress 5 Dao extreme Daluo immortals with one hand, he still found it incredible. With such strength, even some celestial Dao venerable may not achieve it. The ancestor Master Wuxia is definitely an ancient being with great background who can still stay within the heavenly Dao, even if he doesn't belong to the celestial court now. That may not have been the case before. No wonder the ancestor Master Wuxia is unafraid of the celestial court. Perhaps in his eyes, these schemes of the heavenly emperor cannot even reach the stage. Is the ancestor Master Wuxia some celestial Tao venerable who has stepped down? The white-robed man in front sighed, turning his head to look at the Son of Heaven Ji Yen with a playful expression. The Son of Heaven Ji Yen said calmly, like you? Red Dust Supreme. The white-robed man called Red Dust Supreme shook his head, laughing. Whether he is like me, I cannot determine, but I must say, the celestial court is getting more and more boring. I don't know what His Majesty is thinking, allowing a Son of Heaven to act so recklessly. Although the 3,000 great worlds are just a small part of the heavenly Tao, losing the heart of living beings would also damage the heavenly Tao, not to mention hidden threats and chaos. The Son of Heaven Ji Yen remained silent, without responding. In fact, he was not clear about the specific situation inside the celestial court, and he could not understand upon what the heavenly emperor relied to grasp the great power. However, these matters had nothing to do with him. At least within the celestial spirit great world, he could peacefully achieve enlightenment. After countless lifetimes of reincarnation, he finally found the meaning of crossing the reincarnation tribulation. The ancestor Master Wuxia had awakened him, and he did not want to miss this opportunity. With his cultivation level, suppressing him for 500 years was not a punishment. Now looking back, the ancestor Master Wuxia was helping him to resolve the wrong path he was walking. Otherwise, dealing with the forces he established would damage his supreme path in any case. If the ancestor Master Wuxia is truly a celestial Tao venerable, then everything makes sense. Thinking this, the Son of Heaven Ji Yen smiled, eyes full of anticipation. Observing his smile, the Red Dust Supreme also started to smile, then he turned his gaze to the side at Baigu, saying, "He seems to have become your obsession and might become your fate's tribulation in the future." With that, the Red Dust Supreme turned and left. The Son of Heaven Ji Yen frowned, and beside him, Baigu shuddered with fright and quickly said, "Master, don't listen to his nonsense, please don't abandon me." The Son of Heaven Ji Yen did not respond, instead watched the Red Dust Supreme leave. Under the golden firmament, countless immortal gods stood upon the sea of clouds, silent, the atmosphere incredibly oppressive. At the forefront, Marshal of Heaven stood side by side with 5 Tao Extreme Daluo immortals, all staring down at the light sea beneath the clouds, each with a grim expression. The ancestor Master Wuxia shattered their pride, leaving them uneasy and fearful. They worried about the celestial court and also about themselves individually. They dared not attack the celestial spirit great world again, but this battle would definitely be reported within the celestial court. More importantly, who exactly was the ancestor Master Wuxia? From the words of the ancestor Master Wuxia, he did not seem hostile to the celestial court, yet he also did not fear the celestial court. What does this imply? It implies that the ancestor Master Wuxia possesses unimaginable cultivation, and has some kind of connection with the celestial court. At this moment, they couldn't avoid developing the same thoughts as the Son of Heaven Ji Yen and the Red Dust Supreme, wondering if the ancestor Master Wuxia was a form of some celestial Tao venerable. The exact age of the heavenly Tao's existence is unknown to any immortal. Throughout the vast sea of eons, many celestial Tao venerable have been born, and quite a few have disappeared. Even celestial Tao venerable themselves do not know how many truly came to be. The Marshal of Heaven took a deep breath and asked, "Seniors, how should we proceed with this matter?" A tall white-haired Taoist calmly said, "Continue to clear the evil demons, leave the celestial spirit great world for now. I will report the matter to His Highness for him to decide. Your goal is to cleanse the 3,000 great worlds of evil demons, you cannot stop." Hearing this, the Marshal of Heaven frowned, secretly dissatisfied. Faced with an enemy like this, yet still not sparing the living beings of other great thousand worlds? Is it necessary to go to such lengths to eliminate a few sons of heaven? The female immortal among the 5 Tao Extreme Daluo immortals glanced at the Marshal of Heaven and said, "Why aren't you acting?" The Marshal of Heaven immediately saluted, then led the vast army of immortal gods into the bright sea of light below, their figures quickly disappearing. The 5 Tao Extreme Daluo immortals remained standing on the clouds, without speaking, instead locked in prolonged silence. After Guan disappeared, the uproar in the universe lasted several hours, as powerhouses from various sects and races feared the return of the immortal gods, sending some creatures to bring back the news within heaven and earth. Soon, the news of the ancestor Master Wusher annihilating the immortal god spread through the human world like a raging storm. Sar the Nell Fire. Enter website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. In this era, the ancestor Master Wusher was already a nebulous legend, but today, the declaration of the Marshal of Heaven and that terrifying heavenly power threw all beings into despair and fear, while the ancestor Master Wusher emerged as fabled myth, standing out in times of danger for heaven and earth. All beings were eager to see the outcome of this battle, and the result did not disappoint them, it even pleasantly surprised them. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 875, Supreme Arrival at Noon. Xiaolan arrived within the city of the Xiao family, the streets bustling with the Xiao family clansmen, lively and vibrant. Have you heard? Ancestor Master Wusher wiped out the invading immortal gods single-handedly. The frightening pressure that day was indeed real. I thought the heavens and earth were going to be destroyed. I didn't expect the legend to be true. Ancestor Master Wusher is truly that powerful. If I can't witness the elegance of Ancestor Master Wusher in this life, that would be a great regret. It's said that our Xiao family's primordial ancestor has some connection with Ancestor Master Wusher. I wonder if it's true. Xiaolan concealed her qi, her face covered with a light veil. No one recognized her true identity. She wasn't the only one with such disguise. The Xiao family city was not only active with Xiao family members but also many outsiders. Listening to the discussions around her, Xiaolan felt a surge of emotion in her heart. Elder brother, you have saved the world once again. But this time, are you truly not afraid of trouble from the Celestial Court? Or, do you have some connection with the Celestial Court? Xiaolan also entertained thoughts similar to Son of Heaven Jiayan's. After all, the Celestial Court is the absolute ruler of the 3,000 great worlds. How could anyone possess power surpassing the Celestial Court? Guan is unafraid. He must have some backing, definitely not relying solely on his own strength. Speaking of which, even though she already has multiple lifetimes of cause and effect with Guan, she still doesn't know the origin of Guan. Xiaolan let go of her distractions and continued strolling. She came out mainly to experience the passion of all living beings. She felt that the hearts of all people were also a form of strength. Understanding this might aid her in better enlightenment. The excitement and shock brought to all living beings by Ancestor Master Wusher continued to spread until it covered the entire human world. Meanwhile, the Heavenly Spirit Tao Alliance still led the strong from various sects and clans to guard against threats from outer heaven, preventing the invasion of immortal gods. Those outer heavenly creatures that had infiltrated the celestial spirit great world were retreating with their messages. In the ensuing years, news of the crushing defeat of the army of immortal gods spread rapidly to other great thousand worlds, bringing great hope to them. It turns out immortal gods are not invincible. At least, the celestial spirit great world successfully defended itself. But the good times didn't last long, as the Marshal of Heaven led the army of immortal gods to invade another great thousand world. That world demonstrated a tenacious fighting spirit but unfortunately did not obtain the same outcome as the celestial spirit great world, ultimately being massacred and obliterated. Fear once again shrouded the 3,000 great worlds. The Heavenly Spirit Tao Alliance, upon knowing the army of immortal gods invaded other great thousand worlds, felt relieved knowing the celestial spirit great world had survived this calamity. Yet, thinking of the other great thousand worlds still suffering, they were still not completely at ease. On this day, nearing noon, Guan came to the Heavenly Spirit Tao Alliance and drank with Ji Xiaoyu in a small pavilion within the mountain forest, chatting about worldly affairs. After deliberation, the Alliance hierarchs finally decided to send disciples to support other great thousand worlds and regroup a grand alliance of the great thousand worlds. However, they didn't force the disciples to volunteer. To my surprise, many disciples wanted to volunteer, and many mentioned you when enrolling, saying they want to be like you. As Ji Xiaoyu spoke, she looked at Guan, her heart filled with emotion. Guan truly changed the great thousand worlds, not just in strength but also in ethos. Once, the celestial spirit great world preached survival of the fittest, without so many brave and righteous individuals. With the celestial spirit great world now secure, there's no need to risk danger, yet many disciples from the Heavenly Spirit Tao Alliance still wish to go forth. Previously, the oppressive presence of the Marshal of Heaven was enough to teach all living beings a lesson, so Ji Xiaoyu didn't think they were overestimating themselves but rather believed they harbored an even stronger power and resolve within. CTH Novel Fire. Net ** website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. This was also the first time Ji Xiaoyu genuinely recognized the Heavenly Spirit Tao Alliance. The present Heavenly Spirit Tao Alliance is truly different from the past Holy Court and Tao Court. Guan merely smiled after hearing this, without giving any evaluation. He picked up a piece of pastry from the table, asking, having experienced the power of immortal gods, what thoughts do you have on the path of cultivation? While Ji Xiaoyu had received help from Guan, her own Daoist technique had nothing to do with him, she completely walked her own path. Upon hearing this, Ji Xiaoyu nodded and then shared her insights. Guan listened intently, and after she finished, he offered his advice, guiding her to comprehend the celestial Tao destiny. With this discussion, he found that Ji Xiaoyu's fate had changed, she could forge a new great Tao destiny in the future. The Heavenly Court Immortals, Daoist Emperor, Primordial Tao Emperor, all were great Tao destiny, letting those who comprehend it gain powers from the origin of destiny. Immortal gods can obtain the power of the Celestial Emperor, and Guan can also grant the power of the Primordial Tao Emperor. However, Guan hopes more for the chasing Daoists to cultivate their strength. He doesn't want his Primordial Tao Emperor to become a weapon of power, nor does he wish to establish a force like the Celestial Court. Not until dusk did Guan rise and end today's discourse. The sunset glow shone upon him as Ji Xiaoyu looked up at him, asking, after defeating the army of immortal gods, want to cause trouble? Guan turned and looked at her, knowing the trouble she referred to was not of the celestial spirit great world but rather his own trouble. Although I don't want to frankly tell you, since you asked, I'll tell you, don't worry, the celestial court cannot threaten me. Guan smiled with slight pride. If facing others, he would still be humble and low-key, but facing Ji Xiaoyu, for some reason, he wanted to show off a bit. Upon hearing this, Ji Xiaoyu also smiled and said, that's good, just don't die, I still want to surpass you. You should understand, between you and me, there will eventually be a competition. Guan laughed and said, then work hard on cultivation, I will look forward to that day. With these words, he transformed into a breeze and dissipated. Ji Xiaoyu looked towards the celestial vault, her gaze becoming profound as she softly said, Celestial Court, what kind of realm does one who creates the heavenly Tao exist in? Meanwhile, Guan had already returned to the Daoist field of the beginningless, preparing to continue harvesting lifespan in the days to come. Behind the army of immortal gods, there were many evil forces ravaging the destroyed world, and these evil demons would convert into his lifespan. After this battle, he was even more eager to surpass the Supreme Emperor of Ultimate Merging Tao. Thus, years passed. 100 years later. The man in white, called Red Dust Supreme by Son of Heaven Jia Yan, arrived at the Nine-Spirit Continent. When intercepted by the Nine-Spirit Dynasty, he claimed to have once been an immortal god and had important matters to inform ancestor Master Wuxia, matters concerning the safety of the celestial spirit great world. Upon hearing this, the cultivators of the Nine-Spirit Dynasty dared not belittle him, promptly passing the message within the beginningless. An hour later, Enzazai led the Red Dust Supreme into the no-beginning territory. Throughout the journey, the Red Dust Supreme looked around with curiosity at everything along the way. He was curious not about the mountains and rivers but rather about the spiritual energy and Tao intent of this dojo. This place can be entirely deemed a holy land of cultivation, absolutely not innate. Ancestor Master Wuxi's ability to craft such a holy land garnered some of his admiration. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 876, rivaling the Celestial Emperor. Zazai looked ahead, but his attention was actually focused on the Red Dust Supreme. Once an immortal god? An exile from the Celestial Court? And Zazai feared that the arrival of the Red Dust Supreme might bring trouble for the ancestor, but he dared not make decisions on behalf of the ancestor and could only lead the way obediently. After 1 stick of incense time. Mzazai brought the red dust supreme to the mountain viewing pavilion, then bowed to Guan, who was in the pavilion, and turned to leave. The red dust supreme looked at Guan, clad in white, and a smile spread across his face. He flew into the pavilion and sat at the table, examining Guan closely, finally seeing his features clearly. Of course, he could clearly see Guan's true appearance because this was Guan's deliberate intention. Facing the scrutiny of the red dust supreme, Guan remained very composed, his expression unchanged. There was not much curiosity in Guan regarding this former celestial Tao venerable, as he already saw through the red dust supreme's past and his purpose for coming today but chose not to show it. Ancestor Master Wuxia, I also once held the celestial Tao venerable immortal position and was conferred the title of Red Dust Supreme by His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven. I wonder, what immortal position did the ancestor hold in the past? The Red Dust Supreme asked, his tone relaxed, as if conversing with an old friend. Guan replied with a question, how are you so sure I was once a heavenly court immortal? You can easily suppress 5 Dao extreme Daoyuo immortals, meaning your cultivation level has at least reached the Xian Qi primordial immortal realm. Such a cultivation could only be nurtured in the chaos, as it could not possibly grow under the so-called Sangtian. The Red Dust Supreme laughed, speaking of the Xian Qi primordial immortal without much reverence, as he himself had once been a Xian Qi primordial immortal. Guan remained non-committal and lifted the teapot on the table to pour himself some tea. The Red Dust Supreme continued, though I do not know the reason you left the celestial court, your seclusion here without leaving the heavenly Tao shows that you still feel connected to it. After all, this great thousand world holds no value and would have disappeared long ago if not for your existence. However, I must remind you, this time the immortal God's operation is different from the past because it is not in the style of His Majesty the Celestial Emperor. It appears that some son of heaven has taken control. His Majesty once told me that he was weary of the current life and would hand over the celestial court's power to a son of heaven to see what a new order would be like. The Red Dust Supreme spoke while observing Guan's expression. He believed that Guan's seclusion here might involve a mission arranged by the Celestial Emperor. He continued, His Majesty also said a word, that to wield the power of the Celestial Court, a son of heaven must first have strength rivaling his own. In other words, behind this immortal God operation is a son of heaven with power not inferior to His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven. As far as I know, before I left the Celestial Court, there were only a few sons of heaven with such potential, backed by intricate and terrifying forces. Listening to this, Guan remained unchanged in expression but felt a hint of sentiment inside. Taihao indeed. You truly like to play games, not to mention the Son of Heaven. Aside from me, there's no one at your realm within the heavenly Tao, especially since you stand at the perfection realm of the Supreme Emperor of Ultimate Merging Tao. Guan became more certain that the Celestial Emperor was watching this grand spectacle unfold. Fortunately, he was discreet when seizing longevity. It seems his days of facing the Celestial Emperor are drawing closer. How should he face the Celestial Emperor when that time comes? Guan pondered over this question. The Red Dust Supreme, unable to read his expression, said, after this battle, you have caught the eye of that Son of Heaven. The absence of the immortal God's army further emphasizes this point. Perhaps that Son of Heaven is considering which celestial Tao venerable to send against you. Guan lifted his gaze and asked, are you telling me this in hopes that I flee quickly? The Red Dust Supreme laughed, you and I have already left the celestial court, and now you are being targeted by those in power there. Going forward, you will have no place to live within the heavenly Tao. Why not come with me to a place that might be the great Tao's hope? Guan narrowed his eyes and asked, where? You should have heard of the Eternal. The celestial court has always watched them but knows little, for the Eternal resides within the chaos. Once beyond the heavenly Tao's bounds, even immortal gods can perish, so few immortal gods willingly seek intelligence there. The Red Dust Supreme, seeing no rejection from Guan, continued, to be honest, I have been to the Eternal. The Eternal Tao Extreme is just one of the Taoist lineages there. In that place, there is no life or death, everyone is equal. The Eternal does not actually aspire to absorb outsiders, it's only some entities within the Eternal Tao Extreme harboring ulterior motives, seeking extremes, who will eventually be chastised by the Eternal. Eternal, Guan muttered, thinking that this so-called eternal feels akin to Tsangtian, both being Tongxian venerable spirits of someone. The Red Dust Supreme said, though it's unclear why you descended to the lower realm, from your secluded stance, you seem tired of the heavenly Taoist laws. Why not go to the eternal together? With your cultivation, you could even bring the celestial spirit great world, and I can guide the way. Guan shook his head and said, the eternal may be great, but the heavenly Tao is not bad either. After all, I was born of the heavenly Tao. If you think the heavenly Tao is lacking, you should strive to change it, not evade. Of course, everyone has the right to choose their own path. Hearing this, the Red Dust Supreme frowned. You must know the foundation of the celestial court. Even a celestial Tao venerable is like an ant before it. Throughout history, we cannot quantify the number of celestial Tao venerables born, not to mention there exists power within the celestial court not inferior to that of a celestial Tao venerable. The Red Dust Supreme tried to persuade once more, but regardless of his words, Guan stayed firm in his refusal. Ultimately, the Red Dust Supreme had no choice but to abandon his persuasion. The two chatted for a bit, then Guan gave a word of seeing him out. Before leaving, the Red Dust Supreme looked at the mountains outside the pavilion and asked, Ancestor Master Wusher, why did you create such a holy land of cultivation? He felt that the creation of the Taoist field of the beginningless was extremely potent, not even inferior to cultivation grounds within the celestial court. Unfortunately, his mortal body could not perceive how its creation came to be. Guan chuckled softly, there aren't so many reasons. Initially, it was meant to be a place to live, later, after taking in disciples, it necessitated improvements. Eventually, disciples also took in disciples, which led to today's scenery. He spoke casually, yet it sent a tremor through the Red Dust Supreme's heart. The Red Dust Supreme gave Guan a deep look, then leaped out of the mountain viewing pavilion and swiftly flew toward the horizon, vanishing from sight. Guan remained seated, deciding to finish the pot of tea before him. Such good tea needed to be savored slowly. After a while, a figure appeared outside the mountain viewing pavilion. It was Nzazai. Nzazai entered the pavilion, hesitated for a moment, and asked, Ancestor, many Wushiji disciples wish to go out to help other great thousand worlds. Should I stop them? Having witnessed the formidable strength of the immortal god's army, he feared the younger generation would head to their deaths. But Gu An's actions filled the Wusher from top to bottom with fervor. Many disciples wished to become saviors like him, including his most valued disciple, Wu Xie. Sea the novel _fire. At website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know it report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 877, New Lifespan Breakthrough, it's still the same as before. If you want to go out, you'd better think it through. Dying out there offers no return. Wanting to achieve your own justice is a good thing, but those who die on the path of cultivation due to overestimating themselves are as numerous as the stars. I can't and won't protect every disciple venturing outside. Guan stood up softly and said, stretching lazily like a mortal, his posture relaxed. And Nzazai listened and earnestly said, I will tell them. If they insist on going out, then they must accept life and death as each is ordained by the celestial mandate. Guan nodded, then walked towards him, leaving the mountain viewing pavilion. The two passed by each other, and Nzazai turned to watch the ancestor depart. He recalled the great battle from many years ago, still feeling some excitement in his heart. To what heights must one cultivate to regard immortal gods as nothing? Back then, Guan not only defeated the army of the immortal gods but crushed them with absolute power, making it unimaginable how strong he truly was. In that battle, Guan didn't even use his great divine power, winning with ease. And Nzazai was very curious what kind of terrifying scene would occur if he unleashed the myriad supreme palm with full force. Perhaps the vast celestial spirit great world would instantaneously be obliterated? Watching as Gu An's figure disappeared into the mountain woods, Nzazai retracted his gaze, leaping swiftly over the mountain peaks. Birds in the forest soared towards the sky, the celestial vault vast, demonstrating the grandeur of the heavens and earth. Before it, everything seems insignificant, easily erased, because there exists a force within the universe. This force is called time. With the passage of time akin to a shuttle, the celestial spirit great world recovered its peace after a calamity, and the human world once again brimmed with different, exciting tales. New prodigies emerged brilliantly, some great powers renowned throughout the world. If not for the occasional news reaching the celestial spirit great world, all living beings might forget that the great thousand world was still amid tribulation. Other great thousand worlds, lacking protectors like Guan, could not escape planetary extermination despite rising in resistance. More and more great thousand worlds fell, awakening others to their harsh realities. The celestial spirit great world could repel immortal gods, but that didn't mean others could. They had nothing to be thrilled about. A millennium passed. Your lifespan has first surpassed 10 trillion years, initiating random upgrade for the lifespan function. Your lifespan breakthrough function upgraded. Lifespan breakthrough upgrade successful. Lifespan breakthrough. You can consume lifespan to acquire options for breakthrough locations absolutely without threat and suitable for your current realm, with costs for round-trip transmission. Lines of prompts appeared before Guan, halting his actions. No upgrade occurred when lifespan first reached 100 quadrillion years. Now with crossing another number, functionality upgrade finally triggered. Seeing the annotation for lifespan breakthrough, Guan was immediately at ease. Compared to before, there were 2 more words. Absolutely. Absolute lack of threat. This was immensely important. Of course, Guan guessed now transmitting for lifespan breakthrough would require significantly more lifespan than before. Other lifespan functions were similar in that, once upgraded, the required lifespan increased greatly. No wonder it skipped an upgrade chance before. This lifespan function upgrade was precisely what Guan needed, and only with such a function could he feel at ease. Sarch * the novel _fire. @ website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. When he previously broke through to the Supreme Emperor of Ultimate Merging Tao, it alarmed Chaos and Heavenly Tao, causing him difficult choices. A further breakthrough would undoubtedly alert the Celestial Emperor, fearing even more terrifying beings being provoked. The Celestial Emperor was an invincible being on the surface, yet Guan always felt more dreadful existences lurking in the shadows. Otherwise, why would the Heavenly Tao not have replaced Chaos long ago? Contemplating, Guan raised his hand to grasp the Cyan Hong sword. This sword had just slain a demon cultivator. This cultivator had received the evil demon's legacy from the dark heavenly court, using living spirits for blood sacrifice and refining souls into ghost slaves. Although his strength wasn't enough to shake the entire universe, he was more terrifying than natural disasters to mortal spirits. Guan, in a fine mood, decided to call it a day, specifically waiting to break through 10 trillion years threshold, thus slaying one more demon cultivator. Since battling the immortal god army, Guan had become more secretive in his actions, not rescuing all living beings by turning the tide alone, but instead conducting rescues within a small scope. If cultivators adhering to the righteous Tao like him were numerous in this world, he would seize the opportunity to kill more evil demons. Guan turned, placing the Cyan Hong sword into the scabbard at his waist, then walked towards the depths of the forest. As soon as he stepped into the forest, his surroundings abruptly changed, arriving within a bustling, flourishing city. This was the imperial city of the Taizong dynasty, within which the spiritual energy was majestic and cultivators, distinguished in bearing, traversed along with various peculiar demon beasts. A billion years later, the Taizong dynasty was among the top 5 imperial dynasties in the human world, akin to a holy land. Emperor Li Xiandao appeared as the celestial emperor of legend to his subjects, symbolizing heavenly authority. Nobody knew exactly when, but Li Xiandao ceded power to the crown prince, who had been changed multiple times. In regard to his successors, Li Xiandao was often criticized, yet the Taizong dynasty stood for numerous eras, making his prestige unshakable. No one considered him a poor emperor. Guan traversed the streets, contemplating when to attempt a breakthrough. Surely breaking through at 10 trillion years would succeed, right? For some reason, Guan had a strong premonition that his lifespan might still not be ample enough, susceptible to failure. He suddenly recalled his lifespan simulation function, which would be available for testing in a few days. If it failed, head persist in saving up. Best to first examine the lifespan consumption figure. Guan quietly activated the lifespan simulation while imagining his desired scenario. A prompt flashed before his eyes. Consumes 99,999,999,999,999 years of lifespan for simulation. Proceed with lifespan simulation. No. This much? Guan was startled, making his suspicions far more pressing. Not wise to act recklessly. Even with many slain, countless evil demons still existed across the 3,000 great worlds, rising rapidly at an uncontrollable pace. Continue saving. Guan sighed, then walked towards the direction of the Imperial Palace. The decision to walk was due to a recent discovery in the Imperial City, a new wine named Reincarnation Wine. Drinking it induced a 3-day dream resembling a journey through reincarnation, its fame widespread, enticing Guan to try it. Reincarnation wine was sold by the 9 Nether Flower House, filled with numerous singers across its 9 floors, now the liveliest entertainment spot in the Imperial City. The street in front of the 9 Nether Flower House bustled with people, crowded with carriages, mounts, and influential figures constantly arriving. An hour later, Guan stepped out of the 9 Nether Flower House, carrying a jar of reincarnation wine down another street. His figure vanished, suddenly arriving in the Imperial Garden. Li Xiandao had long awaited there, not because he sensed Guan's aura ahead of time, but because Guan had previously informed him he would visit today. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 878, Lord of the Human World. Guan came to the stone table in the center of the Imperial Garden, placed the reincarnation wine on the table, and smiled. This wine is not bad. I had a bowl earlier, and it indeed contains the mystery of reincarnation. Li Xiandao, dressed in a loose white robe, looked at Guan and asked, "Have you come for the underworld?" Ever since the celestial spirit great world repelled the army of immortal gods, beings from the underworld have contacted him, hoping to cooperate with the Taitsung dynasty to establish a path that connects yin and yang. He hasn't agreed yet and is still considering it. Guan sat down, rolled his eyes at him, and said irritably, "Whenever I come to find you, when wasn't it to relax?" Li Xiandao couldn't help but shake his head and smile at this. Then he took the initiative to pick up the wine jar and poured wine for Guan. Afterwards, Guan talked about his observations within the Imperial City, many of which were changes that even Li Xiandao hadn't noticed. Initially, he didn't care much, but as he listened, he found the scenes Guan described to be quite meaningful. Li Xiandao couldn't help but lament, "I really don't know how great the difference in our realms is. Just by casually describing a street in the mortal world, you can make me feel so deeply moved." Guan laughed. The great Tao is everywhere. The so-called distinction between immortals and mortals was set after the fact. In the eyes of the great Tao, immortals and mortals are the same. Li Xiandao was lost in thought. Guan looked at Li Xiandao, able to see all his future. Since defeating the army of immortal gods, the fates of many in the human world have been continuously changing. As someone who is already a heaven-encompassing free immortal, Li Xiandao counts as one of the overlords of heaven and earth, and he is more affected than others. Li Zuando's ambition is greater than anyone's, but he seldom reveals it, and he wouldn't even tell Guan. Yet Guan can see it and hear it. As for Li Zuando's ambition, Guan neither supports nor opposes it. He greatly appreciates Li Zuando's heart for cultivation and his attitude, considering him to be a fellow traveler on the same path. Search * The Novel Fire, net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Until now, except for Guan, no one knows Li Zuando's true cultivation level. He always conceals it by lowering 2 great realms when showing himself to others, and those who once forced out his true cultivation level eventually died by his hand, keeping this secret intact. Guan has higher hopes for Li Xiandao. That is to become the master of heaven and earth. Li Xiandao, being emperor for 160 million years, has never exploited the common people for personal gain. He may be domineering, feared by the ministers and royal relatives, but he owes nothing to the people. Guan has already decided to leave the celestial spirit great world in the future, hoping that by then, someone can protect the celestial spirit great world and fulfill his wish. No matter what, in this life Guan was born in the celestial spirit great world, and even though he won't speak of it, in his heart, the celestial spirit great world holds significant weight. As to why he wants to leave the celestial spirit great world, it's not out of fear of trouble, but purely a desire to see the outside world. He has been hiding in the celestial spirit great world to grow stronger. Needless to say, beings beyond the Supreme Emperor of ultimate merging Tao, those surpassing the free immortal, would roam the heavens. In the future, he also wants to retire to other worlds, constantly changing dojos, truly enjoying the freedom of the great Tao. But before that, he needs to break through. After surpassing the Supreme Emperor of ultimate merging Tao, he will be even more carefree. Even if he leaves the celestial spirit great world, if old friends are in danger, he can assist them at any time, even crossing through all the heavens and myriad realms to help. As they chatted, Li Xiandao brought up the celestial court and lamented, "I wonder how those first immortal gods came to be. Does the legendary celestial emperor really exist? Was the celestial court created by him?" He thought that given Gu An's abilities and his fearless attitude towards the celestial court, perhaps Guan had met the celestial emperor and even had significant ties with him. Guan gently swirled his wine cup and said, "I'm not sure about that, but you could think from the perspective of the common people in the imperial city. They have similar doubts as you do, curious about how the Taizong dynasty was established and questioning whether you really exist. Even though you're in the same city, 9/10 of the populace may never see you in their lifetime." Following Gu An's words, Li Xiandao thought deeply and found himself suddenly enlightened. If you become the lord of the human world, then in the hearts of all beings in the celestial spirit great world, you are the celestial emperor. When that time comes, hope you don't forget your current disdain and hatred for the immortal gods. Guan said in a teasing tone, causing Li Zuando's heart to race. Lord of the human world. How does he know about my ambition, and what does he mean by these words? Does he support me? Or has he seen the future? Li Zuando's heart surged with joy. The development of the Taizong dynasty has stalled for tens of millions of years. He had been lost, and the position of the heavenly spirit Tao alliance was unshakable, with no hope of crumbling. He even felt his aspirations were forever unreachable. Seeing Li Zuando's excited expression, Guan shifted the topic to talk about his grand disciple. The disciples of the Taoist field of the beginningless have been increasing, and with more people inevitably comes conflict. He spoke of a conflict he had seen, which also resonated with Li Xiandao. Li Zuando's offspring fight for power, sometimes giving him a headache. He felt there was a need to learn Gu An's mindset. The two of them sat in the imperial garden, chatting, just like many years ago when Guan was not yet the ancestor master Wuxia, and Li Xiandao was not the immortal emperor of the ages. In a dim world, thick fog surged. Zhang Buku and Su Yu stood in front of a stele inscribed with strange characters, causing both their brows to furrow deeply. The characters of the ancient heavenly court all contain the true meaning of the great Tao. There are many words I still can't decipher. I'm afraid even after 10,000 years, you and I won't be able to break out. Su Yu said in a pessimistic tone. Zhang Buku clenched his fists tightly, gritting his teeth. 10,000 years? The 3,000 great worlds can't wait that long. Su Yu glanced at him and said, "To be honest, even if you and I return to the 3,000 great worlds, we can't change anything. You should be aware of how terrifying the foundation of the celestial court is." Upon hearing this, Zhang Buku's face grew even darker. The thought of the celestial spirit great world turning into a human purgatory made his heart twist as if by knives, as if those beautiful memories were about to be torn apart. You can rest assured in your cultivation, the celestial spirit great world has been saved. A voice suddenly emerged from within the stele, causing Zhang Buku's expression to change dramatically. The owner of this voice was none other than the Emperor Bone Profound Venerable. For the first time, Zhang Buku found this guy's voice to be so pleasant. He hurriedly asked, "Truly? What exactly happened? Has the celestial court decided to stop cleansing the world?" Su Yu was also taken aback. As a former son of heaven, he was well aware of the nature of the struggle behind this calamity. How could it possibly stop so abruptly? An exalted figure known as Ancestor Master Wuxia has repelled all the invading immortal gods. The celestial spirit great world is safe, but other great thousand worlds are still being swept by the immortal gods. Ancestor Master Wuxia? Upon hearing this, Zhang Buku was startled. Does the celestial spirit great world have such a being? Su Yu's expression changed even more dramatically, as he understood better what these words represented. The voice of the Emperor Bone Profound Venerable resounded once more. However, Ancestor Master Wuxia is bound to draw the fire upon himself. That Son of Heaven will personally deal with him, as an enormously powerful celestial Tao destiny is descending upon the celestial spirit great world. This Son of Heaven possesses power that rivals the celestial Emperor, and Ancestor Master Wuxia is destined for total annihilation. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 879. Obey the Celestial Mandate. The Celestial Court, Guangfa Immortal Palace. Hundreds of immortal gods gathered here, sitting on their respective meditation mats. Li Xuanmiao and the Celestial Destruction God were also present. The atmosphere in the Grand Hall was heavy, and the immortal gods were discussing in groups of 2s and 3s, keeping their voices low. Is His Highness Taishang really going to descend to the human world? I heard it's related to the Celestial Spirit Great World. What is the background of the Celestial Spirit Great World? I'm not sure either, but Junior Brother Li comes from the Celestial Spirit Great World. To nurture a genius like him, the Celestial Spirit Great World must be extraordinary. It is said that His Highness Taishang is still pressuring us Guangfa Immortal Palace to take sides. Who knows how long Master can hold out? Li Xuanmiao listened to the discussions of the surrounding immortal gods, furrowing his brow tightly. When the immortal gods were sweeping across the 3,000 great worlds before, he was not too worried. But now that the heavenly Emperor Taishang himself was going to confront his master, he couldn't stay calm. The heavenly Emperor Taishang was different from those immortal gods. Now the ruler of the celestial court, it is said his power can match that of the celestial emperor. Such an existence can completely be called the heavenly Tao Dominator, the strongest in the world. No matter how much confidence he has in his master, he still worries. If his master were truly invincible, why would he stay hidden away in a corner of the world? Of course, he believes his master is very strong, stronger than the vast majority of immortal gods in the celestial court. But no matter how strong, it is impossible to contend with the entire celestial court. The celestial destruction god's mood was also complicated, because the descendants of the Long family were in the celestial spirit great world. Although he had already severed ties of cause and effect with the Long family, he couldn't help but focus on the situation in the human world of the celestial spirit great world, occasionally bestowing destiny upon the Long family descendants to protect their growth. Unconsciously, the Long family of the celestial spirit great world had already become a concern in his heart. But this concern was about to vanish into thin air. How could his heart be without disturbance? For a long time, a vast aura of mana descended, causing all the immortal gods in the grand hall to fall silent. They sat up straight, looking towards the high platform in front, only to see Venerable Guangfa Taiguang appear out of nowhere. His body radiated golden light, like a circle of golden rainbow spreading out, making the grand hall even brighter. All the immortal gods raised their hands in unison to salute Venerable Guangfa Taiguang. Venerable Guangfa Taiguang looked at the disciples filling the hall, his eyes complex. He opened his mouth slowly and said, "From now on, the Guangfa Immortal Palace will obey His Highness Taishang's orders, and you all shall follow me to the underworld to suppress the 9 netherworlds' chaos." As soon as these words came out, the grand hall erupted. The vast majority of immortal gods became agitated, expressing their discontent. Although they cultivated in the Guangfa Immortal Palace, they each had their own factions. They would also serve the Son of Heaven, just not under the command of His Highness Taishang. They understood that this move by His Highness Taishang was to move them away. Once the Son of Heaven they supported was wiped out, they would also suffer greatly, gaining or losing glory together. Li Xuanmiao was equally anxious. Once he went to the underworld, he really couldn't help the celestial spirit great world. He suddenly stood up, speaking, "Master, may I return to the human world?" My homeland is in distress, even if I lose my immortal position, I must go back. His voice suddenly drowned out the noise in the grand hall. All the immortal gods looked at him, surprised. Anyone with a sharp eye could see that the celestial spirit great world was doomed, and if Li Xuanmiao returned, it was certain death. The first test of ascending to immortality is to sever the cause and effect with the mortal world. Some immortal gods felt disdain for Li Xuanmiao, while others admired him. Venerable Guangfa Taiguang looked at Li Xuanmiao expressionlessly and said, "As an immortal god, it is your duty to heed the celestial mandate." Li Xuanmiao gritted his teeth and said, "If master does not approve, then I will force my way out of the celestial court." With that, he turned and rushed towards the door of the grand hall, only to stop as soon as he took one step out, his whole body trembling, as a cyan manna enveloped him, rendering him immobile. Li Xuanmiao's face changed dramatically, subconsciously turning to look. He saw Venerable Guangfa Taiguang looking down on him with an unprecedented stern expression, eyes full of oppressive force. "I said, heed the celestial mandate." Venerable Guangfa Taiguang shouted in a deep voice, then waved his sleeve, engulfing Li Xuanmiao in it. No immortal god in the grand hall spoke, nor dared to obstruct, for they could see that Venerable Guangfa Taiguang was protecting Li Xuanmiao. This also showed that master had high hopes for this junior brother. If it were any other disciple acting so recklessly, they would fear suffering. The celestial destruction god breathed a sigh of relief seeing Li Xuanmiao taken away by Venerable Guangfa Taiguang. Although reluctant to part with the Long family descendants, he had to admit that facing the celestial court's wrath, the celestial spirit great world had only a fate of destruction. Fortunately, someone from the Long family of the celestial spirit great world was traveling in outer heaven, able to serve as a family seed. It had been 3 years since Guan reached his quintillion-year lifespan. This afternoon, Guan was instructing Su Han in cultivation. Su Han did not follow those passionate disciples into the 10,000 Realms Gate. After experiencing Guan's battle with the immortal god army, Su Han was deeply stimulated, changing his formerly lax attitude, and began cultivating seriously. Guan did not refuse his request, starting to teach Su Han swordsmanship. After all, Su Han had practiced swordsmanship in his previous life, so Guan also expected him to blaze a path in the sword Tao. The two were on the mountain ridge, their heads towards the sky, swinging their swords in the breeze. Su Han practiced the sword technique like a mortal. At first, he felt it was useless, but later he discovered that practicing the sword this way could also inspire his understanding of the sword Tao. Guan lay under a distant tree reading a book. A falling leaf landed right on his head. He closed the book, placed it into his arms, then stood up, letting the leaf fall from his head. "Continue practicing your sword, I'm going out for a while," Guan said to Su Han, then walked towards the depths of the forest. Su Han didn't mind, as Guan often left, and besides, no one in this world could threaten Guan walking into the forest. Guan maintained his pace, raised his hand, and the Wuxia divine sparrow flew out of the forest, landing on his hand. He then raised his hand, and the Wuxia divine sparrow leaped up, like an arrow shot from a bow, rushing out of the forest, soaring towards the celestial vault. At the same time, in the distant void of the great Tao, it was pitch black with desolate meteors floating. A white light shone among the stars. Within the white light stood a white-haired man, the heavenly Emperor Taishang himself. He wore a white robe embroidered with a 5-clawed golden dragon, and a curtain pearl emperor crown adorned his head. His face beneath the curtain pearl was so stern. He was walking through the void, his steps neither hurried nor slow, destination unknown. Suddenly, the heavenly Emperor Taishang stopped. Following his gaze, a cluster of golden light appeared in the depths of the void, growing rapidly larger. Within that golden light was the unmistakable Wuxia divine sparrow, soaring with flapping wings. Sea the Nell Fire. And a website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The Wuxia divine sparrow quickly flew in, transforming into the likeness of Guan, wearing a black Tao robe, crowned with the immortal king crown, with the 7-star mirror floating above his shoulder. Guan stepped forward a few steps, then stopped, looking distantly at the heavenly Emperor Taishang. "Dare I ask which celestial Tao venerable descends to the mortal world?" The voice of the heavenly Emperor Taisheng rang out, tone indifferent, killing intent barely concealed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 880, The Strongest of All Time Celestial Tao Venerable. Upon hearing the heavenly emperor's words, Guan couldn't help but smile. The celestial court is indeed arrogant. They actually believe that a power beyond their control must originate from the celestial court. Not only does the celestial court think this way, but even Ji Xiaoyu, a mortal prodigy, has this belief, which shows just how terrifying the celestial court's dominance is. Guan opened his mouth to retort, Your Highness truly refuses to let go of the celestial spirit great world, to spare the 3,000 great worlds? The 3,000 great worlds harbor no rebellion against the celestial court. All living beings trust the immortal gods, offering to the immortal gods. They shouldn't meet such an end. Though he said this, he understood that this was already a deadlock. The heavenly emperor had already become his fated enemy, and to the extent of being a mortal combat. This left him puzzled, not understanding why the heavenly emperor was so extreme. Sadly, some cause and effect he couldn't calculate. The cause and effect that eluded him undoubtedly related to the celestial emperor. The heavenly emperor looked at Guan and said, You were once a supreme, don't you find your words laughable? The celestial court established the celestial Tao, ancient gods created all living beings, everything originates from the celestial court. Should the celestial court care about the opinion of mortal spirits when taking action? When it's time to discard your magical treasure, and you need its materials, would you consider its feelings? As he spoke, an incomparably mighty aura erupted from within the heavenly emperor, with golden dragons rising from behind him, numbering 9, swiftly growing larger. It was the 9 heavens' true dragon Qi. These 9 golden dragons contained different true meanings of the great Tao, each with its divine might. Gu An's gaze turned cold, saying, Magical treasures are different from living beings. Living beings have their own will. The heavenly emperor sneered, Since you insist on obstructing my celestial mandate, then I can only eliminate you, just right for those indecisive folks to witness how I obtained my present heavenly authority. As his words fell, his aura suddenly escalated, breaking through to another height. Mixed element profound venerable immortal. The 9 golden dragons behind him merged into one, forming a 9-headed true dragon with dark golden dragon scales all over its body, towering beyond what it was before, surpassing the great 1,000 world in size. A dragon claw larger than the earth lifted him up. He looked down at Guan, with the 9-headed true dragon behind him steadily solidifying, various streams of air appearing in the void, flowing towards the 9-headed true dragon, rapidly condensing into Dao Qi resembling long scarves, surrounding the dragon's body. Those Dao Qi represented different great Daos, akin to a great Dao river. The heavenly emperor's aura completely transformed, from earlier indifference to domineering, full of aggression, akin to the supreme master of the immortal gods overlooking indifferent ants. This terrifying aura surged to the 9 heavens and reached the 9 netherworlds, stirring many great Tao domains. The 3,000 great worlds wasn't suppressed by this aura, but the celestial Tao light layer of all heavens and myriad realms experienced anomalies, with the celestial vaults of different worlds quickly becoming dim. On the endless Tao mountain, on one majestic Tao mountain after another stood great powers, all looking in the same direction, faces solemn. In the mysterious dark world, Zhang Buku and Su Yu, who were besieging the steel, stopped and looked upward, where the overcast clouds churned fiercely, and the thick fog in the world roiled like turbulent waves. Guan looked up. The 9-headed true dragon was indeed the Tongxian venerable spirit of the heavenly emperor, based on 9 heavens true dragon Qi, condensing celestial Tao destiny, containing 9 great Daos, extremely intricate. Sir the novel _fire. @ website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Not only that, behind the 9-headed true dragon, in the darkness, a pair of giant purple eyes opened. Immortal Emperor's eye. The heavenly emperor stood on the dragon claw, arrogantly saying, No matter which supreme you are, in front of me, you only have submission or death. I have surpassed all immortal gods of the celestial court. Unfortunately, I happen to need to demonstrate my strength to the gods of the celestial court. For today's battle you should exert all your strength, you have no escape. Before he finished speaking, changes occurred in the great Tao void. Below, an endless sea of lava appeared. At the edge of the void appeared mysterious and majestic mountains as ancient as demon gods in the darkness. This is not illusion realm. Guan could feel that the Heavenly Emperor used the Immortal Emperor's eye to pull him into a special cosmic plane, more accurately, not pulling, but entrapped him with this plane, the entire process quickly, and within the same realm, difficult to react. At least the Emperor Bone Profound Venerable is definitely not the opponent of the Heavenly Emperor. From this point, the Heavenly Emperor indeed had the utmost talent, no wonder so arrogant. He wantonly displayed the power of Mixed Element Profound Venerable Immortal, allowing his aura to reach every immortal domain of the celestial Tao, letting all those who pursued the immortal Tao feel his majestic presence. At this moment, Misty Immortal Court, Primordial Emperor Domain, Ling Mountain, Celestial Extreme Nine Heavens, and many other great Tao domains not in the mortal realm were disturbed by the Heavenly Emperor's aura. Countless great powers came out of seclusion, seeking the source of this aura. The Heavenly Emperor's lips slightly curved, he contemptuously looked down at Guan, his pupils gradually transforming into Immortal Emperor's eye. His Immortal Emperor's eye was far stronger than Enzin's Immortal Emperor's eye, not forged through cultivation but inherently achieved. Guan, through his Immortal Emperor's eye, saw the source of this power. The Immortal Emperor's eye could only be born from the Celestial Emperor bloodline. The fact that there were individuals in the human world who developed the Immortal Emperor's eye was deliberately permitted by the Heavenly Emperors, but once a Heavenly Emperor defied the Celestial Emperor relying on the Immortal Emperor's eye, they were eradicated by the Celestial Emperor, who also issued a celestial order forbidding the emergence of Immortal Emperor's eye practitioners in the human world. Should any appear, they would be utterly annihilated. There were fewer Immortal Emperor's eye in the human world, but for some Heavenly Emperors, the Immortal Emperor's eye was innate, requiring no cultivation, growing stronger as cultivation increased over time. Guan observed that the Heavenly Emperor rarely revealed his Immortal Emperor's eye before, and no one knew he possessed it until he reached the Mixed Element Profound Venerable Immortal, only then he dared to exhibit it. He watched the Heavenly Emperor stride into the palace of the Polestar. What transpired inside was isolated by the Celestial Emperor's cause and effect. From that point, the Heavenly Emperor began to frequently use his Immortal Emperor's eye. While probing the Heavenly Emperor's cause and effect, Guan also pondered how to deal with him. Having too many divine skills is also a blessed dilemma. There is one divine skill he had always anticipated but never exercised, perhaps now is the opportunity. Since the Heavenly Emperor wishes to flaunt the power of Mixed Element Profound Venerable Immortal, then Guan will fulfill his wish. Let the immortal gods witness what kind of power shelters the celestial spirit great world. During the waiting, Guan hadn't sensed even a trace of the Celestial Emperor's presence. Thinking now, perhaps the Celestial Emperor wasn't hiding intentionally but was being restrained by certain matters. If so, then Guan could be more at ease. Face me with your most powerful divine skills, face His Majesty. The Heavenly Emperor laughed arrogantly, displaying his ambition without reservation. He aspired not merely to be the strongest Heavenly Emperor, but to become the Celestial Emperor. The Supreme Celestial Emperor. The most powerful Celestial Emperor throughout time. Guan looked up at the Heavenly Emperor and said, "In that case, as you wish, but this battle differs from previous ones. Even if you resurrect within the Celestial Court, I will not spare you. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know it report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 881, Desperate Supreme. As the aura of the Mixed Element Profound Venerable Immortal emerged, Guan felt many powerful divine senses probing towards him, even stronger than that of the Heavenly Emperor, yet still unable to surpass the Mixed Element Profound Venerable Immortal. Facing the taunts of the Heavenly Emperor, Guan decided to shatter his pride mercilessly. As Guan's voice fell, figures radiating silver light appeared out of thin air behind him. Celestial Dragon Reincarnation Dharma Aspect. Reincarnation avatars of Chu Lu, Shao Xingtian, Long Zhan, Lu Han, Ji, Black Profound Emperor, Yang Xian, Emperor of Eternal Life, Supreme Absolute, Guxuan Yu, etc., appeared behind Guan, standing in a line. They were as tall as Guan, their true appearances obscured, and their clothing varied according to their silhouettes. Upon seeing Gu An's divine skills, a look of disdain appeared on the Heavenly Emperor's face. At that moment, rows of figures quickly appeared behind the reincarnation avatars, their numbers rapidly increasing, resembling a silver tidal wave sweeping through the dim celestial vault, illuminating the endless magma below. Soon, the number of avatars formed by the celestial dragon reincarnation Dharma aspect posed a threat to the nine-headed true dragon. Numerous figures behind the reincarnation avatars were the projections of lifespan. Although Guan had not acquired their memories, he could pursue cause and effect through realization to create them. During the long years, he intermittently projected his lifespan, not knowing how many projection avatars he had accumulated. This was the first time he had manifested all his avatars. As countless reincarnation avatars appeared, Guan raised his right hand, followed by all the reincarnation avatars who uniformly raised their right hands. At this moment, countless powerful beings were observing this move, the might of the great Tao displayed by Gu An's celestial dragon reincarnation Dharma aspect made their hearts tremble with fear. The Heavenly Emperor's eyes narrowed, and a great cauldron appeared out of nowhere in his hands, which he then offered up, sending it flying forward. This great cauldron was dark golden, with dragon heads facing outward on each side, the lid resembling a palace with a blazing sun suspended at its top. The massive and divine nine-headed true dragon opened its mouth, and the true fire belonging to the celestial Tao gushed forth, gathering on the blazing sun above the cauldron. In an instant, a more terrifying heavenly might erupted, causing the temperature in this mysterious cosmic plane to reach an extraordinarily dreadful height, where even an innate golden immortal would be directly incinerated to ashes, leaving no trace of a soul. The cauldron trembled violently, the lid opened, and a vast purple-red flame surged out, devouring the void and charging towards Gu, and half of the cosmic plane was engulfed by the sea of purple-red fire, before which all existence appeared insignificant and fragile. Guan also moved, pressing his right hand forward. The countless reincarnation avatars followed suit. Numerous large hands radiating brilliant silver light appeared above each reincarnation avatar, as if numerous supreme deities from the depths of the great Tao were stretching out their hands. Their bodies unseen, only the supreme pressure of their hands could be felt. The countless large hands, cast by the celestial dragon reincarnation Dharma aspect, contained various great Tao. They pressed forward while enlarging, causing the cosmic space to shatter, as the rolling magma below fell and was swallowed by darkness. The celestial Tao true fire, exercised by the Heavenly Emperor, collided with Gu An's countless silver hands, their horrific powers thoroughly shattering the cosmos as streams of the great Tao flowed in, causing silver lightning to weave across the celestial vaults of all worlds within the celestial Taoist domain, faintly flashing with fire. The celestial vault of the celestial spirit great world also exhibited anomalies. S.E.A. the novel, F. Iyer. And a website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Practicing swordsmanship, Su Han looked up with an odd expression, muttering, "Who is breaking through now?" The increasingly powerful celestial spirit great world had many great power breakthroughs causing celestial anomalies, seen every few years. He did not link this anomaly to Gu, and Su Han continued practicing swordsmanship, paying no heed. The mortal spirits across all heavens and myriad realms felt uneasy, while beings like Su Han were indifferent. Only those beyond the golden immortal Tao fruit could sense an unimaginable cosmic battle breaking out. Beneath the heavenly suppressing heroic peak, Son of Heaven Jia Yen looked up, his brow furrowed with fear. How is this possible? He has already reached such a degree. Son of Heaven Jia Yen could recognize one of the auras, which dealt a massive blow to his understanding. In despair, he felt as if he couldn't escape calamity. What was the purpose of his cultivation if even a son of heaven could become so powerful? He felt he couldn't escape this fate. Amidst the bright light, the Heavenly Emperor stood on a dragon's claw, the fierce wind blowing his white hair as he scowled at the front, sensing his celestial Tao true fire being resisted. The opponent's power far exceeded his expectations. No wonder he dared to oppose him and the celestial court. Such power rivaled only those ancient supremes within the celestial Tao venerable. The Heavenly Emperor raised both hands, ready to exert even more formidable divine skills. At this moment, the endless purple-red sea of fire was torn apart, revealing countless massive silver hands, layered like giant mountains, unshakable and unstoppable. The Heavenly Emperor's pupils suddenly dilated, witnessing the scene of countless giant hands descending. His palms immediately pushed out, releasing a torrent of violent mana, his robes fiercely swelling as the great cauldron devoured his mana, unleashing the power of the great Tao that transcended ages, stronger even than his mana. However, even so, he could only watch as those silver giant hands descended. After the purple-red sea of fire was torn, the nine-headed true dragon was enveloped by countless giant hands. At this moment it appeared small despite being larger than the great thousand world, as numerous silver giant hands descended from all directions, seemingly closing, confining it below. Boundless silver light descended, robbing the Heavenly Emperor's figure of color. In the final moment, his eyes turned completely purple, so enchanting, yet filled with disbelief. Boom! Power representing the extremity of the primordial profound venerable immortal erupted, tearing through all powers of the Heavenly Emperor, causing him to perish in both form and spirit. Everything was plunged into daytime, absent of other colors, with nothing remaining. In a magnificent hall, a massive golden pillar stood beside the steps, draped with vivid golden dragons. The golden pillar suddenly glowed, and a figure flew out, landing on the hall. It was the Heavenly Emperor. The Heavenly Emperor knelt on one knee, gasping for breath, the newly resurrected him still in terror, his eyes widened, cold sweat covering his head, breathing heavily. Supporting himself with one hand on his knee, the other against the ground, he stared at his palm, his vision quivering, for it was his body shaking. He had never been so frightened. Sensing the suppression of the celestial dragon reincarnation dharma aspect, he felt he truly might die, that even the celestial Tao destiny couldn't shelter him. How could this be? The Heavenly Emperor was near collapse, wholly unable to comprehend. He was already the most powerful within the celestial Tao. Even his father feared and yielded to him, having held the celestial court's power for such a short time, yet encountering such failure, he couldn't accept this reality. Fear, shock, confusion, and anger intertwined within him, completely tearing apart his pride and dignity. Clap! A hand suddenly landed on his shoulder, causing his heart to skip a beat, and his pupils to constrict. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 882, Seeing the Heavenly Tao clearly. Heavenly Emperor's whole body stiffened, his peripheral vision catching sight of a pale hand on his shoulder, reminding him of Gu An's previous words. Even if you resurrect in the celestial court, I will not spare you. Gu An's words still echoed in his ears, sending a chill down the Heavenly Emperor's spine. He had never imagined Guan could come so quickly. He had just resurrected, and Guan had already broken into the celestial court, standing behind him, treating the celestial Tao destiny as nothing. Such an existence, he had never heard of before. The Heavenly Emperor turned his head with difficulty, and it was indeed Guan standing behind him. Guan pressed his right hand on his shoulder, looking down at him expressionlessly. This was the first time the Heavenly Emperor had seen Gu An's true appearance. Guan looked very young, but he did not relax, remaining tense in every nerve. He felt the threat of death. Heavenly Court immortals relied on celestial Tao destiny, immortal and indestructible, but if the other could extinguish the celestial Tao destiny in him, wouldn't he face the possibility of death? The more the Heavenly Emperor thought, the more frightened he became, even feeling an impulse to beg for mercy. Sir the Novel Fire, NE*T website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. He was the Heavenly Emperor, the one who wielded the highest power of the celestial court. He was to become the celestial emperor. How could he beg for mercy from a mortal spirit? Even if this mortal spirit was once the celestial Tao venerable. The Heavenly Emperor roared in his heart, but his lips moved uncontrollably, beginning to open. Guan quietly looked down at him, letting him endure the torment, but compared to the beings slaughtered by immortals, what did his torment count for? The Heavenly Emperor spat out a word, then his face changed slightly, hurriedly altering his words. Spare me, Guan asked, and can you spare the 3,000 great worlds? The Heavenly Emperor nodded hastily, responding, I can. I can. Gu An's right hand gently squeezed, and the Heavenly Emperor showed a look of despair, feeling his mana dissipating. Give me a chance. I truly realize my mistake. If you destroy me, another heavenly emperor will rise, the battle for power will not end, and the 3,000 great worlds will still face annihilation. The heavenly emperor pleaded desperately, unable to stand, unable to escape Guan's grasp, only able to feel his mana draining away, pushing him to the abyss of despair. Guan remained expressionless, plunging the heavenly emperor into utter despair. His body weakened more and more, almost collapsing on the ground. In his mind flashed many images, the long journey of his life. He was born in a great thousand world. When his mother gave birth to him, she was unmarried, causing him to be ostracized within the family, even leading to his mother's death being forced. At her death, he awakened the power of the celestial emperor bloodline. He transformed into an innate immortal god overnight, becoming the strongest of his time, slaughtering his whole family with his immense power, even alarming the sect behind the family. After exterminating the family, he provoked the sect to hunt him down, annihilate that sect, and stronger sects came to kill him, calling him a calamity. He fought incessantly, venting his anger and hatred, eventually becoming an enemy of the world, at just 17, becoming the demon of his time. But he was too young and finally encountered an unbeatable foe. When all hope seemed lost, his father, the celestial emperor, descended. His life took a turn, embracing light. The celestial emperor saved him and brought him back to the celestial court, bestowing upon him the title of heavenly emperor. Since then, he became the heavenly emperor above all beings, an existence envied by immortals, and regarded his father, the celestial emperor, as his most admired supreme being. Initially, the celestial emperor was very close to him, fulfilling all his needs. Those were his happiest days. Until one day, he went to the palace of the pole star to find his father, but was stopped by the heavenly servant. Later, no matter what reason he used to see his father, he was always blocked. Gradually, he realized he had fallen out of favor, and later heard of a new heavenly emperor appearing, just like he was once kept by his father's side. Through endless years, his heart grew cold, watching one heavenly emperor after another favored, and witnessing others, like him, being coldly treated. He even experienced the terrifying disaster of a heavenly emperor challenging his father, a battle that alarmed the entire celestial court, with that heavenly emperor cast into the 9 nether purgatory, never to reincarnate, his father forbidding the birth of the immortal emperor's eye. Patience and strengthening, these became the main themes of the heavenly emperor's life. He became the unnoticed heavenly emperor, feeling his talent surpassed others, yet never showing it. At some point, he started to resent his father, whose whims deeply hurt him. But when he forced his father to give way, he became like his father. Under Guan's hand, the heavenly emperor suddenly realized he had become the person he despised the most. He couldn't discern whether his cleansing of the 3,000 great worlds was against genuine human venerable, or aimed at long-buried hatred in his heart. All of his past made his fear begin to recede. Even if he begged for mercy, Guan had no intention to spare him, so why die so disgracefully? The heavenly emperor lowered his head, his other hand unable to support his knee. As his mana dissipated, he slumped to the ground with a thud. He closed his eyes, ready to embrace death. However, after a few breaths, the anticipated pain did not occur. He opened his eyes to see Guan standing beside him, turning his head to find Guan's features becoming blurred. Without mana, perhaps you can see what the heavenly Tao truly is. Guan's voice reached the heavenly emperor's ears, and then his figure vanished into thin air. Hearing these words, the heavenly emperor's gaze darkened. He flipped over, lying supine on the hall floor. This palace was gifted to him by his father. Recently, it became the highest symbol of power in the celestial court, visited daily by immortals, but now, looking at the vast star sea above the palace, he found it tasteless. He realized his previous strength was merely wishful thinking. In the face of a true strong one, he was utterly defeated. He closed his eyes with a bitter smile. Ancestor Master Wuxia dissipated his cultivation, and just by this method, he could be sure Ancestor Master Wuxia possessed the ability to destroy him. He didn't understand why Ancestor Master Wuxia didn't kill him, whether it was to torment him or let him go, but he knew he would next face the whole celestial court's doubt. Without cultivation, how was he to wield power? After a long while, a voice came from outside the hall. "Your Highness, are you there?" The Heavenly Emperor opened his eyes, his gaze gradually sharpening. "This guy again." He came so quickly, obviously wanting to confirm if I had fallen. The Heavenly Emperor stood up, looking at the palace doors, knowing that once those doors opened, his coming days would change from dominating the celestial court to struggling to survive. "In the Heavenly Emperor, bestowed power by my father, I might not be able to defeat Ancestor Master Wusher, but can't I suppress you rabble?" The Heavenly Emperor thought to himself, suddenly exuding an aura of supreme dominance, returning to his former state, overlooking all living beings. Elsewhere. In the Taoist field of the beginningless. Guan walked out of the woods, heading towards Suhan. Suhan was still practicing his sword, and when Guan approached, he asked, "Ancestor, there was another celestial phenomenon earlier, but it came quickly and disappeared just as fast. Did someone fail the crossing of tribulation?" Guan took a book from his bosom, walking to a large tree, sitting down and casually replying, "Perhaps." Seeing his lack of interest, Suhan shifted topics, musing, "Recently, phenomena have been frequent. Maybe the pressure from the immortal gods on cultivators is too much. I wonder if the immortal gods will return. When will peace come to the 3,000 great worlds?" Guan turned pages, responding, "The immortal gods will eventually leave. As for when peace will return, we can only know later." Swinging his sword, Suhan glanced at Guan. Watching his ancestor under the tree reading, accompanying his cultivation, he suddenly felt lucky. No matter what, he should cherish the life he has now. One day, he would become stronger than the immortal gods. He also wanted to protect his ancestor, protect Wusher, and even protect the celestial spirit great world. If possible, he wished to personally end this catastrophe befalling the 3,000 great worlds. His intuition told him this calamity would last a very long time. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 883, The Day of Breakthrough. Above the billowing thunderclouds, Marshal of Heaven stood proudly on the cloud's edge, his expression somber. The earlier mysterious battle had tugged at his thoughts, and he could confirm that the terrifying aura originated from the Heavenly Emperor. The strength of the Heavenly Emperor deeply shook him, and he finally understood why the Heavenly Emperor could wield such power. He had never felt such a powerful presence before. At the same time, his heart was filled with confusion over what kind of entity could force the Heavenly Emperor to personally intervene. Marshal of Heaven suddenly felt that a celestial decree would soon be issued. Over the years, as he led the celestial army in battle, he could sense that those worlds they had invaded were infiltrated by chaos evil demons. He initially wanted to turn back but was blocked by the celestial order. This made him suspect for a time that there might be a traitor from the chaos within the celestial court, but the celestial order is supreme, and he could only comply. Soon, an immortal monarch passed through the clouds, landing beside him, respectfully saluting and asking, "Marshal, where shall we proceed after the destruction of this realm?" The failure in the celestial spirit great world had made the army of immortal gods more cautious, and which great thousand world to proceed to became a concern of many immortal gods. Immortal gods are immortal, but this relies on the celestial Tao destiny, and each resurrection consumes their destiny or cultivation level. Dying once or twice is fine, but no immortal god wishes to die frequently. Marshal of Heaven was silent for a moment, then said, "Wait for my orders." The immortal monarch, hearing this, secretly sighed in relief, then saluted and withdrew. Marshal of Heaven continued to stand on the cloud's edge, waiting, closing his eyes, lost in thought. Several days later, he suddenly opened his eyes to see a beam of golden light crossing the cosmic plane and swiftly arriving before him. He raised his hand to catch it, and the golden light dispersed into stars, merging into his body. After receiving the information, a look of surprise emerged on his face. The celestial decree has changed. The battle between Guan and the Heavenly Emperor outside the 3,000 great worlds had caused a great stir, but within the 3,000 great worlds, there was little reaction. The worlds ravaged by the immortal gods continued to suffer the invasion of chaos evil demons, while those yet untouched anxiously awaited the arrival of the immortal god army. Guan continued with his usual routine, picking ripe medicinal herbs and venturing to other great thousand worlds to harvest lifespans. When he saw the immortal god army turning back to hunt the chaos evil demons, he was quietly pleased. The heavenly emperor still had some sense. The reason Guan didn't kill him was partly due to Taihao's face, and partly because the celestial court should not be without a leader. Chaos is the most terrifying. Guan had no patience to create the peaceful world that all beings desired, but he could make those in power change their attitudes. After the heavenly emperor changed the celestial decree, he again busied himself dealing with the immortal gods. Although he lost his cultivation level, he rarely revealed his aura in daily life, and he could still harness the celestial Tao destiny, so he pretended his cultivation level remained, stabilizing the situation in the celestial court. However, Guan could see that some immortal gods were doubtful, hinting that the heavenly emperor would face even more troubles. At the same time, Guan also saw some immortal gods meeting alone with the entities of the Dark Heavenly Court, indicating that the Dark Heavenly Court chose this time to invade the 3,000 great worlds not merely due to a power vacuum but with a hidden scheme. These matters were of no concern to Guan. He had no interest in helping the Celestial Court. Taking advantage of the chaotic situation to harvest lifespans was key. In his mind, he had only the responsibility to protect the celestial spirit great world, and as for other worlds, he could show mercy but would not impose responsibility upon himself. Time continued to pass. The war of the immortal gods became increasingly distant for the all beings of the celestial spirit great world. Their focus shifted from the immortal gods to the affairs of all under heaven. It is worth mentioning that in the years following, there were occasional divine senses from Xian Qi primordial immortals and mixed element profound venerable immortals sweeping across the 3,000 great worlds. Fortunately, these powerful beings did not set foot in the 3,000 great worlds. The celestial army led by Marshal of Heaven repeatedly clashed with the evil demons of the Dark Heavenly Court, sparking sensational battles. News of these spread throughout the 3,000 great worlds, causing much speculation among the all heavens and myriad realms, although no world dared to let down its guard due to them. In the blink of an eye, 2,000 years passed. 2,000 years later, the celestial spirit great world was still peaceful, without a major calamity descending. One evening, Guan flashed to the ridge inside the Taoist field of the beginningless, strolling along while checking his attribute panel. He now possessed a lifespan of 3 trillion years. With more and more world powers following the return of the immortal god army hunting the evil demons, Guan became even more cautious in his lifespan harvesting. Even though he was as strong as the celestial emperor, he did not want to expose his ability to harvest lifespans, which was fundamental to his standing. He did not wish to reveal it at any time. Guan contemplated when to break through. Compared to the lifespan consumed during the last breakthrough, his lifespan now had multiplied by 1,000 times. Even though the gap between the Supreme Emperor of Ultimate Merging Tao and Saint was vast, it should not exceed 1,000-fold difference, right? Guan decided that when he reached a lifespan of 10 trillion years, he would break through, and he planned to accelerate his lifespan harvesting pace. The reason for this was that he had foreseen more changes in the future for the 3,000 great worlds, with some variables even he could not discern clearly. Sar the Novel Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The only current possibility for these indiscernible variables was because of that being Lord of the Celestial Court, Celestial Emperor. Once the Celestial Emperor was born, he might come looking for Guan, which was why Guan hoped to break through before then. Tomorrow, I should go and kill a few Tao Extreme Daluo immortals. An Xian thought to himself, his mood becoming delightful. A certain great thousand world was occupied by several Tao Extreme Daluo immortals. These Tao Extreme Daluo immortals were from the demon race of the Dark Heavenly Court, commanding innumerable demon soldiers and demon generals, making it difficult even for the immortal god army to breach. The reason Celestial Court hadn't sent stronger reinforcements was that battles surpassing Tao Extreme Daluo immortals were taking place on the edge of the Heavenly Tao. Unlike the last major war, where the Dark Heavenly Court only sent Emperor Bone Profound Venerable, this time, the Dark Heavenly Court's onslaught was unending, which might also explain the Celestial Emperor's imminent return. Guan walked past the mountain ridge, descending the path alongside fields of medicinal herbs, seeing disciples at work. The Ghost Mother of Ephemera was also there, guiding these disciples in cultivating high-tier cultivation herbs. Upon seeing Guan, she immediately stepped forward to greet him with a bow. Finally, you have some disciples to keep you company. It will be less burdensome for you in the future. Guan said with a smile, his tone full of praise. The ghost mother of Ephemera struggled to contain her excitement, saying, if it weren't for your assistance achieving the status of heaven-encompassing free immortal, how would those disciples come to pay homage to me? It's all thanks to your grace. These were her heartfelt words. Having killed Gu An's disciple, she had been a prisoner when taken into Wushi's fold, but now she was a Wushiji disciple, occasionally able to venture out. Her current cultivation level placed her as a formidable great power in the outside world. She always felt grateful to Guan, cherishing her current life. Guan encouraged, I see all that you do, as long as you are willing, I will take you with me wherever I go in the future. With the ghost mother of Ephemera by his side, he could peacefully enjoy a leisurely life. He truly planned to keep her with him in the future. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 884, 10 trillion years lifespan. Upon hearing Gu An's words, the ghost mother of Ephemera became even more excited and hurriedly thanked him. At the same time, she was startled in her heart. The master wants to leave the celestial spirit great world? It makes sense. After sheltering the celestial spirit great world so many times, she too would feel tired. Perhaps without such a powerful Taoist lineage like Wusher, the celestial spirit great world could have fewer major troubles. This was what the ghost mother of Ephemera thought, and after a few simple words with Guan, he left, while she watched his departing figure and stood thinking for a long time. After contemplating for a long time, the ghost mother of Ephemera decided not to think about it. After all, it's fine as long as she follows the master. She had been with Wusher for over 1 billion years and never felt bored, because here, she could constantly pursue the great Tao and never tire. The process of enlightenment was more satisfying to her than any pleasure in the world. In the underworld, the world was dim, shrouded in thick fog. C.Th. Nelfer. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Zhang Buku and Suyu followed Emperor Bone Profound Venerable. Ahead loomed a tremendously majestic mountain, with a bottomless gorge in the middle, towards which they were heading. As they walked, Zhang Buku turned to look at a pile of white bones by the roadside, where 2 ghost souls seemed to be only 2 or 3 years old, timidly looking at Zhang Buku. Don't look at them, despite their harmless appearance, they are the most terrifying cause and effect deep in the 9 netherworlds. The voice of Emperor Bone Profound Venerable came from ahead, prompting Zhang Buku to withdraw his gaze. Suyu, looking at the back of Emperor Bone Profound Venerable, frowned and asked, we are already deep within the underworld. Though I've never been here, this place is called the Immortal God Forbidden Area. Who exactly are you looking for? He had already integrated into the destiny of the Dark Heavenly Court, but he could no longer see through what the Dark Heavenly Court intended to do. Revenge against the Celestial Court? Replace the Celestial Court? Suyu always felt the Dark Heavenly Court was harboring an even greater plot, as if they were searching for something. This is indeed the Immortal God Forbidden Area because it was born before the Heavenly Tao. It is the source of reincarnation. This place has no hour, no cause and effect, and in the past, it was nothing. But since the creation of the Heavenly Tao, more and more souls have fled here wanting to escape reincarnation, gradually leading to changes in this place. Emperor Bone Profound Venerable walked ahead, saying softly. This place is called the 9 Netherworld Death Realm, an area where the Great Tao cannot intervene. There's a Supreme Being here. I represent the Dark Heavenly Court in inviting him to step into the world, and also to seek opportunities for you too. Emperor Bone Profound Venerable's words made Zhang Buku and Suyu even more curious. Zhang Buku couldn't help asking, a Supreme Being? Someone comparable to the Heavenly Emperor Tai Shang and Ancestor Master Wusher? Thousands of years ago, the battle between Heavenly Emperor Tai Shang and Ancestor Master Wusher could be felt even by those like them, deeply engaged in the great Taoist dimensions. That overwhelming aura made them feel dwarfed in comparison. Far surpassing them, only that celestial emperor can compare. Emperor Bone Profound Venerable answered thus, pausing for a moment before continuing, Heavenly Emperor Tai Shang is indeed powerful, considered the most outstanding son of heaven. But compared to the Celestial Emperor, he's still far behind, whereas the being deep in the 9 netherworld death realm is so powerful that even the Celestial Emperor couldn't do anything to him. He is called the 9 Nether Emperor, and supposedly, his will was born at the beginning of chaos, later reshaping his body with the resentment chi of the 9 netherworld death realm, with unfathomable Tao practice. The 9 Nether Emperor. Siyu was hearing this name for the first time, and just the fact that he was born at the beginning of chaos made him feel immense pressure. Once a son of heaven, Siyu had a deep understanding of the great Tao, aware that many powerful beings and even Taoist lineages existed before the birth of the heavenly Tao. That vast chaos had witnessed countless golden ages, but for reasons unknown, chaos had become desolate, as if only the heavenly Tao had sentient beings, while within chaos were beings exiled by the heavenly Tao. Zhang Buku frowned and asked, if he's truly that powerful, why would he remain here? Emperor Bone Profound Venerable snorted without looking back. Do you think all powerful beings want to touch the heavenly Tao? You better abandon that thought in the future. The dark heavenly court is here for revenge, but for those like the 9 Nether Emperor, the affairs of the heavenly Tao hold no allure. He could even create a similar destiny order to the heavenly Tao, but he sees no need in doing so. Zhang Buku wanted to ask, if that's the case, how can you persuade the 9 Nether Emperor? But as the words lingered on his lips, he felt that asking was meaningless. This matter was beyond his ability to influence. Instead of questioning this, he should think about how to survive the next calamity. The more Emperor Bone Profound Venerable nurtured him, the more it felt like a scheme. There's no unsolicited goodwill in the world, especially since Emperor Bone Profound Venerable was entirely skeletal, making Zhang Buku suspect that the other party wanted to possess him. Strengthening his body as much as possible, then taking possession of it. Zhang Buku had heard and seen many such stories, so he never let down his guard. The three of them fell into silence, drawing nearer to the gorge ahead. Zhang Buku looked up but couldn't see the summit. It felt as if they were walking toward the edge of the world. The news that the immortal gods were no longer slaughtering mortal spirits and had truly begun to clear out evil demons reached the celestial spirit great world, allowing the major sects and imperial dynasties to finally breathe a sigh of relief. They shifted their attention from external matters to internal development. In times of peace, time always flies by quickly. 10,000 years passed in a flash. On this afternoon, in Gu An's courtyard, second-generation disciples gathered, setting up wine tables. They were very happy because such days were rare, and they awaited Gu An's return. While waiting, they talked about worldly affairs, including the immortal demon war in the 3,000 great worlds. Nowadays, there was interaction between the 3,000 great worlds, so news about them also spread here. The term Dark Heavenly Court had entered the sight of all beings. They were curious about the origins of the Dark Heavenly Court and its relationship with the Celestial Court. Until Guan walked into the courtyard, all the disciples rose. Master, where did you go playing again? The celestial demon child laughingly asked. She recently broke through to innate golden immortal and often wore a smile. Guan carried 2 jars of reincarnation wine, smiling. I took a stroll around the Tai Tsang dynasty. The ghost mother of ephemera and Nzazai immediately approached to take the wine from his hands. Blood Prison Great Saint shouted from the side, saying how 2 jars weren't enough to drink, to which Guan responded that less is for better savoring. Guan sat at the main table, and Nzazai immediately led others to serve the already prepared fine wines and delicacies. The celestial Cyan sat beside Guan, deliberately leaning closer, curiously asking, Master, what day is it today? Why gather us here? Guan opened the attribute panel while smilingly replying, since leaving the Supreme Sect, we haven't had many spring festivals, and recently everyone has made progress in cultivation, so I thought of gathering everyone together. Name, Guan, lifespan, 160-706-032/1-000-000-000-051, 336, 914, 607, physique, creation essence body, cultivation level, ultimate merging Tao Venerable Emperor realm perfection, 10 trillion years of life. Guan was in high spirits today as he had gathered so many years of life in under 10,000 years, although he regretted not triggering the hint to upgrade the lifespan function. The reason he convened his disciples was to celebrate this achievement, as tomorrow he planned to make a breakthrough, hoping for a stroke of good luck. The legendary Saint realm was proving difficult for him to comprehend, so he decided to take a shortcut. In less than 10,000 years, he had collected such an amount of lifespan, which put him in a great mood, despite not triggering the lifespan function upgrade hint. He decided to gather all the disciples to discuss this before his departure, as he hoped to achieve success in the upcoming breakthrough. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 885, 9 Options, Indeed, we should gather. I can share my insights into the golden immortal Tao fruit with everyone. Blood Prison Great Saint stood by a nearby table, smiling smugly. Among the second-generation disciples, half had yet to achieve the innate golden immortal status, so many couldn't help but roll their eyes at his words. Guan smiled without replying, letting the disciples chat among themselves. Once the fine wine and delicacies were served, they began drinking together. It was a rare opportunity to enjoy such an atmosphere, and all the disciples put aside their cultivation troubles to relish the moment. An hour later, Guan looked around at all the disciples and said, "In a few years, I plan to leave the celestial spirit great world." As soon as he spoke, everyone quieted down and turned to look at him. Some showed surprise, while others looked as if they had known earlier. Jiang Shi curiously asked, "Where are you going?" He had already decided to follow Guan no matter what, so he had no hesitation. Back in the day, he went through great lengths to gain his master's approval. His current achievements hadn't disappointed him, and looking back felt like a dream. He wanted to go even further. Other disciples also looked at Guan. None of the second-generation disciples hesitated, all wanted to follow Guan. Guan laughed, "I haven't decided where yet, but you all don't have to follow me necessarily. If you encounter trouble in the celestial spirit great world, just think of me in your heart, and I will feel it. I simply wish to explore other realms." Celestial Demon Child immediately said, "Wherever you go, I'll go." Other disciples quickly expressed their stance. They didn't believe Guan was merely going for a stroll. If that were the case, there was no need to speak so seriously. Moreover, they remembered the Supreme Sect. After Guan left, Supreme Sect still existed, but in the eyes of outsiders, supporting Dao's Sword Venerable had severed ties with Supreme Sect. Supporting Dao's Sword Venerable was no longer present. Now, Ancestor Master Wuxia was renowned. Few linked Ancestor Master Wuxia with Supreme Sect, and even when Supreme Sect disciples mentioned those past events, they were often questioned. "No rush, you can think it over. I'll tell you again when I'm actually leaving," Guan remarked with a smile. He was pleased with the disciples' attitudes, but he hoped they would follow their hearts. He was truthful, even if he left the celestial spirit great world, he would still protect Wuxia. Then, Guan changed the subject to cultivation. He spoke of the creations of heaven balancing golden immortal, instantly piquing the curiosity of all the disciples. Some among them had already reached the innate golden immortal realm. Those who hadn't achieved it felt they eventually would, so the innate golden immortal wasn't mysterious to them. Naturally, they began to anticipate higher realms. Golden immortal Tao fruit is divided into 3 layers: innate golden immortal, heaven balancing golden immortal, Tai Ching golden immortal. Most immortal gods in the celestial court were merely at the heaven balancing golden immortal cultivation level. Reaching heaven balancing golden immortal is akin to matching the immortal gods in cultivation. This invigorated the disciples greatly. Immortal cultivation, after all, was about ascending to immortality. Though the immortals in the celestial court disappointed them, as long as their cultivation rose sufficiently, they could become the immortals they aspired to be. The gathering lasted until night, and after disbanding, the disciples left in 2s and 3s, leaving Guan and Shenzhen alone in the courtyard. After tidying up the courtyard, Shenzhen looked at Guan, who lay in the rocking chair stargazing, and asked, "Are you afraid you'll implicate the celestial spirit great world? Actually, you shouldn't bear so much burden." Without you, the celestial spirit great world would have disappeared long ago. You never owed anyone anything. Guan glanced at her and replied, of course not, I'm just weary after all these years. You always say one thing but mean another. Never mind, wherever you go, you have to take me with you. I'm dedicated to you for life. Shenzhen shook her head. I really need a maid, but you're not qualified. You're not serving me at all. How should I serve you, like Ah Xiang in Spring Willow Record, or like Yang Qinyang in Unclean Monk? Shenzhen provocatively looked at Guan and asked in a coquettish voice, moving toward him as she spoke. Guan responded with a snort, tonight the wind is calm, the moon is splendid, if you're willing, I won't refuse. He knew Shenzhen well, she wanted to embarrass him, so he wouldn't let her succeed. However, as Shenzhen got closer, Guan noticed her inner thoughts changing. Oh no. Sunlight broke the horizon and swept across the peaks within the Taoist field of the beginningless. Bang! The door opened, and Guan and Shenzhen walked out one after the other. He stretched lazily toward the sky, while Shenzhen sat by the artifact refining cauldron, as she always did. Last night, the two had a profound exchange regarding each other's works, which was very enjoyable. Guan directly activated the lifespan breakthrough. You have activated the lifespan breakthrough function. Based on your current realm, select a breakthrough location below. 1. Chaos Innate Tower. 2. Sunset Sea. 3. Formless Realm. 4. Tao Ancestor Star. 5. 3000 Boundary Bridges. 6. Origin Spacetime. 7. True Extreme Tao Universe. 8. Chaos Great Rift. 9. Immortal Spirit Infinite Mountain. Still 9 options. This means these places can potentially give rise to terrifying beings surpassing the Supreme Emperor of Ultimate Merging Tao. Of course, this is just potential. If such beings exist, these places wouldn't be absolutely safe for Guan. Guan didn't make a decision immediately. He walked toward the courtyard gate to ponder. The names of these places seemed extraordinary, worthy of serious consideration. As for his departure, Shenzhen didn't care, not even glancing at him. Walking down the mountain path, Guan focused on the suggestions before him. Chaos Innate Tower sounded like a magical treasure. Was it left by a supreme expert? Sunset Sea, Formless Realm revealed no clues. Tao Ancestor Star, could it be the first star since the dawn of the Great Tao? Guan thought of his past life, Earth. Within the heavenly Tao, there were mortal stars similar to Earth, but none like his recollection of Earth, which led him to further speculate about chaos. 3000 Boundary Bridges didn't attract him much, but Origin Spacetime fueled his imagination. True Extreme Tao Universe, Chaos Great Rift, Immortal Spirit Infinite Mountain sounded awe-inspiring. After weighing his options, Guan reached a conclusion. By the time he reached the mid-mountains, he quietly made his decision. Teleport to Immortal Spirit Infinite Mountain requires consuming 100 trillion years of lifespan. Continue? My goodness, 100 trillion years of lifespan. Many stars and worlds haven't even lived that long. Guan briefly marveled before choosing to proceed. Soon, the familiar dizziness struck, causing him to instinctively close his eyes, losing perception of his surroundings. After a while, Guan felt his feet touch the ground and slowly opened his eyes. A breeze swept toward him, fluttering his black hair and widening his pupils. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know it report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 886, 9 Tribulations of Chaos Becoming a Saint. What unfolded before Guan's vision was a silver-blue starry sky, adorned with countless stars, boundless and infinite. Such vastness was truly breathtaking, even for him, the Supreme Emperor of Ultimate Merging Tao. Whether observed with eyes or divine sense, there was no end in sight. Yet, if he calmed his heart, he could feel an invisible force enveloping this universe, and if he could break through this force, he could leap beyond. The spiritual energy here was different from the celestial Tao spiritual Qi and Tao spiritual Qi. It was a kind he had never experienced, complex, like a living entity, full of spirituality. Not only was the universe vast, but the mountain beneath his feet was also colossal. Looking down, the base of the mountain couldn't be seen. Even with divine sense, it was like the universe, with no end. Standing on the cliff halfway up the mountain, with a dense forest behind him, vibrant flowers and plants, looking upwards, the summit also seemed unattainable. Looking around, the immortal spirit infinite mountain was vast, with beautiful mountain forests, spiritual energy surging, and many semi-transparent lotus flowers of various colors floating about. Guan didn't immediately break through. He activated the lifespan barrier, then enveloped the immortal spirit infinite mountain with his divine sense to observe this realm. Although this place posed absolutely no threat to him, he didn't want to leave any trace of cause and effect, so he chose to continue using the lifespan barrier. He discovered the immortal spirit infinite mountain was filled with vast cause and effect. Every flower and plant represented realms of immortal cultivation, the large trees symbolizing Taoist lineages. From the mountain's vegetation, one could glimpse all the immortal Tao. He even saw the cultivation Tao lineages within the heavenly Tao, but he could only observe and couldn't do anything with the flowers, plants, and trees. What he saw and heard gave Guan a deeper understanding of the immortal spirit infinite mountain, yet many confusions remained within him. How was this mountain born? Why did it come into existence? Has it ever nurtured life? After watching for a while, Guan sat down cross-legged, preparing to break through. Throughout the years, he had thought about this many times and decided this time to enhance only his physique, not an all-round improvement. His cultivation technique hadn't presented a bottleneck yet. Each time he cultivated energy, he gained new insights, indicating that the limit of the infinite supreme merging Tao skill surpassed the supreme emperor of ultimate merging Tao realm. As for other Taoist techniques, Guan found them hard to measure in strength or weakness, as he could eliminate any opponent he had encountered with any single divine skill. Guan began to invest lifespan to enhance his physique, pouring in 1 trillion years of lifespan in one breath, since the last time he upgrading the great Tao formless body to the infinite eternal Tao body had consumed nearly 2 trillion years of lifespan. Messages popped up before Guan's eyes. This time's enhancement, as he anticipated, consumed far more than his last, but he didn't mind. His lifespan units were already in quintillions. 1 trillion years to him was negligible. In the end, he used 600 trillion years of lifespan to elevate his physique to the creation eternal life. Vast and boundless memories exploded in his mind, and he watched the numbers displayed by the lifespan barrier jump rapidly, hesitating for a moment, but ultimately chose not to deactivate the lifespan barrier. Play it safe. One should not be careless because there is no threat in this realm. The absence of a current threat does not mean there won't be hidden dangers later. Guan closed his eyes, beginning to enjoy the transformation of his physique. The spiritual energy of the immortal spirit infinite mountain surged wildly, enveloping his entire being, reconstructing his body from the outside to the inside. He quickly entered a state similar to sudden enlightenment, full of profound mystery. Gradually, trails of spiritual energy appeared ascending from the bottom of the immortal spirit infinite mountain, resembling dragons, sweeping upwards toward the mountain peak. An hour later, Guan opened his eyes. He had completely transformed into the creation eternal life. In the creation eternal life, everything within oneself was creation. Hair could transform into living creatures, and blood could condense within heaven and earth, while the physical body could recover indefinitely, making it a body that was truly immortal. At the same time, this body contained immense chi power, able to stir the 3,000 great Tao with a single movement. It was a body that transcended the great Tao, immune to any harm unless it was from the source power of the great Tao. Guan reveled in the sense of creation within himself, feeling utterly splendid. He noticed no changes in the immortal spirit infinite mountain. The flowing spiritual energy was not fierce, and the entire mountain remained tranquil. The foundation of this mountain was truly profound. During his past breakthroughs, immense disturbances were always stirred, but here, there was such a rare, quiet, and harmonious environment. In such an environment, he gained greater confidence in the breakthroughs to come. For absolute certainty, I've saved up tens of thousands of times in lifespan. Surely this can't end in failure? Guan thought to himself. His last breakthrough in a great realm had cost him 220 quintillion years of lifespan. Now, he possessed 100 million quintillion years of lifespan. Even if the saint realm remained elusive, he believed in proving his Tao with power. He calmed his mind, rested for a few breaths, and then invested 10 quintillion years of lifespan into his cultivation level. Unprecedented courage. Lifespan notifications appeared before him. You've undergone sudden enlightenment cultivation for 1 quintillion years, utilizing the infinite supreme merging Tao skill with great achievement to forcefully push into the primordial Tai true saint realm, beginning to cross the tribulation. You failed to endure the 9 tribulations of chaos becoming a saint, tribulation crossing failed. You've undergone sudden enlightenment cultivation for 2 quintillion years, utilizing the infinite supreme merging Tao skill with great achievement to forcefully push into the primordial Tai true saint realm, beginning to cross the tribulation. You failed to endure the 9 tribulations of chaos becoming a saint, tribulation crossing failed, no longer chi absorption cultivation, but sudden enlightenment cultivation. Primordial Tai true saint. True saint, it seems that above the supreme emperor of ultimate merging Tao lies the saint he comprehended in the profound abyss divine pool. This was a realm even the ancient heavenly court's great powers couldn't achieve till death. 9 tribulations of chaos becoming a saint? What is that? Is it really 9 types of tribulations? Guan pondered, seeing 10 quintillion years of lifespan all fail to break through. He did not care too much and continued to invest 10 quintillion years of lifespan. From the perspective of the starry sky, the immortal spirit infinite mountain seemed like a cosmic pillar, reaching beyond sight, enormous in size, yet this immense mountain remained unmoving, with no phenomena occurring. Everything seemed so quiet, yet this silence did not feel eerie. Instead, it was quite beautiful, calming the mind and lifting the spirit. Under the dim celestial vault, mountains stretched continuously. At the edge of a large lake among the mountains, 1 million people gathered here, among them Leah, who was meditating by the lakeside, contemplating the lake's surface. A disciple flew over from afar, landing beside him, and asked nervously, "Master, the immortal gods can't take down that demon sect for a long time, and even show signs of defeat. Should we retreat?" Leah came back to his senses, glanced at him, and asked in return, "Why should we retreat? Have you forgotten our original intention? But with our strength, we can't intervene in this great war, and the immortal gods treated all living beings so poorly in the past. Why should we help them? If they really are defeated, if they die, they can revive, but if we die, we truly die." The more the disciple spoke, the more agitated he became, and hearing his words, the nearby disciples echoed, becoming agitated. Their miserable lives were all thanks to the immortal gods. They hated the immortal gods and hated the celestial court. Leah turned his head to look, wanting to persuade them, but seeing their eyes, he felt powerless inside. What right did he have to ask others to let go of their hatred? Leah suddenly felt that even if the immortal gods expelled the chaos evil demon and the human world returned to peace, hatred would still remain, and sooner or later, all living beings would seek revenge against the celestial court. But how formidable the celestial court is indeed, and he couldn't help but feel powerless thinking of their gazes. After the disciples vented for a while and all fell silent, Leah stood up, scanning all of them, and said, "For the sake of absolute security, I've saved tens of thousands of times of lifespan. We can't fail at this now, can we? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 887, Breakthrough to the Primordial Tai True Saint Realm. Leah's voice echoed among the mountains, clearly heard by the 1,000,000 disciples. They were all people who had survived death. Without Leah, they would have long been dead. Now hearing Leah's words, though they still felt anger in their hearts, they felt ashamed when they thought of many people waiting for rescue like they once did. Leah looked at all the disciples and felt a bit ashamed too. It was all because of his insufficient ability. If he were powerful enough, he could single-handedly eradicate all the evil demons in the world and help the disciples take revenge. Just then, a strong wind roared through, and Leah instinctively looked up. The sea of clouds in the sky was overturned, and a dazzling golden light shone down. More and more disciples looked up, all awestruck by the spectacle in the sky. In the starry night sky appeared a colossal golden immortal silhouette. It looked like an armored celestial god, holding a bright sun in his right hand, walking forward. The night sky could only reveal his upper body, his lower body obscured by mountains at the end of the world. In the presence of such an immortal figure, everyone was awestruck. They had seen numerous immortal gods but had never seen one with such aura. Not even Leah, who had the highest cultivation level, could discern the cultivation level of this immortal. A sound resembling a dragon's roar came, causing everyone to turn their heads. Behind the golden immortal silhouette appeared an even larger white horse. That horse's hooves were stepping on flames, its head bore 2 dragon horns, its hair white as a snow-capped mountain, its back resembling a dragon's back. What a majestic horse! This horse's shoulder height surpassed any mountain they had ever seen, making them feel not an ounce of disrespect. Leah was also amazed in his heart. What a divine horse this is. Although he disliked the actions of the celestial court, he had to admit that deep inside, he had always yearned for the celestial court. This was also the thought of most cultivators. To become an immortal is just to ascend to the immortal class, isn't it? Under the gaze of Leah and the million disciples, the golden immortal silhouette and the white horse vanished at the edge of the universe, leaving them with infinite imagination. Leah turned back, once again meditating by the lake, continuing to comprehend his own Tao. Now, he was not comprehending the sword Tao, but the Tao of worldly acts and ideals. He wondered if it was his illusion, but after witnessing the immortal trace, he gained numerous insights, and the speed at which insights emerged was increasingly fast. He hadn't noticed that other disciples who were meditating and practicing also entered an enlightenment state. In the dim palace, Ji Xiaoyu opened her eyes, mana dispersed from her body, quickly spreading, forming a gray mist above the hall. Subsequently, steels rose from the mist, engraved with different Tao patterns and words, obscure and hard to comprehend. Seeing this scene, Ji Xiaoyu's face showed joy, then she frowned. It's finally accomplished. Why is today's cultivation so easy? Places that were hard to understand in the past now seem effortlessly solved. Ji Xiaoyu had cultivated for countless years, never feeling this strange sensation before. She hadn't obtained any new opportunity, nor were there any omens recently, but today she suddenly perfected the divine skill she wanted to create. Her first thought was of Guan. Could it be that guy secretly helped her again? Indeed, it could only be him. Moreover, here in the celestial spirit great world, if there were any unknown forces plotting against her, he would take action. Ji Xiaoyu couldn't help but smile, sighing, how did you start relying on him too? Although she found it unsatisfactory, since it was accomplished, she didn't resist, planning to go further with Gu An's help and repay him later. She closed her eyes again, carefully sensing the divine skill she created. Meanwhile, within the scope of the heavenly Tao, all beings in cultivation received varying degrees of insight. Not only the heavenly Tao, but even in chaos and the underworld, it was the same. In the underworld, 9 netherworld death realm. Zhang Buku meditated beneath an ancient tree, surrounded by 9 nether chi, like black flames winding around. Suyu stood watching from a short distance, with a shocked expression. How is it possible? He mastered it so fast. Suyu had been with Zhang Buku for over hundreds of millions of years, and he already knew Zhang Buku's talent. When Emperor Bone Profound Venerable said Zhang Buku's comprehension was stronger than his, he didn't refute, but felt unconvinced in his heart. But today, Zhang Buku shocked him. The inheritance given by the 9 Nether Emperor, they were cultivating together, yet he hadn't even grasped the basics, while Zhang Buku unexpectedly mastered it today? Suyu felt an unprecedented sense of frustration. No wonder the Emperor looked down on him. This is an immortal Tao gift. If you cultivate now, even if not as well as him, the gap won't be too big. A voice came from beside him, causing Suyu to turn his head. He saw Emperor Bone Profound Venerable standing in the distance, quietly looking at them. Suyu furrowed his brow and asked, Immortal Tao gift? What is that? Emperor Bone Profound Venerable replied quietly, everything has destiny, and the cultivation path has existed for so long, naturally forming some kind of destiny, only we cannot perceive it. It's said that before the heavenly Tao's establishment, the immortal Tao already existed, thriving at that time. The destiny of the immortal Tao gifted all cultivators, causing their insights to erupt in a short time. It said that the founder of the heavenly Tao was inspired during that immortal Tao gift. After hearing this, Siyu was astonished, not expecting the immortal Tao to have such opportunities. This is a once-in-lifetime opportunity, even for me. I've only encountered it once in this lifetime, make sure to grasp it well. Emperor Bone Profound Venerable left those words and vanished from the spot. Siyu turned to look at Zhang Buku, then sat down to meditate, starting to comprehend the inheritance of the 9 Nether Emperor. Regardless, he didn't want to lose to Zhang Buku, even though they were brothers. In the immortal spirit infinite mountain, within the lifespan barrier, Guan was in the midst of a sea of silver blue light, surrounded by light stars like celestial bodies, his skin flowing with a holy luster, hair fluttering, his appearance unchanged, yet overall more handsome. No, it should be described as perfect. He seemed like the most perfect being created by the great Tao, his aura calm, yet unshakably majestic. He slowly opened his eyes, revealing the extreme demon and immortal pupil, left pupil deep red, right pupil silver blue, both pupils lotus-shaped. He had successfully broken through, becoming a true primordial Tai true saint. Even though it was just the early stage, he had already become a saint. What is a saint? A saint is the master of the great Tao. Previously, he was a seeker and follower of the great Tao. Now he can subdue the great Tao, making the source of the great Tao his own. His flesh, soul, and mana had all transformed, vastly different from the past, like heaven and earth apart. From the ultimate merging Tao Venerable Emperor realm perfection to the primordial Tai true saint realm early stage, he had consumed nearly 50 quadrillion years of lifespan. And the lifespan barrier had also consumed 1 trillion years of lifespan, showing how vast this realm was. After becoming a saint, the immortal spirit infinite mountain no longer seemed so mysterious in Gu An's eyes. This mountain was actually a convergence of high-order destiny, a place that can reflect all immortal Taoists in the immortal Tao. The plane where this mountain resides isn't within the heavenly Tao or chaos, but a unique, ethereal existence reached only through communication with the immortal Tao by will. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 888, Immortals are not my equal. Guan sat in meditation on the spot, feeling the new realm. With just a thought, he could leap out of the immortal spirit infinite mountain, and he could even see the chaos and the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao was vast, but from his perspective within it, the heavenly Tao was just a drop in the vast sea of chaos. Guan discovered that the Supreme Emperor of Ultimate Merging Tao was indeed not alone in reaching the Celestial Emperor level. There were several Supreme Emperors of Ultimate Merging Tao within the chaos as well, though not as strong as the Celestial Emperor. More and more places appeared before his eyes, and he saw countless creations. Within the chaos, there were also heavens and earths, and there were cultivators who wanted to establish Taoist lineages with destiny like the Celestial Court, but compared to the foundation of the Celestial Court, they were far off. Having watched for a while, Guan withdrew his gaze. He decided to continue breaking through. He had 40 trillion years of lifespan remaining, and breaking through to the perfection realm was almost impossible, but reaching the middle stage was good enough. The gap between the early stage and the middle stage of the primordial Tai true saint was undoubtedly vast and hard to surpass. After a dozen or so breaths, he closed his eyes and continued to break through. An hour passed in the blink of an eye. Upon opening his eyes again, he had already reached the mid-stage of the primordial Tai true saint realm, with over 1 trillion billion years of lifespan left. He stood up and stretched his body, feeling light all over. Everything around seemed fragile and vulnerable to him. He did not immediately teleport back but chose to observe for a while at the immortal spirit infinite mountain. Opening the lifespan barrier was to avoid leaving any cause and effect from the breakthrough. After succeeding in breaking through, he could use his own ability to hide the cause and effect. The legend of becoming a saint existed, indicating that saints had been born before. However, as Guan swept through the chaos, he did not find a second primordial Tai true saint. Perhaps they went further away. Now, Guan could already capture the silhouette of the Celestial Emperor, whose true form was integrated into the heavenly Tao, with its will slumbering. Looking at the celestial emperor, Guan probed its past. From its birth until now, all causes and effects fell into Guan's eyes. It turned out that from ancient times until now, there was only one celestial emperor. The celestial emperor was born during the age of chaos, having received a gift from the immortal Tao, sparking the idea of creating the heavenly Tao. Before creating the heavenly Tao, he was unparalleled and undefeated in chaos. After creating the heavenly Tao, he became the celestial emperor, founded the ancient heavenly court, and established an immortal god's base. Alas, after these beings ascended to immortality, they grew complacent. To inspire the celestial Tao immortal gods to cultivate harder, he orchestrated chaos, sending an avatar to challenge himself, then feigned death. From then on, the position of celestial emperor could be shaken, becoming a seed in the hearts of the immortal gods. The legend of becoming a saint was also something he deliberately left behind, an ancient tale he found amidst the chaos. Upon examining the complete past of the celestial emperor, Guan was further convinced that he was an extremely cold and detached existence. Whether it was immortal gods or the Son of Heaven, they were creations of his with little difference in his mind. He merely maintained internal strife within the celestial court on purpose, hence creating the Son of Heaven. After reaching the primordial Tai true saint, Guan's fighting spirit towards the celestial emperor had considerably diminished. Because it would not be an exciting battle. More than the celestial court, Guan was now more curious about the immortal spirit infinite mountain beneath his feet. Though the immortal spirit infinite mountain was formed by the destiny of the immortal Tao, the flowers and grass here truly existed, all with spirituality. To glimpse them was to glimpse different phenomena of the immortal Tao, and they were like ordinary flowers and grass, but stronger. Guan found that the spiritual objects on the mountain had a chance to develop spiritual intelligence, and that the immortal spirit infinite mountain could sustain his breakthrough surely implied it could also nurture a primordial Tai true saint. Just right, undergoing holy tribulation here might be better, Guan thought silently, not in a hurry to leave, wanting to experience the unique holy tribulation of the primordial Tai true saint. The so-called holy tribulation wasn't his tribulation but the tribulation of the place he went to. The primordial Tai true saint was so powerful, its every move could change the world. Wherever it went, it might bring about catastrophic disaster. One could even say a primordial Tai true saint was a tribulation of the great Tao, as he could master the great Tao. The so-called holy tribulation meant Guan could reincarnate as any being in day and night, without any signs of cause and effect, while retaining his cultivation level. He could travel to the past, the future, become anyone, make any world vanish, or turn any illusory world into reality. Even those destroyed, he could make them exist again. Standing in place, Guan set his eyes on a blade of grass within the barrier. He intended to enter the immortal Tao era that this blade of grass represented. A primordial Tai true saint experiencing holy tribulation wasn't about reincarnation to enhance insight, but allowing the saint's heart to feel everything around in the process, naturally wielding the destiny and rules of a realm. He wanted to see if he could do it and how far he could go. Perhaps, he could gain control over the heavenly Tao without anyone knowing. He showed no interest in seizing the heavenly Tao, but if he could become its master, he could benefit those he cared about. For others, this might seem unfair, but isn't immortal cultivation about doing as one pleases? When a person attains the Tao, even birds and animals rise to heaven, and this truth exists even in the mortal world. Of course, doing so could also make him safer, for within the region he controlled, it was impossible for other primordial Tai true saints to infiltrate quietly. Guan closed his eyes and moved his mind. In the next moment, he opened his eyes. What unfolded before him was a vast blue celestial vault. He was standing on a sprawling square, with a long flight of stairs ahead, atop which stood a grand statue on a high platform. This statue, towering 100 zhang high, appeared extraordinarily majestic, depicting a man in a Taoist robe, with a robust physique, holding a drawn sword pointed toward the celestial vault, exuding unrivaled momentum. That is the supreme true monarch, our sect's only existence to ascend to immortality from ancient times to present. Even when demons rampaged, and the human world was in distress, the disciples still harbored hope, all because of his existence. We believed he would descend to save us. A female voice came from behind, and Guan saw a woman in white walk beside him. Only then did Guan look at himself, having transformed into a 12-year-old boy, with past memories filtering into his eyes. He was born in an era ravaged by demons, an orphan from birth. 6 months ago, the refugees who raised him sent him to the true martial Taoist sect before leaving, and he was about to start a new life. He wanted to cultivate and become immortal. The former Guan was an immortal seeker, but now he was a primordial Tai true saint far surpassing the immortal Tao. He neither possessed nor reincarnated. Instead, upon entering the Holy Tribulation, he had pre-created a life, awaiting his primordial will's descent. On the surface a youth, in truth indistinguishable from his true self. Guan looked at the grand statue, recognizing who it depicted. Precisely the head of the heavenly gods, Marshal of Heaven, of the celestial court. He was in the past, and at this moment, Marshal of Heaven was overlooking the human world from the celestial court, intensely furious about the human world's plight, yet powerless. The celestial rules did not permit the Marshal of Heaven to descend to the mortal world, and to preserve his immortal position, Marshal of Heaven lacked the courage to descend. Come, I'll take you to the disciples' abode. Tomorrow, someone will take you to pay respects to your master, and after that, you can cultivate to become immortal. The woman in white looked at Guan with a soft voice, her exquisite face appearing aloof as if unsown by worldly concerns. Guan glanced at the statue of Marshal of Heaven and calmly replied, "Why cultivate immortality? Immortals are beneath me." Search the novel Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 889. The so-called invincibility. This morning, Lin Sai embarked on the task given by her master, heading to mortal city of the true martial Taoist sect to select disciples with spirit roots, and bring them into the sect. Although she won't personally mentor them, the disciples she chooses will join her sect to cultivate, thus becoming part of her own people. Therefore, she took the selection very seriously. She took a liking to a young man, though his clothes were tattered, his eyes showed a certain spark, making her feel that this young man might have an extraordinary future. Those who remain in the true martial Taoist sect, no matter how poor their aptitude might be, could not be too lacking, hence her selection of disciples was essentially about choosing fateful connections. So, she took the young man into the true martial Taoist sect. As per tradition, she first brought the new disciple to admire the divine statue of the supreme true monarch and introduced him to the legends of the true martial Taoist sect. Nowadays, demons run rampant in the human world, with lands of the human race constantly falling. Lin Sai felt such entry rituals were important, at least to instill hope in the disciples' hearts. Yet unexpectedly, when this disciple saw the supreme true monarch, he spoke arrogantly, "The immortal gods are not as good as me." Lin Sai was stunned, her expression peculiar as she looked at Guan, yet upon closer inspection, she didn't feel Guan was abnormal. Instead, she sensed an undefined charisma from him, inexplicably inducing a feeling of reverence within her. Unable to resist, she asked, "Kid, do you know what you're saying?" Guan looked at the giant statue of the Marshal of Heaven, but his gaze was upon the human world. Standing here, he began merging into the destiny of this realm. He didn't need to do anything, but if he could travel the world, this process would be faster. He came merely to experience the unique holy tribulation of the primordial Tai true saint. Guan turned his head towards Lin Sai, smiled, and asked, "Do you want to save this human world?" He had completely accepted his previous memories. Being able to come to the true martial Taoist sect was the result of the collective efforts of many refugees. He bore the hopes of many. With demons ravaging and the human race internally corrupt, this world resembled a great thousand world blood-soaked by immortal gods. It's worth noting that this realm does not belong to the 3,000 great worlds. Having such a life, Guan intended to do something, at least to improve the lives of those who once pinned their hopes on him. Hearing this, Lin Sai frowned, displeased. "We cultivators are bound to cultivate for the salvation of all living beings. To save the human world is not achieved by mere words but through accumulated cultivation over time. You must possess sufficiently powerful cultivation to save the world. She thought Guan was being more and more outrageous. After speaking, still somewhat annoyed, she decided to say something harsh to let this kid face reality. Just as she was about to speak, Guan suddenly waved his hand. A refreshing breeze rushed towards her, making her eyes widen. Her vision was bathed in golden light, and her consciousness fell into chaos. Guan turned and left, heading toward the distant city gate, toward this vast world. Compared to the entire world, he was so insignificant, yet this world appeared equally small in his eyes. A lifetime in the human world, an instant in the immortal realm. When Guan's consciousness returned from the holy tribulation, only a moment had passed in Immortal Spirit Infinite Mountain, yet he had lived for thousands of years in that world. Over thousands of years, he traveled the world, walked across lands, gaining a deeper understanding of the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao seemed emotionless, yet with the celestial emperor's will, it actually adhered to some rules benefiting the immortal gods. The celestial emperor grew strong through the heavenly Tao but thus fell into a bottleneck. The heavenly Tao itself was born of the great Tao, hence creation merely based on Tao rules. How could one leap beyond the great Tao? This led Guan to further ponder his lifespan evolution ability. His lifespan evolution ability helped him become a saint, indicating that this ability surpasses the heavenly Tao. Moreover, unable to find Earth from his memories might suggest that after dying in his past life, his soul drifted through eons and universes, crossing chaos to arrive. Guan dispelled the lifespan barrier, and began descending the mountain path. Having just completed the breakthrough, he was not in a hurry to return, wishing to savor the wonders of Immortal Spirit Infinite Mountain. Having become a saint here, he felt a connection with Immortal Spirit Infinite Mountain, considering whether he should give back to it. If he could come to Immortal Spirit Infinite Mountain, surely others would come in the future. The flowers and plants here were surely immortal herbs within the heavenly Tao, bearing immortal Tao destiny. Even merely looking at them could enhance one's insight into the immortal Tao. Guan did not plan to bring Wuxia here, as it would disrupt the tranquility. Immortal Spirit Infinite Mountain would eventually give birth to living beings. Guan intended to expedite this process, also planning to guide these beings in cultivation to shelter Immortal Spirit Infinite Mountain. The mountains were vast, scenery idyllic, the vibrant colors gave Guan a sense of entering a wondrous land, elevating his mood. He saw many unfamiliar flowers and plants, giant fantastical trees. Even a stone here had spirituality. Fallen leaves absorbed into the soil became light stars in the wind, embellishing the majestic view of Immortal Spirit Infinite Mountain. After a long while, Guan stopped at a cliff edge, his gaze fixed on a purple flower standing steadfast against the wind. Within 7 steps, there were no other flowers or plants. It seemed to face the cosmic winds alone, exuding resilience. This reminded Guan of Lin Sai, perhaps because of her. Now he understood his current feelings. The world that should have faded with time was made real by Guan's intervention. The memories of all beings connected to that world underwent transformation, thus he silently altered heavenly Tao reality. Receiving his guidance, Lin Sai and those acquaintances successfully saved the world, slaughtering demons worldwide. Lin Sai, achieving the highest merit, even secured a place among the immortal class. Guan already foresaw such outcomes upon deciding to change that world. Guan strode forward and sat beside the purple flower, beginning to cultivate, guiding the flower to absorb the celestial energy. In Immortal Spirit Infinite Mountain, there were no divisions of day and night. Guan remained there referring to heavenly Tao time for one day, then rose and departed. The purple flower showed no change, and Guan too seemed as if had never been there. Elsewhere, Guan returned to the Taoist field of the beginningless, observing the mountain and forest within, evoking a sense of time warp. Upon his return, he had reached the mid-stage of the primordial Tai True Saint realm, with none in the heavenly Tao at his level. With the previous holy tribulation, he could fully ascertain no one in the heavenly Tao was his match. In some sense, he attained the invincible status he once desired. Looking back now, his emotions were quite calm. Walking along, upon meeting Wuxia disciples, he still smiled and nodded, leaving them flattered. The disciples would always be thrilled upon seeing him, aspiring to become extraordinary great powers like him, unaware of their ancestral teacher's further transformation. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 890, Central Heaven. On the fourth day of becoming the primordial Tai true saint, Gu An's life remained very calm. On this day, he was painting in the bamboo forest, while Sin meditated beside him, practicing the immortal emperor's eye. An Exian walked into the bamboo forest, came to Gu An's side and saluted, then glanced at Sin, her heart secretly surprised. This child's comprehension in the immortal emperor's eye is actually this formidable. Back in the day when Sin entered Wuxia, his talent shocked all disciples, but as he climbed higher in rank, his talent was rarely mentioned. Although an Exian was surprised, she was not envious. After all, she had already mastered the immortal emperor's eye. If other disciples could also cultivate and attain the Tao, even surpassing her, she would sincerely be happy for them. She withdrew her gaze, looked at Guan, and said, "Master, there is news from the celestial court, sent by Yang Jian." Guan, dressed in a black robe, continued painting and casually asked, "What news?" An Exian took out a piece of cyan jade and said, "His people said the message is hidden within this jade and must be viewed by you. Your immortal emperor's eye can see through its restriction, you can take a look." Gu An's tone did not change at all, clearly not interested in this jade. An Exian hesitated for a moment, then used the immortal emperor's eye to peer into the cyan jade. Sin was already immersed in cultivation, and this bamboo forest was filled with Tao intent, enough to make him forget the outside world and not hear the conversation between Guan and an Exian. After a while, an Exian put down the cyan jade in her hands, and she looked at Guan with surprise and said, "Master, the celestial court truly changed the celestial order. That Son of Heaven discovered the real evil demons. The celestial army will eradicate those demons, while also compensating for the harm done to all living beings. Yang Jian assured us if anything changes, he will inform us immediately." Guan smiled and said, "That kid is thoughtful, indeed good news. In my view, it's not that the Son of Heaven discovered the real evil demons, but that he was intimidated by you," an Exian said with a smile, showing disdain for the Son of Heaven. The battle between Guan and the Son of Heaven was unknown to the 3,000 great worlds, but Gu An's easy extermination of the immortal god's army was already spread wide. Since then, the immortal god's army dared not invade the celestial spirit great world, which was proof of Gu An's intimidating power. There indeed exist real evil demons in the 3,000 great worlds. You've seen them before, and regardless of what that Son of Heaven is thinking, this calamity will continue for a long time until a powerhouse emerges strong enough to determine the outcome. Guan said this, putting down the pen and then leisurely appreciating his painting. An Exian curiously asked, "You are the powerhouse to determine the outcome, will you intervene?" Guan replied, "I'll pass. I've done enough already." He rolled up the painting, tucked it into his sleeve, and stood up. "The message has been delivered, you should go cultivate, I'm going for a stroll." After Guan finished speaking, he brushed past an Exian, who turned to watch him leave. For some reason, she always felt her master had changed. But she couldn't pinpoint exactly how he had changed. Could it be that the master had another breakthrough? That's not right. At the master's realm, a breakthrough would be incredibly difficult and earth-shattering. Perhaps it's his mindset that changed, no longer caring about the outcome of the war in the 3,000 great worlds. "Master, have you decided where to go next?" an Exian asked, gazing at Gu An's back. "I've decided." "Where to?" "To Central Heaven." "Central Heaven? What kind of place is that? Does it belong to the 3,000 great worlds?" "It has yet to be born." Gu An's response left an Exian stunned until he disappeared into the bamboo forest. She snapped back to reality. Yet to be born? An Exian developed a strong curiosity about Central Heaven. Not yet born yet able to attract her master to decide to go, what kind of world would that be? An hour later, Guan arrived at the Heavenly Spirit Tao Alliance and directly entered Ji Xiaoyu's Taoist palace, walking upon the grand hall with deliberate footsteps. Ji Xiaoyu, sitting cross-legged on the high platform, did not open her eyes, and said, "Seeing me at this time, isn't it rude? Are you not afraid I'll be inconvenienced?" Guan walked towards her with a smile, if I knew whether you were inconvenienced, it would be an offense, wouldn't it? For some reason, although these days were calm, Guan felt something was missing, so he decided to visit Ji Xiaoyu. Ji Xiaoyu opened her eyes, gazing at him from afar, and said, "These days, my comprehension has greatly increased. Is it because of you?" Guan knew what she referred to. His breakthrough on the immortal spirit infinite mountain had permeated creation throughout the immortal Tao, benefiting not only Ji Xiaoyu but all cultivators. The specifics couldn't be disclosed to Ji Xiaoyu, but he could admit that it stemmed from him. "I can feel your inner reluctance, so I gave you a helping hand," Guan smiled. Ji Xiaoyu nodded slightly after hearing this and then asked, "Today, why have you come to see me?" Guan paused and said, "Do you want to take a trip to the underworld? Aren't you very curious about everything there?" Ji Xiaoyu primarily cultivated the path of reincarnation, which has countless connections with the underworld. She had visited the underworld before but couldn't go deep. Over the years, she practiced divine skills, never succeeding, which sparked the idea of visiting the underworld, though she was worried about causing trouble and forcing Guan to rescue her. She feared causing Guan trouble more than seeking opportunities, which was why she had been staying restrained at the Heavenly Spirit Tao Alliance. Although her cultivation progress while in seclusion was not explosive, it remained stable and secure. Ji Xiaoyu hesitated upon hearing Guan's offer. Guan smiled, then turned around, and in an instant, their surroundings changed dramatically. They found themselves in a dim world, with Ji Xiaoyu sitting on a hilltop, maintaining a distance from Guan. The sudden change of scenery greatly alarmed Ji Xiaoyu, causing her to stand up immediately. She looked around, the celestial vault was dark, gloom was rolling, the ground barren with only bones, dead wood, and barren stones, and in the distance, an eerie fog billowed. Seeing Guan walking ahead, Ji Xiaoyu flashed to his side. Frowning, she asked, "Is this the underworld?" She could feel the dense 9 netherworld's aura, and her instincts told her this place was much more terrifying than any area of the underworld she had been to before. "Yes, come with me, it'll broaden your horizons," Guan replied, his pace unfaltering. Ji Xiaoyu was extremely shocked. Had they really arrived in the underworld? She hadn't detected how Guan used his divine skills at all. It felt as though she naturally belonged in the underworld, while her Taoist palace was the illusion. How high could this guy's cultivation level possibly be? Ji Xiaoyu once again felt a surge of curiosity. In ordinary interactions with Guan, she didn't feel any great impact, but whenever Guan exercised his divine skills, the impact on her was colossal. "Where are we going?" "Even visiting the underworld, there should be a goal, right?" Ji Xiaoyu couldn't help but ask. Guan looked ahead and said, "Have you heard of the 9 Nether Emperor? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 891, Hongmeng Golden Body 9 Nether Hongmeng Emperor. Ji Xiaoyu became more curious. She had never heard of this name, but judging by the majesty of the name, this existence was definitely not simple. "Who is this divine being?" Ji Xiaoyu asked as she looked at Guan. Guan introduced the 9 Nether Hongmeng Emperor as they advanced. Upon hearing that this being was born during the primordial era of chaos, Ji Xiaoyu's expression changed. Such an ancient existence, what did Guan want to achieve by seeking him? Guan briefly recounted the major experiences of the 9 Nether Hongmeng Emperor without revealing too much. The 9 Nether Hongmeng Emperor was indeed a primordial profound venerable immortal. Such a powerful being, whose experiences were far beyond what Ji Xiaoyu's realm could imagine. Of course, this was also Guan's respect for the primordial profound venerable immortal. Putting aside his affiliation with the Celestial Emperor, the 9 Nether Hongmeng Emperor's strength was considered top tier, worthy of the title of Emperor. Ji Xiaoyu listened intently, deepening her understanding of the 9 Netherworld Death Realm. Learning that this place was in the deepest part of the underworld, she was filled with anticipation for the journey ahead. Guan brought her here, not merely for broadening her horizons. Even if she was strong-willed, facing a rare opportunity to comprehend the path of reincarnation would make her excited. After explaining the origins of the 9 Nether Hongmeng Emperor, Guan began to introduce the various 9 Nether spirit objects encountered along the way. The 9 Netherworld Death Realm might seem desolate, but it actually contained numerous wonders, no less than those in the mortal world. It's just that many of these wonders are difficult to perceive. While introducing, Guan also guided Ji Xiaoyu to perceive the essence of the path of reincarnation. All this time, although Ji Xiaoyu could achieve enlightenment, it was only the surface of the path of reincarnation, merely a superficial understanding, as was the case with all cultivators. To perceive the essence of the Tao requires great opportunity, and those who can achieve it will cultivate far faster than others. As a saint, Guan could manipulate the Tao, so allowing Ji Xiaoyu to perceive the essence of the Tao wasn't difficult. Even without deliberate guidance, any living being who associates with him over time will greatly enhance their perception power of the Tao. In the future, he wouldn't need to train people deliberately. Whoever he appreciates could just come and cultivate by his side. As they walked on, Ji Xiaoyu gradually saw a vast and towering giant mountain appear at the edge of the land, its massif disappearing into the clouds, as if a heavenly wall representing the end of the world. She saw a crack in the middle of the giant mountain, a place that should be their destination. "Do you know the 9 Nether Hongmeng Emperor?" Ji Xiaoyu asked. More than the 9 Nether Hongmeng Emperor, she was more curious about Gu An's background. Guan seemed to know everything, which made her even more curious. "No, the reason I brought you here is because, within a few years, his name will reverberate across the 3,000 great worlds, becoming the most terrifying presence in the hearts of all beings." Guan replied, which secretly shocked Ji Xiaoyu. If he could foresee the future of the 9 Nether Hongmeng Emperor, does it imply that Gu An's cultivation level surpassed that of the 9 Nether Hongmeng Emperor? The 9 Nether Hongmeng Emperor was born during the initial chaos. Wouldn't that make Guan even more ancient? Ji Xiaoyu suddenly felt sentimental, thinking perhaps her greatest opportunity in this lifetime was encountering Guan. Back then, when she saw the young Guan, she felt his eyes were different, not like a child's, and indeed, this young man turned out to be a reincarnated great power, and the most powerful and mysterious one she had ever encountered. Guan listened to Ji Xiaoyu's inner thoughts, feeling content. That's right. After breaking through, he always felt something was missing. Now he seems to have found the feeling. Guan began to quicken his pace. Ji Xiaoyu only felt the surrounding scenery change rapidly. After a few steps, they entered the canyon in the middle of the giant mountain. Upon arriving in the canyon, she noticed the path was wide, with piles of white bones on both sides, and many small ghosts hiding among the bones. A green light star fluttering in the air made the path even more eerie. "Speaking of which, I have a junior who is currently training under the 9 Nether Hongmeng Emperor," Guan suddenly said, interrupting Ji Xiaoyu's thoughts. "Who?" "Zhang Buku, do you still remember?" "Zhang Buku? Isn't that your master's son from the Profound Valley?" "I've heard of him, and he once made a name in the Supreme Sect as well." "I thought he was dead long ago." Ji Xiaoyu recalled and spoke, not surprised that Zhang Buku managed to appear here. She could only attribute it to Gu An's assistance. Liya was the best example. Anyone close to Guan, regardless of their average talent, could become a prominent figure of their era. Guan began telling Zhang Buku's story, from venturing in the celestial spirit great world to outer heaven, stepping into the celestial army, battling on the path of the great Tao, achieving heavenly soldier status only to abandon the immortal position later. Now being captured by the dark heavenly court, hearing this series of events surprised Ji Xiaoyu. She guessed that Zhang Buku's cultivation must be extraordinary now, but didn't expect his experiences to be so full of hardships and excitement. "Currently, he is already stronger than you," Guan said jokingly, which made Ji Xiaoyu raise her eyebrows. Though she didn't respond, her eyes were filled with unwillingness. Passing through the long canyon, when they stepped out, the world suddenly brightened, with a gust of wind pouncing at them. In front was a vast barren land, lifeless and still desolate, with the celestial vault being less dark but a crimson cloud sea billowing like a fiery ocean. A massive blazing sun hung above the cloud sea, oppressive yet poignant. Firelight illuminated Ji Xiaoyu's face, her brows furrowing, gaze fixed on the horizon. Following her gaze, there stood a human foot at the edge of the world, with the sole pressed to the ground and toes like mountains, the cloud sea just covering its ankles. That foot was covered in fiery red cracks, like meridians, appearing from afar, resembling the foot of a demon god, invoking endless associations with its body. Seeing that foot, Ji Xiaoyu felt uneasy. The aura emanating from it was incredibly terrifying, making her feel that she was no match for it. Is that the 9 Nether Hongmeng Emperor's foot? Ji Xiaoyu asked quietly. Guan replied with a smile, no, that's Zhang Buku's foot. What? Zhang Buku? Ji Xiaoyu's face changed dramatically, her tone astonished. Even compared with her current life, Zhang Buku wasn't much older. She thought her cultivation speed was already fast enough. Literally no one in the celestial spirit great world could match her, but unexpectedly, she had been left so far behind by Zhang Buku. Just one glance, and she could confirm she was definitely no match for Zhang Buku. That's a gulf of power levels. Like the difference between immortal and mortal. Guan continued, he's refining the Hongmeng golden body, a legacy of the 9 Nether Hongmeng Emperor, only achievable here. Once it's completed, no one below Daluo Immortal would be his match, and even a Daluo Immortal couldn't completely eliminate him. Hongmeng golden body, Ji Xiaoyu murmured the name of this physique. She had seen many formidable physiques before, but compared to the Hongmeng golden body, they paled. Such a physique is too astonishing. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 892, Unparalleled Strength. When Ji Xiaoyu was shocked by Zhang Buku's strength, above the sea of clouds, Zhang Buku stood there in his tattered robe, and the earth seemed insufficiently vast before him. The layered sea of clouds surrounded him like an aura. Suyu stood at the highest layer of the sea of clouds, his green robe fluttering with the wind, as if he stood amidst a sea of fire, his gaze fixed on Zhang Buku, eyes full of complexity. In recent days, while comprehending the Hongmeng golden body, he had gained many insights, but his comprehension completely paled in comparison to Zhang Buku's. Today, Zhang Buku even managed to train a Dharma aspect, leaving him no time to attend to his own cultivation as he began observing Zhang Buku's physique. Previously, when he learned from the Emperor Bone Profound Venerable about the power of the Hongmeng golden body, he was half skeptical, believing that a body cultivation technique could not cause such a transformation. But seeing it today, he believed. This was no longer just a cultivation technique, it was entirely a form of creation. He could feel the terrifying power inside Zhang Buku, unable to be suppressed, even solidifying his mana. He couldn't imagine what terrifying form Zhang Buku would take once he unleashed his full power. Am I really no match for him? Suyu was struck again. His insights over these days had barely restored his confidence, but just as he found his footing, Zhang Buku developed such a formidable body, leaving him shocked and confused. At this moment, a mass of black gas appeared beside him, swirling rapidly, and out stepped a skeleton, none other than the Emperor Bone Profound Venerable. The Emperor Bone Profound Venerable looked at Zhang Buku and asked, feeling unwilling? Suyu took a deep breath and replied, we've shared life and death for so many years, long like brothers, but now I have to admit, I am somewhat jealous of him, and at the same time, I am questioning myself. True talent has never been about physique or comprehension, as both can be enhanced through acquired opportunities, so they do not count as talent. Talent is predestined, like this lad, predestined to comprehend the essence of the great Tao. No matter how hard you try, you cannot catch up to him. The Emperor Bone Profound Venerable's tone was very indifferent, as if talking about something commonplace. Suyu fell into silence. The winds rose, and the sea of clouds around him churned even more violently, like a fire sea surging. The Emperor Bone Profound Venerable seemed to sense something, turned to look, and Suyu snapped back, turning to look as well, soon frowning. Following their gaze, at the edge of the sea of clouds, a figure walked towards them, seemingly a woman judging by the silhouette, enveloped in gray air, making her true appearance indistinguishable. The approaching figure was Ji Xiaoyu. Ji Xiaoyu walked towards Suyu and the other two in the distance while glancing at Guan, asking, what is the origin of that skeleton? Guan walked alongside Ji Xiaoyu, smiling. The Emperor Bone Profound Venerable, from the dark heavenly court, once belonged to the heavenly court immortals. Ji Xiaoyu was silent for a moment, then asked, with such an entity present, How do I confront Zhang Buku? Guan looked ahead, smiling. No worries, just make your move next, and I will assist you. Feel my mana in detail. Although Ji Xiaoyu was puzzled, she chose to trust Guan. Guan had asked her to challenge Zhang Buku. Even though she had realized she wasn't a match for Zhang Buku, Guan's words still stimulated her competitive spirit. Who are you? The voice of the Emperor Bone Profound Venerable echoed, a hint of nervousness within. He couldn't see the true appearance of the other party, reminding him of the mysterious strong entity that had trespassed into the heaven-suppressing endless tower before. Is there really another such unfathomable entity in the heavenly Tao? The Emperor Bone Profound Venerable felt bitter. Facing such a heavenly Tao, how could the dark heavenly court seek revenge? Suyu stared intently at Ji Xiaoyu. It was the first time he heard the Emperor Bone Profound Venerable communicate in such a tone with someone. Ji Xiaoyu did not answer the Emperor Bone Profound Venerable but softly asked, "Is it your doing?" She could feel Suyu and the Emperor Bone Profound Venerable gazing at her, filled with vigilance. How could her cultivation level warrant such caution from those two existences? Yes, they can't see me nor clearly see your true appearance. In today's battle, you won't leave any cause and effect. In the future, when you encounter them again, they won't connect today's events with you, so you can fight freely and boldly. Guan's words reached Ji Xiaoyu's ears, raising her eyebrows. Ji Xiaoyu's lips curled into a smile, still softly saying, "It seems you really want me to gain experience." As her words fell, she quickened her steps, and Gang Qi emerged around her nearly instantly, creating marvelous changes in her celestial and earthly Dao Gang. She glanced sideways. Even with her accelerated pace, Guan remained by her side, causing her to have more speculations. Seeing Ji Xiaoyu charging forward, the Emperor Bone Profound Venerable frowned. "Let me handle it." A hoarse voice came from behind the Emperor Bone Profound Venerable and Suyu. Suyu turned his head, only to see Zhang Buku had already opened his eyes, his pupils golden, staring intently in Ji Xiaoyu's direction, making him feel extreme pressure. Even though Zhang Buku wasn't looking at him, the pressure was immense. Boom! Zhang Buku's figure, larger than a mountain, suddenly rose, a mountain ridge-like arm lifting from the distant sea of clouds, carrying immensely terrifying momentum towards Ji Xiaoyu. The howling gale caused Su Yu's robe to flutter violently. He could feel the surrounding space solidifying, a certain supreme suppressive force emerging abruptly, immobilizing him. After Zhang Buku's swing, the earth-like palm struck towards Ji Xiaoyu, plunging Ji Xiaoyu in sudden darkness. Ji Xiaoyu's right hand reached out with 2 fingers, and between the 2 fingers, a sword appeared out of thin air. The sword followed the finger's movement. As the sword tip aimed at Zhang Buku, her celestial and earthly Dao Gang suddenly condensed on the sword blade. Her gaze sharpened, and the treasure sword before the fingers shot out like an arrow, her long hair fluttering upwards. Subsequently, her pupils contracted sharply. Under her watch, her sword unleashed speed and momentum, far exceeding her expectations, piercing through Zhang Buku's palm, with golden blood splattering in the air. Zhang Buku's eyes widened, an expression of stupefaction on his face. Evidently, he hadn't expected his Hongmeng golden body to be so easily penetrated by the opponent. Suyu was equally stunned. Just now, he observed Zhang Buku's body, finding it not only powerfully strong but also extremely tough. Such a body being casually pierced by the opponent with one sword? At this moment, the Emperor Bone Profound Venerable moved, his form disappearing out of thin air. He instantly appeared in front of Ji Xiaoyu, holding the heaven-suppressing endless tower that appeared in his hand to block. Endless murderous aura surged out, spreading like a boundless black sea, engulfing him and Ji Xiaoyu. Before Su Yu and Zhang Buku could react, the figure of the Emperor Bone Profound Venerable flew out from the rolling murderous aura, vaulting over their heads, disappearing at the horizon. This scene left both of them extremely astonished. Within the rolling murderous aura, Ji Xiaoyu continued advancing, her right hand pointing down with 2 fingers, and the treasure sword still suspended before her fingers. There was also a look of shock on her face, waves of astonishment surging within her heart. This kind of power, clearly, she hadn't felt Gu-An's mana attached to her, yet her divine skills exhibited power thousands, tens of thousands of times greater. No. This incomparably strong power far exceeded her by millions of times. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know your report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 893, Perfect Divine Skills, The Battle is Not Over Yet. Gu-An's voice reached Ji Xiaoyu's ears, bringing her back to her senses. Ji Xiaoyu immediately leaped up and flew towards the direction of Emperor Bone Profound Venerable. As she flew over Su Yu and Zhang Buku's heads, the two awoke from their stupor. Su Yu ascended into the sky and gazed toward Ji Xiaoyu's departing path, his eyes full of terror. Who on earth is that person? Su Yu muttered to himself, his tone filled with confusion. He looked at Zhang Buku and found that Zhang Buku hadn't turned around. Only to see Zhang Buka staring at his pierced right hand palm with a furrowed brow, his golden pupils trembling. What's wrong with you? Su Yu asked Zhang Buku. Zhang Buku took a deep breath and said, It's nothing. Su Yu thought he had been hit hard and comforted him, even that guy couldn't stop her, don't try to compare yourself to her. Zhang Buku did not respond. In fact, he wasn't hit hard, he was also confused, but more than that, he was curious. The force that pierced his palm left a residual power within him. Under the influence of this residual power, he felt his body become lighter. Previously, he was indeed strong, but too heavy. Moreover, he vaguely felt that some hidden dangers of the Hongmeng golden body had been eliminated. He couldn't say precisely which ones, but he just felt it. Could it be that the person earlier was there to help him? Zhang Buku thought uncertainly as he slowly turned to look toward the horizon. Emperor Bone Profound Venerable's immense aura had erupted, and the howling winds shook the red clouds in the sky. In the pupils of Su Yu and Zhang Buku, the figures of Ji Xiaoyu and Emperor Bone Profound Venerable were reflected, their minds shaken. The 9 netherworld death realms' endurance far surpassed the Great Thousand World, but even so, the battle between Ji Xiaoyu and Emperor Bone Profound Venerable was earth-shattering, causing the celestial vault to ripple. At the same time, Ji Xiaoyu continuously utilized her divine skills. She had never experienced such a refreshing sensation. A casual divine skill felt like it could destroy the heavens and the earth, and her use of Daoist techniques was smoother than ever, like moving her arm at will. From beginning to end, Guan followed beside her, deepening her understanding of Gu-An's strength. Could she really catch up to him? Focus on yourself. Gu-An's voice reached Ji Xiaoyu's ears again, ridding her of distractions. She swung her sword once more, her sword chi spanning millions of miles, sending Emperor Bone Profound Venerable flying. The heaven-suppressing endless tower, like a celestial column, was flung skyward, and as it fell, it generated a terrifying impact, causing the barren earth below to tremble. Ji Xiaoyu stopped, standing above the sea of clouds. She gripped her treasure sword, reversed her hand, and thrust downward. The sword stood firm on the clouds as her gaze turned sharp, and the powerful aura of an innate golden immortal erupted. The just stabilized Emperor Bone Profound Venerable felt astonished and suspicious. How could this aura be that of an innate golden immortal? Before he could think more, he saw boundless gray fog sweeping across the sky, darkening the heavens and earth. Subsequently, he sensed a sudden change in Ji Xiaoyu's divine skill aura. Countless steels descended from the sky, attacking him like an unstoppable meteor shower. Emperor Bone Profound Venerable maneuvered to evade, reappearing with the heaven-suppressing endless tower in his hand. However, he was horrified to find that he hadn't escaped, as the countless steels continued to fall toward him. Once again, he tried to evade but still couldn't escape the attack range of the steels. Is this a formation? Emperor Bone Profound Venerable immediately raised the heaven-suppressing endless tower, pouring vast mana into it. The window at the top of the treasure tower opened, releasing black gas that quickly formed an enormous demonic figure. The figure wielded a blade and swung to slash the celestial vault. Boom! 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 One steel after another smashed through the gigantic demonic figure, turning into gray fog that quickly engulfed the demon and Emperor Bone Profound Venerable. Ji Xiaoyu's eyes shone brightly, her emotions soaring. This divine skill was one she had only recently successfully created. After being empowered by Guan, the effect met all her expectations. Suppress, seal, annihilate, this was a move that decided victory in an instant. This was the reincarnation Forbidden World steel, realized from her enlightenment on the path of reincarnation. Each Dao steel was transformed from the true meaning of the great Dao. When struck by a Dao steel, not only would one's mana be confined, but they would also be drawn into cycles of reincarnation memories, layer upon layer. Once caught in the reincarnation Forbidden World steel array, one cannot escape, doomed to sink into endless reincarnation illusions, experiencing countless deaths before true death, and each death would differ from the next. This was an extremely cruel divine skill, without any apparent weak spots. Ji Xiaoyu had envisioned it for countless years, and after initially succeeding, she couldn't wield this divine skill in battle because opponents wouldn't wait for her to use it. If she couldn't draw the opponent into the array, it would be a wasted effort. With Gu An's empowerment, the reincarnation Forbidden World steel was already beginning to diffuse its formation, drawing Emperor Bone Profound Venerable inside. By the time the Dao steels manifested, Emperor Bone Profound Venerable couldn't escape. Ji Xiaoyu's robe flowed elegantly, immersed in this power. At this moment, she felt that no one could match her. Guan nodded slightly, thinking Ji Xiaoyu's creation of the divine skill was quite impressive, something he might also use in the future. The reincarnation Forbidden World steel continued to suppress Emperor Bone Profound Venerable. Zhang Buku and Su watched Emperor Bone Profound Venerable with no ability to counterattack, both deeply shocked, yet they didn't flee, as they themselves had been captured by Emperor Bone Profound Venerable. An hour later. The world was silent, swirling dust covered the earth. Zhang Buku and Su Yu, who had returned to their normal sizes, passed through the wind and sand, arriving at the ruins. They gazed at a pile of broken bones, remaining silent. Before today, they couldn't imagine how to defeat Emperor Bone Profound Venerable to escape, but seeing his pitiful defeat, their hearts also felt heavy. Truly, there are always those beyond others, skies beyond the skies. The entities they regarded as towering like the celestial vault could also be mere ants. Emperor Bone Profound Venerable's shattered bones began to tremble, causing Zhang Buku and Su Yu to break free from their heavy emotions. On the other side, Guan and Ji Xiaoyu walked over the barren earth, at the end of which hung a chilling red moon. Ji Xiaoyu glanced at Guan and asked, "Did that skeleton earlier have a grudge with Zhang Buku?" She could sense Gu An's desire to teach Emperor Bone Profound Venerable a lesson. Although Emperor Bone Profound Venerable seemed not worth mentioning before her, she could sense his aura was unfathomable, far surpassing her realm. Although she suppressed Emperor Bone Profound Venerable the entire time, she hadn't truly exterminated him, which indicated Guan didn't intend to kill. However, each time she wanted to stop, Guan urged her to continue. This showed Guan was dissatisfied with Emperor Bone Profound Venerable but wasn't to the point of wanting to annihilate him. Guan replied, "Yes, Zhang Buku and the others were captured, but I saw the future cause and effect of a teacher-disciple bond between Zhang Buku and him, so I didn't kill him." Ji Xiaoyu pursued further, "And what about Zhang Buku? Aren't you afraid of hitting him too hard?" Guan smiled without speaking, leading Ji Xiaoyu to feel the situation might not be as she thought. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know your report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 894, Immortal Position. After concluding the battle with Emperor Bone Profound Venerable, Ji Xiaoyu followed Guan and continued a long journey. They seemed to have reached the limits of the world, where the celestial vault ahead turned pitch black, devoid of clouds and stars. The red moon at the edge of the earth had vanished, and a dazzling white light shimmered on the horizon, like a white line hugging the ground, guiding their direction forward. Ji Xiaoyu asked, "How much longer?" Guan looked ahead and replied, "Soon." "What, you already want to go back?" "I just can't sense the 9 Nether Emperor's presence. I know you want me to understand the path of reincarnation along the way, but the previous battle has benefited me immensely." Ji Xiaoyu spoke earnestly. With Gu An's assistance, she gained a deeper understanding of the reincarnation forbidden world steel, and along with her perception of the path of reincarnation along the journey, she felt content and even eager to return to retreat. Guan did not respond. A strong wind blew from ahead, drawing Ji Xiaoyu's gaze. She squinted and saw a terrifying figure faintly appearing in the depths of darkness, larger than Zhang Buku's Dharma aspect. Even as she looked upward, she couldn't see the figure's shoulders. Guan halted, and Ji Xiaoyu followed suit. She gazed at the mysterious giant shadow ahead and softly asked, "Did we just happen upon it, or is it due to your divine skills?" Guan did not answer but said, "After one stick of incense's time, we will return. Observe his posture closely." Upon hearing this, Ji Xiaoyu intently studied the mysterious giant shadow. Could this be the Nine Nether Emperor? Even just observing his stance brought Ji Xiaoyu vast pressure. The Nine Nether Emperor was undoubtedly the most powerful presence she had ever encountered. Yet, if the Nine Nether Emperor was the strongest, where did that leave Guan? As soon as Ji Xiaoyu conceived such a thought, she quickly extinguished it, realizing that guessing Guan's strength meant nothing to her current self. She couldn't squander the opportunity Guan had arranged for her. The world was silent. Guan did not disturb Ji Xiaoyu. He too was watching the Nine Nether Emperor. The Celestial Emperor did not reveal his true cultivation level. The mixed element profound venerable immortal was the highest realm, yet among such immortals, the Nine Nether Emperor surpassed the Emperor Bone profound venerable and was beyond comparison to the Heavenly Emperor. Guan could see that the Nine Nether Emperor was walking a path different from the Heavenly Tao, requiring no assistance from anyone. Regrettably, the Nine Nether Emperor had already been persuaded by the Emperor Bone profound venerable to join forces with the Dark Heavenly Court against the Celestial Court. The Celestial Emperor's cause and effect were also nearing, signaling an impending great battle that would eject the Celestial Court. Before ascending to sainthood, Guan had looked forward to this battle, but after becoming a saint, everything seemed predetermined, unchanged from the past. The Nine Nether Emperor sat in the darkness, unaware of the two watching him. He showed no sign of breathing, akin to a motionless mountain. One stick of incense's time quickly passed. Ji Xiaoyu withdrew her gaze, took a deep breath, and said, "Let's head back." As her words fell, her surroundings abruptly changed, returning her to the Taoist palace. She turned to look at Guan, only to see him heading towards the door. The Nine Nether Emperor was completely unaware of our previous battle? Ji Xiaoyu asked. Guan did not pause in his steps, saying, "If he could perceive it, I wouldn't dare bring you here." Ji Xiaoyu remained silent, watching him depart. After walking several steps forward, Guan's figure vanished into thin air. Ji Xiaoyu lowered her gaze, raised her right hand, and a strand of sword qi emerged from her palm, deepening gradually. After taking Ji Xiaoyu on a trip to the underworld, Guan resumed his peaceful life unchanged since ascending to sainthood. During their time in the underworld, besides helping Ji Xiaoyu gain insight and assisting Zhang Buku, Guan truly intended to visit the Nine Netherworld Death Realm. In the time spent in the underworld, he had merged with its destiny, so now the underworld held no secrets from his perception, and he could control the Tao rules of the underworld. Guan's understanding of primordial Tai true saint deepened, becoming anew. Time flies. The battle between immortals and demons in the 3,000 great worlds continued relentlessly, with forces from both the Celestial Court and the Dark Heavenly Court constantly engaging, immortal gods casting spells to stabilize the Tao rules of the 3,000 great worlds, preventing collapse across all heavens and myriad realms. Yang Jian of the Celestial Court found himself drawn into the battles, even encountering Leah. Their long-awaited reunion was filled with emotions. Leah was astonished at Guan's methods, while Yang Jian admired Leah, who chose to travel alone and battle chaos evil demons rather than relying on his master, a decision Yang Jian deeply respected. Over the long epochs, the war between immortals and demons became the backdrop for the era, attracting various great world powers and prodigies to join the fray, with others seizing the opportunity to seek revenge against the Heavenly Court immortals. The undefeated Emperor clan, allied with Guan, leveraged the chance to avenge against immortal gods, despite having clan members ascend to immortality with Guan's help. The unbeaten Emperor ancestor still couldn't let go of his hatred. Millions of years passed in the blink of an eye. Since ascending to sainthood, Guan no longer reaped lifespans. Instead, he relied solely on medicinal herbs for growth, which was slower than before but left him satisfied. Even as the strongest within the heavenly Tao, Guan never ceased aspiring to grow stronger, aiming to achieve perfection realm of primordial Tai, true saint, and venture into higher realms. Not seeing an end to the Tao rules, he understood there was still space for improvement. That year, another Wushiji disciple ascended to immortality, stirring the world. This disciple achieved immortality beyond the dojo, attracting attention from great power cultivators of all teachings. Thus, all 10 immortal positions given by Xianyuan human venerable to Guan were filled. This final immortal was the 8th generation disciple, Zhuangxian, a paragon of integrity, revered worldwide, recognized as a righteous great cultivator. His ascension assured cultivators worldwide that ample accumulation of virtue leads to immortality. Guan stood on the cliff, wind at his face, watching as Zhuangxian was enveloped by the celestial Tao light, transported to the celestial court by its destiny, where he would transform into a heavenly court immortal. Finally, it's over. At last, I can leave. Guan whispered to himself, smiling as he began to look forward to life in a new world. And Zizai suddenly landed beside him, respectfully saluting. After the salute, Zizai hesitated to speak. Guan gazed into the distance, saying, "Have you ever considered whether his dissatisfaction stems from missing the immortal position or from something else?" He referred to Zizai's most esteemed disciple, the 15th generation disciple Wu Xie. Having achieved innate golden immortal, Wu Xie had become Wushiji's most powerful disciple on the surface, representing Wushiji outwardly. For millions of years, disciples continued to ascend to immortality, yet Wu Xie remained unchosen. Zizai could sense his inner frustration. Upon hearing this, Zizai immediately asked, "Ancestor, what aspect of him do you disapprove of?" Through countless years, despite Wu Xie surpassing many second-generation disciples, Guan had never summoned him alone, leading many disciples to believe Guan was dissatisfied with Wu Xie. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know it report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 895, True Colors Revealed. I have no discontent with him, but I also have no interest in him. The reason for not letting him ascend to immortality is that he cannot ascend. There is a cause and effect on him that you cannot see through, and the celestial Tao immortal position will expose his true nature. Guan looked into the distance and softly answered. Wu Xie is the incarnation of the Daoist Emperor's destiny, essentially a calculation against the primordial Tao Emperor. Even before becoming a saint, Guan never took the Daoist Emperor seriously, so he wouldn't interfere with Wu Xie's growth. But if Wu Xie went to the celestial court, it would also be a disaster for him. Of course, Wu Xie himself is not interested in becoming an immortal. What he cares about is Wushi's attitude towards him. What others have, he also wants. He can refuse, but he cannot not have it. Zizai, upon hearing this, his face changed dramatically. Expose his true nature? Could it be that the Wuxia catastrophe that ancestor spoke of years ago is indeed Wu Xie? Zizai fell silent, digesting ancestor's words. Guan did not disturb him and continued to gaze over the world. Soon, he would leave the celestial spirit great world, and now, what he saw before him were the little pieces of the past. Although he felt a sense of emotion, he was not reluctant. Even if he left, he could return whenever he wished. It's just that once he left, he would live in another world. Ancestor, what do you think I should do to console him? Zizai cautiously asked. Having spent so many years together, his affection for Wu Xie had deepened, and even if Wu Xie was truly the disaster, it was hard for him to handle. Guan turned around, looked at Zizai, and asked, "If you were made the master of Wuxia, would you be willing to take on this responsibility?" Zizai as the master would inevitably favor Wu Xie, and by then, everything Wu Xie wanted would be within his grasp, naturally resolving his discontent. However, upon hearing this, Zizai was immediately terrified. He knelt down in a hurry and shouted anxiously, "Ancestor, you cannot abandon me. Wu Xie in my heart will never compare to you. I want to always be by your side to serve you." This was his true sentiment. Without Guan, he wouldn't have anything he has now and wouldn't have met Wuxia. He was forever grateful to Ancestor, never wanting to leave Ancestor. Moreover, he knew that following Ancestor was the right path. Guan looked at Nzazai and asked with a smile, "Do you truly think so?" Nzazai nodded and said, "I truly think so." "Then you should choose suitable candidates to manage the Wuxia because not everyone can leave with me." "Ancestor, how can you be sure the disciples are unwilling to follow you?" Nzazai hesitated for a moment, then seriously spoke, noting the many disciples remaining at the Taoist field of the beginningless who were dedicated to the pursuit of the Tao. Guan planned to leave the celestial spirit great world to find a different environment to live in, so he was reluctant to bring too many, but hearing Nzazai's words, he suddenly had another idea. His lips curled into a smile, thinking the new idea was very good and interesting. "From now on, you can ask the disciples. When the time comes, I'll leave with all who wish to follow me, but you must tell them that once they leave with me, they can't come back." Guan looked at Nzazai and laughed softly. Nzazai was delighted, as long as Ancestor agreed. He immediately thanked Guan on behalf of the other disciples, then left in a hurry. Guan stood on the cliff and looked for a while longer before disappearing. That day, the news of the Ancestor leaving the celestial spirit great world spread, prompting more and more disciples to gather to discuss this matter. In the following days, the news even reached the Nine Spirit dynasty. The majority of disciples were born on the Nine Spirit continent, their families and friends were on the continent. They knew how significant the Ancestor's decision was and could not keep it a secret. For a time, the Nine Spirit continent was in turmoil. In less than a year, the news spread to the entire world, shaking various sects, causing fear, concern, and excitement alike. Regardless of how well Wuxia performed, there would always be opposition and doubt. 3 years later. That morning. Before Guan stepped out of his house, the courtyard was bustling with noise. "Nonsense, hurry back." Nzazai's voice was heard, and it was filled with anger. A man's voice followed, saying, "No way, today I must see Ancestor." The owner of this voice was none other than Wuxia. Wearing a black robe, Guan tidied his garments and then pushed the door open. Upon entering the courtyard, he saw Wuxia kneeling in the courtyard, facing his door. Nzazai stood beside Wuxia, looking furious. Shenzhen sat by the artifact refining cauldron, curiously observing Wuxia. Seeing Guan coming out, all three of them focused their gaze on Guan. At that moment, Wuxia's previously firm and resolute expression became tense. He had just exited seclusion last night and was furious upon hearing that Ancestor was leaving. He found out later than other disciples, and it wasn't just the second-generation disciples who knew before him. The news had spread throughout the dojo. What did this mean? It meant the Ancestor hadn't considered him. He came to the courtyard, enduring for 2 hours before stepping in. Nzazai came because Shenzhen had sent him a message. Upon seeing Guan, Nzazai quickly saluted, while Wuxia gritted his teeth and stubbornly stared at Guan. Having joined Wuxia millions of years ago, he was always nervous when meeting Ancestor. His words were stuck in his throat. This time, he didn't want to be timid because the Ancestor was leaving. Guan looked at Wuxia and asked with a smile, "Why do you need to see me?" Seeing Guan smile, for some reason, Wuxia felt a sense of shame. Could it be that Ancestor didn't disregard him? Upon thinking carefully, throughout these years, every time he saluted Ancestor, Ancestor would smile and nod at him. It was because of this that even though he hadn't received the treatment he wanted, he still remained loyal to Wuxia. Wuxia initially wanted to express his discontent but couldn't bring himself to say it. He paused, then said, "Ancestor, could you take me with you wherever you go?" "Sure." Guan agreed readily, leaving Wuxia stunned. He thought Ancestor would question him, asking if he was prepared or ready to not return, but unexpectedly, Ancestor directly agreed to his request. This left Wuxia feeling like his anger was hitting a soft pillow. His heart felt empty. While he was no longer angry, he wasn't happy either. Nzazai hurriedly said, "Ancestor has agreed, now withdraw. Don't disturb Ancestor's rest." He reached out to pull Wuxia, but Wu Xie didn't get up. Guan looked at Wu Xie and said, "Actually, there's no need to overthink. I didn't see you because we lack common interests. Wuxia is different from other sects. Your actions won't go unnoticed by Wuxia, and I myself won't interfere in Wuxi's matters either." Lack of common interests? This reason left Wu Xie very surprised, and even Zizai was taken aback. Could the reason be so simple? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know it report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 896, New World, New Era. Ultimately, Wu Xie was taken away by Zizai. When he left, he seemed dazed, never imagining that the answer that had puzzled him for tens of millions of years could be so simple. Shenzhen looked at Guan, who was stretching his body, and smiled. "They must be very surprised, but I believe what you said is true." She knew Guan too well. Guan was not interested in the talent or achievements of his disciples. Otherwise, Shangguan Xiener and Su Han wouldn't be so close to him. Shangguan Xiener loves writing books, whereas Su Han loves playing with everything. For those who practice Tao, their thoughts shouldn't be too cluttered. "This kid is good at everything except his thoughts are too mixed up," Guan casually commented. Wu Xie wanted to follow him, and he did not resist. Even if the founder of Daoist Emperor stood before him, it would not be a concern. He somewhat even looked forward to the Daoist Emperor challenging him. Exhausting all efforts but unable to shake him in the slightest, the result must be a significant blow to that existence, right? Guan suddenly realized he was a bit like the Celestial Emperor. He shook his head and laughed, then walked toward the outside of the courtyard. Shenzhen looked at his back and asked, "When are we leaving?" "Next year." Upon hearing Gu An's answer, Shenzhen's eyes also revealed a look of anticipation. Although she rarely went out, she also longed for a completely new environment. The coming year would be the most torturous year for the Wushiji disciples. Leaving the celestial spirit great world, they would have to abandon their relationships in this world, but if they didn't leave, they would lose the ancestors' protection. Some even wanted to plead with Zizai to take non-Wushiji disciple identities along, but all were sternly refused by Zizai. A year passed quickly. At the end of summer that year, Zizai gathered all the disciples willing to leave with Guan at the foot of the main mountain, and everywhere between the mountains, human figures could be seen. The second-generation disciples also gathered in Gu An's courtyard, discussing among themselves. "It's a shame Chen Chuan isn't here anymore." And Xing Tian sighed, his tone a bit regretful. Only with Chen Chuan there would the second-generation disciples be complete. Even LV Xian rushed from the outer heaven, quietly discussing Daoist techniques with Zui in the corner. Jiang Shi nodded and started to chat with Xing Tian about past times. Other disciples were curious about the next world they were going to and how far the journey would be. The ghost mother of Ephemera stood at the gate, looking at the figures of the disciples with a smile on her face, feeling it was so beautiful to maintain this moment. The days of upheaval and unpredictable life and death seemed like events in a previous life, so distant and blurry. Bang! The door of the attic swung open, and all the disciples turned their heads to look. Guan, dressed in blue, walked out from inside, wearing resplendent clothes, with an extraordinary aura. As he stepped into the courtyard, everyone felt the whole world became brighter. Zizai raised his hand in salute and first spoke, "Ancestor, the disciples willing to leave with us have already gathered, and the authority of Wuxia has been handed over." Guan nodded lightly, then walked to the center of the courtyard. All the disciples looked at Guan, their eyes full of anticipation, fantasizing about the world they were about to go to after deciding to leave. Guan collected the artifact refining cauldron into his palm and then smiled. "Don't rush, wait for him to announce it." "Him?" The disciples were puzzled, and the quick-tempered blood prison great saint was the first to ask, "Who is he?" Guan did not answer, merely smiling silently. The disciples became even more confused. Suddenly, an overwhelming heavenly power descended from the sky, enveloping the entire world. The faces of the second-generation disciples changed, and they looked up. The chaos evil demon invades the heavenly Tao, the celestial court upholds the heavenly constitution and descends to the mortal world, exterminating the evil demons hidden among humans. This intention shall not waver. However, during this process, the actions of the immortal gods have been unfair, causing the innocent creatures wrongful deaths. Sangtian will not overlook or tolerate this occurrence. I am Emperor Taihao, bearing the will of the heavenly Tao, founding the Middle Heaven Great World. All innocent creatures who perished in this calamity shall be reborn in Middle Heaven, becoming beyond ordinary beings. From now on, all beings shall cultivate virtue and do good deeds, thus they may ascend to Middle Heaven and obtain the Fuyuan of the Great Tao. A majestic and sonorous voice echoed through the entire world, not just the celestial spirit Great World, but all 3,000 great worlds and countless mortal realms below heard the voice of Emperor Taihao. The second-generation disciples were all stunned and instinctively looked at Guan. An Exian, who had long learned of the name Middle Heaven from Guan, was equally surprised that Middle Heaven was founded by the Son of Heaven. Could it be that the Master had long reached some agreement with the celestial court? Other disciples thought so too, otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence? Guan smiled and said, "You're all overthinking. I chose Middle Heaven because Middle Heaven will be a heavenly Tao world like never before, and will become the center of heavenly Tao. That world is more vast than you can imagine. Once in Middle Heaven, the Wushiji disciples must not act recklessly. I will have you conceal your cultivation levels and from then on, join me in living as immortal mortals, hidden in the wilderness." Heavenly Tao Center. The disciples automatically ignored Gu An's latter words. They already understood the heavenly Tao, and those disciples who had ventured out revered the heavenly Tao even more. Being called the heavenly Tao Center, Middle Heaven is definitely extraordinary. And Zazai was about to ask when to set out when suddenly, Guan took a step forward, and the surrounding environment drastically changed, instantly transporting them into a forest. The disciples instinctively looked around, feeling a different spiritual chi from the celestial spirit Great World. Guan immediately initiated the Lifespan Dojo, directly marking the earth, and began constructing a new Taoist field of the beginningless. This location was pre-selected by him before coming. As the Lifespan Dojo opened, a vast influx of earth's spiritual chi surged out. All the disciples could feel the changes between the heavens and earth. They didn't think much, considering it a first arrival adjustment to a new world. "Zazai, go settle the disciples." Guan commanded, and then Zazai, still in shock, came to his senses and immediately saluted and left. The other second-generation disciples looked around, their divine senses stretching out, the excitement on their faces growing stronger. They actually arrived at another world. Furthermore, this world was far larger than the celestial spirit Great World, and the spiritual energy was much richer, almost like the immortal realm. Guan turned to the disciples and smiled. "Middle Heaven is newly founded, beings have yet to be born, you all shall temporarily remain within the dojo. Once the world prospers, you may occasionally go out to explore, but do not reveal your true cultivation levels." Beings have yet to be born? This made the disciples feel indescribable. Guan walked toward the depths of the woods, and Exian followed curiously. "Master, does this world possess great creation?" With her understanding of the Master, how could he come to such a dull world without anyone to accompany him? Reflecting on what the Master said about Middle Heaven Great World becoming the center of the heavenly Tao, she felt the Master had already seen the future of Middle Heaven Great World. Indeed, it will. In the future, the strong from the 3,000 great worlds and great Tao domain will congregate here to cultivate and contend for destiny. Guan replied as he walked. And Exian pursued further, "Can the Son of Heaven possess such abilities?" Guan smiled and said, "In name, he created it. In fact, it was the heavenly Tao that created it, and it has been prepared for countless years, always hidden deep within celestial Tao destiny. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 897. The first creature Wu Xie flew out of the forest and hovered in the air. He looked around, mountains rising and falling, vast and endless, surrounded by majestic spiritual energy, refreshing him. Although he had resolved to follow the ancestor, he still had doubts in his heart. He didn't know where to go, or if the destination could compare to the celestial spirit Great World. Now, could such a world be the central heaven that the Son of Heaven mentioned just now? Wu Xia thought excitedly. He didn't think it was a coincidence. Emperor Taihao had just announced the creation of the Middle Heaven Great World, and they arrived in a completely new Great World. The ancestor could even arrange for disciples to ascend to immortality, which indicated that the ancestor had an agreement with the celestial court long ago. He flew forward, admiring the scenery along the way. More and more disciples flew into the air, marveling at the scenery of this new world. Some gathered together, others acted alone. Wu Xia flew for thousands of miles before stopping. He saw a majestic mountain range ahead, and his intuition told him that crossing that mountain range would take him out of the range of the dojo. This feeling was very mysterious. Many disciples who reached the edge of the dojo had the same feeling, which made them dare not cross the mountain range at the edge of the dojo. That evening, Nzazai began to instruct the disciples to build their own cave mansions and set many rules. The worries in the disciples' hearts had completely dissipated because Central Heaven was indeed more fortunate than the celestial spirit Great World. Not only was the spiritual energy more profound and mysterious, but the Tao intent pervading between heaven and earth was more advanced. Guan was also building his courtyard, having never built a house himself, so he was very serious. In the following days, Wushiji disciples discovered that the number of disciples brought by the ancestor was not small, as many as 2 million, which amazed them at the ancestor's capability. Privately, the disciples would also discuss how far Central Heaven was from the celestial spirit Great World. In the entirety of the Central Heaven Great World, aside from them, there were temporarily no living beings present. The world was silent, with lush flowers, grass, and trees, and the scenery was magnificent, like a forgotten heaven and earth. On the mountain range at the edge of the dojo, there were always Wushiji disciples standing on the mountain, looking out. They learned more and more about Central Heaven, but even the strongest innate golden immortal could not cover the whole of Central Heaven with their divine sense. Central Heaven was very large, larger than they had expected, and they began to believe Emperor Taihao's words. The war between immortals and demons in the 3,000 great worlds continued. News of Ancestor Master Wushi's departure only circulated within the celestial spirit Great World and did not affect the grand scheme. Many years later, after confirming the departure of Ancestor Master Wusher, the world of the celestial spirit Great World began to stir. In the 22nd year of arriving in Central Heaven, on a hillside, Guan walked forward with Xiaolan. Today, he brought Xiaolan to Central Heaven. Before coming, Xiaolan had already dealt with the matters of the Xiao clan. The family had grown, and she felt that even without her, the family could continue. Only when she truly stepped into Central Heaven did she feel at ease. Xiaolan looked up at the Wushiji disciples sowing seeds in the fields in the distance and suddenly smiled. I suddenly understand why you wanted to leave the celestial spirit Great World. Indeed, this is true freedom, unfettered, without any ties of cause and effect. Guan followed her gaze and smiled. In life, there are always chains. Even if mortals step onto the immortal path, the chains remain. Perhaps for all living beings, the meaning of reincarnation is to unload all the cause and effect of a lifetime and start anew. Xiaolan nodded. Thinking about it this way, reincarnation is indeed a good thing. Why don't those disciples have a cultivation level? Xiaolan suddenly asked curiously. Guan replied, I had them conceal their cultivation level. From now on, everyone will live like mortals, but they can continue to cultivate. Once everyone is accustomed to hiding their cultivation level, I will lift the restriction and let you interact with all living beings under heaven and earth. This will be a form of cultivation for you, too. Xiaolan thought carefully for a moment. 1 day or 2 was fine, but if they had to disguise themselves for 1,000 years, 10,000 years, or even longer, it would indeed be very challenging but also quite interesting. Many years from now, this piece of heaven and earth will become more prosperous than the celestial spirit Great World. In the future, there will also be beings from the celestial spirit Great World adventuring here, making a name for themselves. Perhaps you will hear about the deeds of old acquaintances and descendants. Guan continued speaking, his eyes deep, as if the entire future was within his gaze. These words sent Xiaolan into endless imagination. If descendants of the Xiao clan could venture into Central Heaven, that would be wonderful. She could lend them a helping hand. Guan did not stop her thoughts because if his old acquaintances came to Central Heaven, he would do the same. Making a choice does not mean giving up something. The two of them continued strolling and chatting about the future. They felt no pressure to survive and were full of enthusiasm for what lay ahead. Finally, Guan took Xiaolan to build a pavilion on the mountain of no end, at the very center of the dojo. Not all second-generation disciples could live on the mountain of no end, only those close to him could reside on this mountain. The mountain of no end was one of the tallest mountains in the dojo, towering over 10,000 feet and stretching for hundreds of miles, magnificent to the extreme, often shrouded in thick fog. Guan watched as Xiaolan and Shenzhen came together, and he thought of Ji Xiaoyu and Jiang Qiong. Both ladies chose to stay in the celestial spirit great world and planned to ascend together to Central Heaven with their disciples in the future. Guan respected this decision. Besides, in the celestial spirit great world, he could still protect them. Telling them about this matter was only to spare them from overthinking it. After watching for a while, Guan walked towards the forest, intending to return to his courtyard to rest. As he walked, he looked toward the 3,000 great worlds. He no longer wished to intervene in the future of the 3,000 great worlds. The dark heavenly court and the celestial court would face a war sooner or later. Several mixed-element profound venerable immortals, including the 9 Nether Emperor, would erupt in a decisive battle with the celestial Tao venerable of the celestial court, ultimately forcing out the celestial emperor. The celestial emperor could easily sweep them away, but he insisted on feigning death and passing the title of celestial emperor to Emperor Taihao. By bestowing the name Taihao upon that son of heaven, he showed his favor. Yet, no one knew that this son of heaven was actually himself, and once he feigned death, he would replace his will. From then on, under the leadership of the Taihao heavenly emperor, the heavenly Tao would usher in a new era, and the celestial realms would have better order. From the perspective of destiny, the celestial Tao destiny was about to soar, proving that the celestial emperor's calculation was correct. At least he found a way for the celestial Tao to soar once more. The future celestial court would better align with Gu An's vision of the immortal gods, each having its role, centering on all living beings. It's just interesting. Gu An's mouth curled into a smile, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. The celestial emperor had not yet given up on the chance to duel with him, and in the distant future, there would still be variables in the heavenly Tao. Central Heaven would be the main stage of the heavenly Tao, and the heavenly realm, where the celestial court was located, would also establish a passage with this realm. There were still 10 million years until the first living being of this world was born. By that time, the war between immortals and demons of the 3,000 great worlds would also conclude, and the first living being nurtured by Central Heaven would have an unknown cause and effect with this war. Search the novel Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 898, The Impossible to Reach Realm for the all living beings of the celestial spirit great world. 10 million years is very long, even considered an era. But for the Wushiji disciples who moved to Central Heaven, it passes quickly. After 10 million years, numerous medicine gardens have been established within the Taoist field of the beginningless. Each disciple has their own medicine garden and field, and Gu An's medicine garden is personally tended by the ghost mother of ephemera. That year, an unprecedented great battle erupted in the void above the 3,000 great worlds, so much so that even the Wushiji disciples in Central Heaven could sense it. The disciples sought familiar fellow disciples, gathered together, and discussed the pressure coming from outer heaven. At this moment, Guan was harvesting medicinal herbs, and the ghost mother of ephemera beside him curiously asked, "Is there a battle outside?" "It's the final battle between immortals and demons in the 3,000 great worlds." Guan casually replied as he carefully wrapped the harvested mature herbs and placed them in the bamboo basket before the ghost mother of ephemera. The ghost mother of ephemera hesitated to speak. Guan perceived her thoughts and softly said, "Don't worry, the 3,000 great worlds will be fine. In the future, cultivators from the celestial spirit great world will still ascend here, and perhaps you may even see those disciples who choose to stay behind." Upon hearing this, the ghost mother of Ephemera's face showed expectation. Many disciples she knew she could no longer see. Occasionally, she felt lost about this. She respected those disciples' choices but also felt regret. Now, hearing Gu An's words made the ghost mother of Ephemera suddenly realize. It turns out they did not leave, they went to the destination everyone needs to reach, waiting for old friends to arrive at the endpoint. Thinking this way, the ghost mother of Ephemera was inwardly cautious. Those disciples remaining in the celestial spirit great world would never have imagined this. After countless years, there will certainly be a huge disparity between them and the Wushiji disciples who chose to follow Guan. Indeed, only by following the master is the most correct choice. At first, she thought the master was merely tired and wanted a change of place, but now, thinking about it, for a great power cultivator like the master, any decision made must have deep intentions. Guan heard the ghost mother of Ephemera's inner thoughts and found it amusing but did not expose them. He came to Central Heaven simply because he found it could be more interesting. Cultivation is the same everywhere, but observing the development and growth of a great world makes life interesting, and this process can enhance the understanding of the great Tao, not only for him but also for other disciples. The ghost mother of Ephemera ceased speaking and began imagining the immortal demon battle. This decisive battle lasted a long time, and the pressure transmitting to Central Heaven persistently changed, allowing Wushiji disciples to feel the intensity of this fight. Days later, that pressure reached an exceedingly terrifying height, shaking the land of Central Heaven and startling the Wushiji disciples. What kind of realm is this? What realm are both sides of the battle at this moment? Under the night sky, in the courtyard, Shenzhen sat meditatively before the artifact refining cauldron, looking at Guan and curiously asked. She originally had her own courtyard but couldn't get used to it, and later found an opportunity to move back, bragging that it was better for enlightenment here. Guan was reading a book, written by a disciple, examining with a scrutinizing and critical mindset. Very high, very high. Guan answered casually. The realm of primordial profound venerable immortal couldn't yet be disclosed to Shenzhen and the disciples, because it was too far from them. Moreover, one side was even higher than the primordial profound venerable immortal. Shenzhen raised her eyebrows and asked, very high? So, do I have a chance to reach it? Following Guan in cultivation for many years had already changed her mindset, thinking she could always break through without limit. But tonight's pressure made her waver, uncertain about how long she needed to cultivate to reach it. This powerful pressure was transmuting from the 3,000 great worlds, making it hard to imagine what it would be like to be in it. No. Gu An's clear answer stunned Shenzhen, leaving her with no interest, plunging the courtyard into silence. He was not deliberately discouraging Shenzhen, this was the reality. Saint Guan can help those around him become stronger, far exceeding their limits, but cannot make others infinitely stronger. Not to mention the primordial profound venerable immortal, even the Tao extreme Daoyuo immortal depends on one's own fortune, and neither could achieve it by relying on others through the Xian Qi primordial immortal. The roads beyond the immortal Tao are different, following others' footsteps is not viable. This is why Guan guides his disciples toward enlightenment instead of having them focus solely on his Taoist technique. At night, in the endless mountains and forests, the Wushiji disciples could not settle down to cultivate. They gathered together, discussing this mysterious battle, reminiscing about the past. They also appreciated Guan, knowing what coming to Central Heaven meant. After countless years, they will be beings of high seniority compared to all living beings of heaven and earth. Just the thought made them excited, they are all anticipating Central Heaven's future. Night passed. Early the next day, the pressure from the 3,000 great worlds vanished, and the world returned to peace. The mundane life at the Taoist field of the beginningless continued. Until 10 years later, a startling commotion came from afar, waking all the Wushiji disciples. Guan was playing chess with Fairy Yao Xian. The two sat within a bamboo forest, enjoying the gentle breeze. Fairy Yao Xian turned her head, frowned, and said, "What kind of presence is this? Even the rules of heaven and earth are converging toward it." Guan played a piece and replied with a smile, "The first life form of Central Heaven is about to be born. He is born of the creation of heaven and earth, the celestial Tao destiny. His aptitudes are beyond your imagination. He will be the mythic starting point of Central Heaven. Perhaps in many years to come, he will come to us at the beginningless. These words intrigued Fairy Yao Xian. She looked at Guan and asked, Central Heaven's significance to the heavenly Tao is unusual. Are you not afraid of being watched by the celestial court by bringing us here in advance? She always believed Guan was the Emperor of Eternal Life, although Guan didn't acknowledge it, so she didn't expose him. She was no longer obsessed with past affections with the Emperor of Eternal Life and was more concerned about her own cultivation and her son's, Sin's, growth. In her heart, this is the best life now, she desires nothing else. Guan dared not show himself as the Emperor of Eternal Life and remains hidden, evidently wary of the heavenly court immortals. The Emperor of Eternal Life was once pursued by immortal gods. This life, Guan has contended with the immortal gods multiple times, which is one reason she wants to become stronger. Since arriving in Central Heaven, she's been puzzled, not understanding what Guan aims to do. As for Guan's rhetoric, she equally didn't believe it could merely be about feeling bored and wanting a change of living environment. Guan answered, Don't worry, we won't be discovered. This dojo is different from the one in the celestial spirit great world, and before this world is filled with life, I won't let disciples venture outside. Although he no longer feared the celestial court, he didn't want to publicize it to avoid inflating his disciples' egos. Of course, he also feared becoming inflated himself. Upon hearing this, Fairy Yao Xian nodded, temporarily choosing to trust Guan. At that moment, turbulent thunderclouds churned in the sky, the world swiftly darkened, and terrifying heavenly might enveloped all of Central Heaven. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 899. The ancestral masters graced the birth of the first living being in Central Heaven caused great heavenly anomalies, lasting a full 30 years. During those 30 years, the world was filled with raging winds, sometimes torrential rain, and sometimes blistering sun. The Wushiji disciples were not affected within the dojo, though they would discuss the anomalies outside. Guan's word spread, letting all disciples know that these anomalies were brought about by the birth of a living being. The anomalies were so earth-shattering, it was hard to imagine how powerful this being would be after birth. Those with high cultivation levels would extend their divine sense, seeking the trace of this being, but unfortunately, Central Heaven was too distant, and they couldn't detect anything. On the other side, the 3,000 great worlds ushered in peace, with each realm's celestial Tao light layer bestowing creation, enhancing the spiritual energy of every realm, and giving birth to more heavenly materials and earthly treasures. All beings could sense the advent of a new atmosphere. To make up for the 3,000 great worlds, the celestial court granted many immortal positions, allowing beings who contributed to the heavenly Tao to ascend to immortality, leading to a surge of ascensions in all realms. After confirming the departure of Ancestor Master Wusher, all sects in the celestial spirit great world began to stir, including the Hegemon, the Heavenly Spirit Tao Alliance. The Heavenly Spirit Tao Alliance harbored many ambitious individuals, but the alliance hierarchs always considered Ancestor Master Wusher in matters of the world. Now that Ancestor Master Wusher has departed, no one can restrain the Heavenly Spirit Tao Alliance anymore. If the Heavenly Spirit Tao Alliance becomes more domineering, the profits will greatly increase. Though the 3,000 great worlds are peaceful, the earliest peaceful celestial spirit great world is undercurrent surging. Guan no longer cares about the cause and effect of the celestial spirit great world. Seeing it endure was enough for him, and he began to enjoy life in Central Heaven. After the heavenly anomalies dissipated, Guan conducted a Tao teaching session. Over 2 million disciples gathered atop a great mountain. Before the session, he spoke of his vision for the future. Wusher will no longer accept disciples in the future. He hopes the disciples will find a mortal identity, disguise themselves as mortals to establish themselves in Central Heaven. It's also a test for the disciples. If discovered by Central Heaven beings, they must leave Taisher. Once Central Heaven prospers, they may leave voluntarily, but they will no longer belong to Wusher. This intrigued the disciples. They lacked nothing but cultivation goals, and if there were an interesting rule, it would be quite good. After addressing this matter, Guan began his Tao teaching. This time, he taught for 1,000 years. During this millennium, there were several heavenly anomalies, each celebrating the birth of beings. After the Tao teaching ended, Guan began harvesting mature medicinal herbs. His medicine garden and fields only grew immortal products now, which had long growth cycles but brought great longevity. His annual lifespan income averaged 5 billion years. Ghost Mother of Ephemera followed him as usual, acting as his assistant. Boom! A massive sound came from afar, making the Ghost Mother of Ephemera frown and look over. "Is there a battle outside the dojo?" the Ghost Mother of Ephemera asked in surprise. "When there are more beings, conflict is inevitable." Guan casually replied, making the Ghost Mother of Ephemera even more puzzled. She asked curiously, "Aren't there only 7 beings born? The world is vast, there's no need to start fighting so soon, is there?" Guan smiled. "The first batch of beings in Central Heaven is different from what you imagine. Their spiritual intelligence is high, but they aren't so friendly. They will find ways to get along in these struggles and comprehend the so-called Heavenly Tao." "The Heavenly Tao, huh?" The Ghost Mother of Ephemera pondered, feeling as though she was being led to a broader perspective, observing all beings and world affairs from an elevated angle. She recalled Guan's Tao teaching, which discussed the Great Tao itself, not any specific Tao. He seemed to be guiding them to pursue the Great Tao they desired. At this thought, she became unprecedentedly curious about the world's future development. She wanted to see what outcomes those 7 beings would have and how this world would develop, wondering if it would be different from the celestial spirit great world. In the years that followed, new life continued to be born, and battles persisted, arousing the curiosity of the Wushiji disciples. Judging by the commotion of the battles, those beings were quite strong, having such power soon after birth, making them feel the pressure from Central Heaven's beings. Above the 3,000 great worlds, in the Great World Divine Palace, Xianyuan Human Venerable sat on the dragon throne, eyes closed, right hand resting on the armrest, fingers tapping lightly, clearly unsettled. When footsteps finally sounded, he opened his eyes immediately. He saw Zixuan Old Immortal appear out of thin air in the hall, and Xianyuan Human Venerable stared at him intently, clearly very tense. Zixuan Old Immortal stepped in front of the dais. Hesitating for a moment, he said, "Your Highness, Ancestor Master Wusher has indeed left, taking a group of disciples with him. No one knows where he has gone." Hearing this, Xianyuan Human Venerable's face turned extremely ugly. Since the struggle for the Son of Heaven, he had regarded Ancestor Master Wusher as his support. When he was imprisoned by Heavenly Emperor Taihao, he heard Ancestor Master Wusher had repelled the immortal god's army, which deeply moved him, and Ancestor Master Wushi's status in his heart soared rapidly. After that, Heavenly Emperor Taihao personally went to capture Ancestor Master Wusher. Before leaving, he threatened him, leaving him in utter despair. However, he never expected Heavenly Emperor Taihao would return in defeat. Following that, the Celestial Court fell into internal strife, and he could clearly feel many forces releasing goodwill toward him, wanting to rescue him. The Celestial Court's inability to swiftly end the immortal demon war was due to internal concerns. The failure of Heavenly Emperor Taihao left him mired in difficulties. Even when Xianyuan Human Venerable was under house arrest, he could sense his plight. All changes in the Celestial Court began with Ancestor Master Wusher, earning Xianyuan Human Venerable immense respect for him, surpassing even the Celestial Emperor's status in his heart. Yet, Ancestor Master Wusher had left. Xianyuan Human Venerable slowly leaned back in his chair, losing all his sharpness. Many of his ambitions dissipated with Ancestor Master Wushi's departure. Zixuan Old Immortal looked at Xianyuan Human Venerable with eyes full of sympathy and comforted him. "Your Highness, no matter what, you've escaped one calamity, and that's already a blessing. You should know, once His Majesty shows favoritism, any effort becomes futile. In this calamity, the real loser is not you, but Heavenly Emperor Taihao." In his final words, he was full of emotion. Who would have thought Emperor Taihao would emerge and become an equal rival to Heavenly Emperor Taihao? Although Heavenly Emperor Taihao had not yet been stripped of power, all immortal gods could sense destiny leaning toward Emperor Taihao. Many immortal gods had already rushed to Central Heaven to lay plans, an act also seen as showing goodwill to Emperor Taihao. Hearing this, Xianyuan Human Venerable showed a bitter smile and said, "Indeed, I am already fortunate, even my father has appeared. There's truly no need for the ancestor master to wade into these murky waters again, yet, even though he's gone, I'll always remember his kindness. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know it report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 900, The Future Immortal. Sichuan Old Immortal heard Xianyuan Human Venerable's words and couldn't help but nod. He comforted, "The ancestor is merely departing, and there will certainly be a day of reunion. Only by staying alive can your highness see him again." Xianyuan Human Venerable showed a smile on his face, reflecting, "Indeed, only by living on, there are countless hopes. Your highness, today the emperor conferred the positions of 49 immortal monarchs for Central Heaven. This is a strong signal. The rise of Emperor Taihao is unstoppable. Do you need me to congratulate him on your behalf?" Sichuan Old Immortal regained his composure and asked seriously. "The dark heavenly court was severely damaged and will not return for a long time in the future. Now, their attention has to return to the celestial court internally. To the immortal gods, having no desires or needs poses no danger. However, many immortal gods who serve the Son of Heaven have desires, and once entangled in the struggle for the Son of Heaven, it is hard to extricate oneself. Even the sons of heaven are such, as no son of heaven is absolutely secure. Even if one does not want to fight, it may be beyond one's control." Xianyuan Human Venerable frowned and snorted coldly, "What Taihao? He's actually named after my father's mundane name. It's favoritism indeed. How many years has he been the Son of Heaven?" He had seen many sons of heaven favored by his father, he himself had received such favor, but he had never seen one as favored as Emperor Taihao. The Celestial Emperor gave the name to Emperor Taihao and created a heavenly Tao center for him. Now, he is openly establishing immortal positions for him. How can Xianyuan Human Venerable, also a son of heaven, not be jealous? Sichuan Old Immortal sighed and said, "From the moment he received the name Taihao, we should have understood that. Perhaps this is also the reason the Supreme forced the Emperor's hand." Xianyuan Human Venerable fell silent. Sichuan Old Immortal also said no more. They all needed to think carefully about how to act in the future. Xianyuan Human Venerable recalled the only time he saw Emperor Taihao. Back then, Emperor Taihao was still a child, so naive. He never expected that the child at that time could surpass all sons of heaven and reach for that supreme power which no one dared touch. The Celestial Emperor. There are more and more rumors within the Celestial Court now, saying that the Celestial Emperor wants to abdicate. Xianyuan Human Venerable thought of this and felt an overwhelming pressure, his pride crumbling. Perhaps he truly should make amends with Emperor Taihao. This thought once emerged, grew wildly like weeds, making it impossible for him to dispel. The internal struggles of the Celestial Court and the surges of the Celestial Spirit Great World did not catch Gu An's attention because he had already foreseen the results of these matters. Time flew by. It had been millions of years, and millions of years later, the Celestial Spirit Great World erupted in conflict, with numerous sects and imperial dynasties besieging the Heavenly Spirit Tao Alliance. Fortunately, the presence of immortal gods prevented disaster from reaching the lower levels of the human world. The current Central Heaven has already birthed many living beings, most of whom are in the state of demons, not humans. At this stage, the beings of Central Heaven have no concept of race, almost all fighting for survival. This year, early summer. In the forest, a flaming red crow flew swiftly, startling a cascade of falling leaves. It flew to the edge of the woods and landed on a tree trunk, tilting its head to look ahead. Outside the forest was a large lake, and by the lake, 3 people were fishing, Guan, Xiaolan, and an Exian. This place was outside the dojo, not far from it. Rarely invited by Guan for an outing, Xiaolan and an Exian were both delighted. During the fishing process, the 2 women talked about the past, chatting about their days in the Supreme Sect. For Xiaolan, that was already several lifetimes ago. An Exian also felt it was distant, sometimes like a dream. Guan put down his fishing rod and raised his right hand, with a fruit appearing in his palm, exuding a rich floral fragrance. The flaming red crow hesitated for a moment, then flew like an arrow, quickly snatching the fruit from his hand. Xiaolan and an Exian looked up, both a bit surprised. "Why is this bird's aura so weak?" Xiaolan asked curiously. In Central Heaven, all living beings capable of moving are born with the creation of heaven and earth, containing terrifying power from the moment they have consciousness. Their movements are earth-shattering, yet this flaming red crow, though quick, is too weak compared to those beings, as if it came from the celestial spirit great world. An Exian activated the immortal emperor's eye, carefully observing the flaming red crow, and exclaimed, "This bird can actually conceal its cultivation level and aura." Xiaolan couldn't help but glance at her, looking at her purple pupils, feeling secretly amazed. What kind of eyes are these? The Wushiji disciples, although all trained by Guan, received different inheritances. She couldn't bring herself to ask an Exian about her secret skill, just like she wouldn't reveal all her Daoist techniques to others. Guan smiled and waved toward the flaming red crow circling over the lake, but unfortunately, the bird was unmoved, maintaining a safe distance. "Master, what realm is it?" An Exian turned to look at Guan, curiously asking. She could only sense the strong power hidden within the flaming red crow, not its specific cultivation level. Guan responded, "It has reached the pinnacle of the innate golden immortal realm. Given time, it will break through sooner or later." Upon this remark, the two women were both surprised. Even to this day, among the Wushiji disciples, the highest cultivation level is only innate golden immortal, yet this bird's cultivation level is higher than theirs? An Exian further asked, "Will it become a great fortune seeker in Central Heaven and play a very important role?" Guan smiled and said, "Indeed, it will establish the demon race and become the ancestor of 10,000 beasts, also introducing the concept of race to all beings. Long after, it will even ascend to immortality." "Will ascend to immortality?" The two women once again looked at the flaming red crow, their feelings completely different. This feeling was strange, even indescribable. "If that's the case, will its encounter with us cause trouble?" Xiaolan frowned and asked. Guan laughed, "Rest assured, once it leaves here, it will forget us. Its cultivation level is not sufficient to remember my cause and effect." "This cultivation level?" The two were stunned by the boldness in his words. Upon reflection, it seemed normal. Guan dared to come to the heavenly Tao Center, and so far, no immortal gods have discovered him. His cultivation level must far exceed most immortal gods. Then, Guan took out another fruit and placed it on a large stone in front of him, waiting for the flaming red crow to fly over. After a while, the bird couldn't resist its instincts and flew over. This time, although its claws grasped the fruit, it couldn't lift it, making it very anxious. Guan raised his hand, pressing down on its head, calming it instantly, no longer struggling. After he released it, the flaming red crow looked up at them, tilting its head, its eyes clear as jewels. Its size was like a chicken, slender and small in stature, yet overall very majestic, inspiring affection from the two women. Xiaolan gazed at it and asked, "Senior brother, you surely know its future, why do you tell us about it?" Guan smiled slightly and said, "Its story is quite fascinating, and it's not something that can be shared quickly. It might take until tomorrow to finish. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 901, The Pinnacle of the Immortal Tao. The gentle breeze caressed the surface of the lake, as Xiaolan and an Exian listened to Guan narrate the future of the fire-red crow. The fire-red crow was one of the earliest beings in the world, with unparalleled talent and immense destiny, continually encountering Fuyuan. After its transformation, it named itself Fangqiu. Fangqiu traveled the world, constantly advancing his cultivation level. Later, when a great power established the demon race, he went there, breaking through numerous demon crowds to become one of the 7 emperors of the demon race. His name shook the world. Thereafter, he was always a figure of influence in Central Heaven, until he ascended to immortality, and only then did the human world begin to forget him. Guan recounted his life experience briefly, yet even in this brevity, it sparked boundless imagination in the two young women, Xiaolan and Enchanting. They looked at the fire-red crow, pecking its spirit fruit in front of Guan, utterly unable to associate it with the future giant of the demon race. Enchanting curiously asked, "Master, how high will its future achievements reach?" Guan looked at the fire-red crow and said, "The peak of the immortal Tao." The peak of the immortal Tao. Their expressions shook. They understood Guan was not referring to the immortal Tao peak of the celestial spirit great world, but rather the peak of the immortal Tao within the scope of the heavenly Tao, a realm beyond their current imagination. "Then have you already stood at the peak of the immortal Tao?" Curious, Xiaolan asked. To be able to see the destiny of the immortal Tao peak, Guan's cultivation level must be so high. Guan smiled without a word. Since she had guessed, there was no need for him to say more. He had indeed already stood at the peak of the immortal Tao, only higher than the peak. He continued telling the story of the fire-red crow. After eating, the fire-red crow came close, starting to rub its head against his knee. Even though the fire-red crow couldn't speak human words, it too had spiritual intelligence, able to sense that this person harbored no ill intentions towards it. Guan reached out and petted its head. Indeed, its feathers were very smooth and felt comfortable to touch. After chatting for an hour, Guan felt it was time and lifted his right hand, tossing the fire-red crow into the air. The bird circled in the sky several times before flying away. Xiaolan sighed, "This little guy is really intelligent, and it looks nice too. I see you like it quite a bit, why not adopt it and cultivate it yourself? Its future achievements would certainly be even greater." Enchanting also looked at Guan, having a good impression of the fire-red crow. Guan stood up, stretched lazily, and said with a smile, "The great Tao is boundless, and those with exceptional talent are numerous. I can't keep everyone I encounter, besides, different life experiences lead to becoming different people." He raised his hand to store the fishing rod into his sleeve, then slung the fish basket over his back and walked along the lakeside. Xiaolan and Enchanting hurriedly got up, following behind him. "Will it really not remember you? Or recall today's events?" Xiaolan asked curiously. "There will be this passage of memory, but it won't know where exactly, like a childhood dream. As for me, its dream doesn't reflect me." Guan answered while moving forward, pausing before continuing, "In the future, such things will continue to happen. There will always be beings approaching Wuxia, and you will witness those with even greater talent than it. This is my assessment for Wuxia disciples. Concealing one's cultivation level from such exceptionally talented beings is not an easy task." He set this requirement for the disciples purely on a whim, using it as an excuse to send them off. The number of disciples following him was indeed too many, necessitating a reduction by 90%. Guan's words prompted Xiaolan to endless contemplation. What would the future of Central Heaven be like? During the long years, Wuxia disciples would, besides cultivation, go to the edge of the mountains to observe the vast world's all living beings. Every time they emerged from seclusion, they could feel tremendous changes in the world outside their dojo, letting them understand what it meant for things to change rapidly. Each year, powerful beings were born, causing wonders in heaven and earth, allowing all Wuxia disciples to feel the underlying strength of Central Heaven. They harbored no arrogance in their hearts, only a sense of urgency, fearing being surpassed. With more and more beings, the realm of the immortal Tao in the world grew higher and higher, inevitably leading to cause and effect. Beings began to band together, especially those capable of reproduction, who realized the importance of unity earlier, making the struggles in Central Heaven grow ever fiercer. While local beings contested, immortal gods and outer heaven great powers continued to descend. They landed in Central Heaven human world, spreading the immortal Tao everywhere, establishing benevolent ties for their respective forces, advancing Central Heaven's development. The legend of Central Heaven spread through the 3,000 great worlds, more and more cultivators becoming aware of Central Heaven, a place above the 3,000 great worlds, an immortal realm that captivated the hearts. Celestial Spirit Great World. In the early autumn of this year, at the edge of the Nine-Spirit Continent, where waves crashed against the shore, two figures stood on a reef, gazing silently at the prosperity within the continent. It was Liya and his disciple, Li Xianyu. Today's nine-spirit continent was no longer shrouded in spirit mist and had begun interacting with the mundane world. Meanwhile, the 10,000 Realms Gate created by Guan still stood and even became a crucial bargaining chip in the nine-spirit dynasty's dealings with the outside world. Li Xianyu turned his head to look at his master, breaking the silence. Ancestor Master Wuxia has been gone for millions of years, and no one knows where he went. After he left, Wuxia quickly dissolved, either lured by other sects or established their own sects or dynasties. In short, Wuxia no longer exists in the world. Li Ya's face was expressionless, but his heart was filled with a sense of bitterness. He had come back specifically to boast about his achievements to Guan. Now his name was known across the 3,000 great worlds. He not only achieved innate golden immortal but also found the sorcery to reach a higher realm. However, Guan was no longer there. He didn't know where to find Guan, and his heart felt a deep sense of loss. At this moment, he even felt a bit bewildered, wondering if the memories of Guan were merely his fantasies. Was there really such a great power that would support him without expecting anything in return and even be willing to be his junior brother? The more Li Ya thought, the more his heart ached. Having endured the immortal demon catastrophe, his Tao heart became more steadfast. But facing Gu An's disappearance, he could no longer maintain his firmness and strength. Li Xianyu could see that Li Ya's mood was bad, and lamented, "Master, if there's anyone to blame, it's you. Master Gu invited you many times, and you always refused. He couldn't have stayed until you came back, and besides, during your absence, the celestial spirit great world faced suppression from the heavenly court immortals, which might have been the reason for Master Gu's departure." Upon hearing this, Li Ya looked up, his gaze deep, whispering to himself, "The celestial court." Li Xianyu felt a pang of anxiety, saying, "Please don't do anything reckless. You can't possibly be a match for the heavenly court immortals." Li Ya gave him a sidelong glance, retorting in annoyance, "You speak as if your master were a fool." "Isn't that the case?" Li Xianyu mumbled to himself. Li Ya turned and flew towards the sky. Li Xianyu hurriedly followed, asking curiously, "Master, where are you going next?" "I'll wander my homeland for a while, then head to Central Heaven. They say Central Heaven will become the center of the heavenly Tao. I want to pursue an immortal position there. Once I'm in the celestial court, maybe I can assist junior brother Gu." Li Ya answered calmly. He knew clearly that the celestial court was unassailable. Only by joining it and using his strength to change the celestial court was the feasible way. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible.